Alright fam, gather around. Today we are diving into the world of para-jumbles, as you can see, and it is similar to Tetris. I will say not similar, it's OG version of Tetris. In Tetris you get some pieces and you have to arrange them without going crazy, and same thing you have to do here. But just imagine one thing, students, before we solve or get into a para-jumble question, that whenever your friend sends you a message or when you are in group chat, right, people are sending messages, you kind of make sense of it, even though maybe someone's internet is bad and that message you got late, the later message you got first, and you can arrange and then make sense of all the messages. So if you're so interested, because you're interested in your friend's message in a group chat, you can make sense of it. You just develop a little interest in reading, in understanding the meaning of those four sentences which you get in parajumbles, you can rearrange it here as well. So we are going to, like, get into the jungle of parajumble and come out with all the answers. If you can survive that chaotic group chat, you can definitely survive this. So let's go. Now, see, we are going to do three things. We are going to learn some strategy. Strategies generally are common. You have to make pair, you have to find a sequence, or you have to find opening or closing sentence like that. We're going to solve very good quality, high quality questions. And of course, I'll be sharing the answer key, as I'll be sharing some assignment, some homework at the end, the answer of which I need from you in the comments. All right. So I'll give you some assignment at the end. Just listen to that carefully once you're done solving this. So what is the strategy, everyone? First of all, when you read everything, not every time you'll get all these things first, right? Sometimes you'll get an opening sentence, or maybe other times you'll get an ending sentence, whatever you get, but you'll get some hints. So look for connectors. I would say if two sentences can be paired together, if there's a pronoun like he, she, it, these, that, especially these, that, those is quite common in CAT questions. So that is something which will definitely help you in solving the questions. Chronology, like what came first, what came later, that also will help you. And then of course trial and error, maybe just find a pair, maybe get this sequence or this sequence. If you do not have option, that is the thing you will have to do. If you have option in exam like XAT exam, other management exam, you should not go for trial and error. You just find one pair, match it with whichever option you get, and then solve through options. But in CAT, it will slightly take more time, but I feel 2.5 minutes should be good enough for every para-jumble questions. Yes, so let's get started with the questions. Okay, so let's start with question number 1. See, let's look at the first words, and that, and it. This is the what, isn't it? So very clearly when we look at these starting words, it looks like 4 should be the opening sentence. See, this may not be the case every time. Sometimes you get very odd opening sentences, and that's okay. It's just that we can start reading like this. So I'm not writing 4 in the answer first. Okay, that 4 must be no. But I think I can start reading with 4th, and it will give me a better idea on the sequence. So the institutional truth of the financial world holds that association with money implies intelligence. What? Like, this is what happens if we are not into the habit of reading daily. We might have to read certain sentences for the second time. After that, we may be able to get the correct answer, but we end up wasting a lot of time, students. So right now, what I'm teaching you, how to make the sequence quickly. But you may be able to do the same thing. Instead of 2 minutes, you will take 4 minutes, just because you don't read daily. So that is something you have to take care on your own. All right. So what does this line states? Institutional truth as in the formal truth. The formal truth, the objective truth is that of the financial world is that association with money. Whoever has money is considered intelligent. You have money, you are considered intelligent by other people. You don't have money, you are not considered intelligent by other people. That's what this line says, that formally in the world, that's how intelligence is being seen. Fine. Now here we are talking about some association with money and intelligence, isn't it? So which other option talks about that? See, this amount of money, intelligence, when I read all 4 statements. So step number 1, as we discussed, read all 4 sentences. Read all 4 sentences. Try to figure out the main topic, what is going on, what are we talking about, and then third step is get a hint. How do we get the hint? A hint can be in various ways. Either two sentences have similar words, like here, for and to. So you have to have sharp observation skills. Your attention should be good. It's not like you're reading the fourth statement, you have forgotten what was there in second sentence. You need to do it with very active mind, right? All the questions. So similar words or similar meaning in two sentences, either something like this, or maybe you, because of the words like and or this refers to, because of some pronoun you're getting some hint, some pronoun or conjunction like and, so it connects something, or but it connects some contrasting sentences, something like that. Or if not, you just know, like in this case we know fourth should be the opening sentence. Sometimes you may get very clearly which will be the opening or closing sentence. Sometimes you will get one of the three hints, either this one first or second one or third one, depending on the question. So read everything, understand the main topic, and just be open for the hints, whatever kind of hint you may get. It's not like if you're looking for opening sentence, you, well, that is the only hint you will be fixated on. Maybe you don't get opening sentence, but you get a pair. Sometimes you don't get a pair, okay, that 4 2 is together, but you know that, okay, this particular sentence should come at the end. So I have to arrange maybe 2 3 4 first. Anything like that. Alright. So 4-2 is clearly saying the same thing, that institutional truth or the financial world holds that, and it holds greater the amount of money, greater the intelligence. That means if you have money, you will be of course considered intelligent by anybody else, by your friends, and greater the money, more the intelligent you are. And that's how generally people see. So very clearly 4-2 is a pair. Now I'm not saying 4-2 should be first and after that only two sentences will come. But 4-2 is clearly a pair. Maybe rest two sentences will come before or after it. We'll read and then we will figure that out. So, and that pursuit of money by whatever design within the law is always benign. As in, if you're following money, chasing money, earning money, however, whichever field, whichever industry, without breaking the law, like no man, nobody is judging you how you earning the money. If you're a Bollywood actor, if you're a politician, if you're an employee, CEO, whatever, if you're not breaking the law, it's good, right? That's how institutional truth, right, in financial world is considered about money, right? This is the institutional truth of Wall Street. This you will be required to believe. So if you are in Wall Street, especially, you, if you have money, you will be considered intelligent. More the money, more intelligent you will be considered. And if you're pursuing money, chasing money, however, whichever field, doesn't matter. It's just that if you're not within the law, then you're considered good. Then nobody is judging your job that, okay, this is lesser, this is better, nothing like that, right? So I think very clearly 4-2-1-3, this was not that tricky. So what all words helped us? First of all, from the first few words we knew 4 is the opening sentence, and then holds, isn't it? And that the pursuit of money, and that why? Because that the, see here, I just want to show you something. It broadly holds that the greater the money, and that the pursuit of money is good. Benign means it's good, like that. All right, so this was fine, this was doable. I'll give you a minute quickly to read all 4 sentences and figure out the main topic. What exactly are we talking about? Right, so read all 4 sentences, figure out the main topic, and find out one hint for yourself. One hint. What is it? 1 minute to read this question. Some construction work is going on, I think, but it should stop in few minutes. Till you're solving this question, students, you can mute. Okay. All right. So very clearly we are not starting with fourth, but gives me a very good hint, right? So but is an hint. First hint is this. Now what is the hint? See, but connects contrasting sentences, opposite sentences. For example, I am hungry, but I cannot eat right now. Right? Because I'm outside, right? I'll go eat when I go home. Or I want to go out, but I cannot because I have an exam tomorrow. So I want to go out, positive, but I cannot. Isn't it negative? Or negative to positive. It's like I cannot come to your party, right? But I was really wishing I could. Means I wanted to, but I cannot come. I'm sorry. Like that. So, but always connects either positive to negative or negative to positive sentence. Some contrasting. So, whatever is written here, before that, the sentence should be of opposite nature, opposite tone. Okay, so first hint is this. Now, between these, see, these few, one, two, three, we can start with anything and then decide. Let's read from the start only. The age of pragmatism is here, whether we like it or not. Now what is pragmatism, isn't it? So pragmatism means being practical, being realistic, that. So see, sometimes, as we always say, cat, for cat you don't have to do vocabulary, but actually I feel vocabulary is extremely important topic, because if we do not understand even two words from the whole para-jumble or summary question, the entire thing goes for a toss, right? We are not very sure if the answer we have got is correct or not. So vocabulary is something you have to keep on doing. Try to learn 10 words daily. Okay, so we are saying age of practicality is here, whether people are being practical these days. Fine, we don't know what we are talking about still, kuch topic pata nahi chal raha, but you must have read all four sentences for sure. So we are saying what used to work, whatever equations, whatever things were there between worlds or countries earlier doesn't work right now. Right now people have changed, countries have, their behavior have changed because they have become more practical, something like this, right? So we have read all four sentences and we know the main topic. We are talking about how the earlier things, earlier behavior of the countries is not working out right now. Okay, that. So let's read second statement. The staple rhetoric that was for so long dished out also belongs to the bipolar world. See, also we do not understand what they are trying to say, right? So staple rhetoric that was so long, as in staple rhetoric is whatever used to say, people used to say earlier for a long time, that okay, this country is my enemy, this country is my friend. It's dished out, as in it has gone outside the window. Nobody's talking like that. And this also belongs to bipolar world of yesterday, as in when the world was divided between two parts. Okay, we are with Russia, we are with USA, like the entire world was, those things are not working anytime sooner, or at least right now. The old equations based on the Cold War and non-alignment no longer hold good, right? So also belongs to, see 2 and 3 are saying something. The old equations no longer hold good, as in no longer is holding to those old equations that okay, this country is my enemy, this country is my friend, nothing like that. And then whatever rhetoric is whatever statements, sentences or things were going on also is being kicked out, right, of the window. That's what we are saying. So these two are slightly similar, but contrary to much of what is being said and written, it is multipolar rather than unipolar world that appears to be emerging. So we are saying no matter what we say, what's written, whatever people are saying, no, now it's not like whoever was our enemy now is our friend, or maybe our friend, like that. We're saying it's still a multipolar world. Multipolar means every country is seeing for themselves. Like India is neither someone's enemy nor anyone's friend. Whatever is good for development, right, that is good for us. So multipolar rather than unipolar. So it's not like if world is not bipolar, it's become unipolar. We are saying now it has become multipolar. Everybody is seeing for themselves. That appears to be emerging out of recent events, right? So from past to present. So I know for sure that 4 has to come at the end, isn't it? Because you're seeing the earlier things are not working out and everything like that. Secondly, I'll just use another color to explain this now that we know all 4 sentences. Um, white, let's say. So we are saying, see, the age of practicality is here. The old equation based on the Cold War, whatever we discussed, like, learned in Cold War, or non-alignment, as in countries were not agreeing or were aligning with certain rules for the world. It does not happen. The stable rhetoric that was for so long dished out also belongs to C. Now, why am I choosing 1, 3? Because 2 talks about bipolar world, right? Bipolar world. 4 talks about unipolar, multipolar. Again, these things are very much related. So somehow 2, 4 is also related because of this, and also fourth has but. So it is in exact contrast to 2. So staple rhetoric that was for so long dished out, it's rhetoric as in whatever sentences were being said or written. So see, rhetoric is that only. See, it is. So we're saying it belongs to the bipolar, isn't it? Belongs to it is a past thing. So, but contrary to whatever people say, it's a past. No, it's not like now world is not bipolar. It's in fact is multipolar. If we see the recent trends and everything, isn't it? So 2, 4 is very clearly a pair. I'll write here 2, 4. Okay. And now, see, 1 is very generic. From 1 we do not know what is it trying to talk about. World is bipolar, unipolar, what problems. So it's very generic. Other sentences are talking about that earlier things are not working, very specific. So you'll start with something generic and then get into the specifics of situation, right? That old equations are not working right now. Rhetorics were kicked out, and whatever is being said and done earlier in the past is being dished out. But then it's not like it has been totally dished out. The world is more like multipolar rather than unipolar, is what we are saying, isn't it? So automatically 3 will come here. We have no other option. That's all. So every time we will not get the sequence like, okay, 1, then 3, then 2, 4, nothing. Here we got 4 first, then we read carefully, we got 2, then we got 1. So then we automatically get the hint for third option. We didn't actually do much to find out the location for third sentence, isn't it? So always get the hint, and then wherever it takes you, start like that. Question number 3, students, I'll give you a minute to read. Read all 4 sentences, figure out the main topic. What are we talking about? So these, isn't it? We are already talking about when we talk about intelligence. So by intelligence we mean will come later. So this is not an opening sentence. This is not. 1 and 4 is not at the start. When we read all 4 sentences, the main topic we understand here is we are talking about intelligence, isn't it? This is the main topic. Intelligence is in every sentence we are talking about intelligence means this, intelligence means that, but intelligence is being introduced in sentence 2, isn't it? So 2 is the first sentence. When we talk about intelligence, we do not mean this, we mean this, isn't it? That's how we are saying we do not mean the ability to get a good score on a certain kind of test, or even the ability to do well at school. So intelligent does not mean that you got good marks or you did well in the school, you were in sports also, you're doing so well, so you're so intelligent. No, this is not what we mean, isn't it? By intelligence we mean a style of life, as in what kind of life. Are you very disciplined, like that, a way of behaving in various situations? If you're in difficult situation, are you behaving still nicely or politely? And particularly new, strange, perplexing, especially in new, strange, perplexing situation, right? Are you holding your calm? Are you getting rude? You're getting anxious? What is it? That is intelligence. Now see, very clearly 2 and 1 are talking something that intelligence is not this, but this, right? We mean intelligence is this. So when we read 3 and 4, especially 3, these refer to what? These are at best only indicators of something large, deeper and far more. What are the indicators of something? See, when you read all four sentences, we do the true test of intelligence, how we do or what we do. Yeah, so we don't have any indicators. So we have indicators only here in sentence 2. So although 2 1 is saying opposite, fourth is an example of two, isn't it? That intelligence does not mean getting good score or ability to do well. Of course, if you do well in the school, you have good marks, it indicates that you're very hardworking, isn't it? But that is not enough to consider you intelligent. It only shows you're hardworking, you have the capability to become intelligent, that's all. So since 4 is an example of 2, the sentence main sentence will be doing writing as 2 4 1, and then ultimately we'll say so that intelligence is not this but in fact this. So what is exactly, how do we know someone is intelligent or not? So third is the main conclusion. So this is how we know the true test of intelligence is not how to do, but how we behave when we do not know what to do. As in, if you do a good job, great, right? Of course you're hardworking, you're smart and everything, but if you're not doing good for some reason, right, at that time how do you behave? For example, if you're struggling with cat, right, are you blaming someone for that? Are you getting very anxious and irritated because of that? Are you holding responsibility? Okay, somewhere I have worked, I have not worked properly in the past, and that's why today I have to see these marks. And whatever days I am left with, I'm going to give my best, isn't it? How exactly you tackle a situation? How productively, in a positive manner, when things are not going according to you? That shows intelligence. When things are good around you, of course you'll behave good, of course you'll look happy, of course everybody will like you. When things are not going good, when it will be actually fair to behave in an irritated, anxious manner, at that time if you can still control your emotions, that will show intelligence, my friends, isn't it? So in third sentence they are basically telling what is the true test of intelligence. So intelligence is not this but this. Fourth an example of two, so 2 4 1, and then 3 obviously has to come at the end. It's an ending sentence, isn't it? So yeah. Now question number 4, I'll give you a minute to read this sentence, figure out the main topic. All right. Okay, very clearly, I guess we can't start with this ideally. I mean, not even with this, either 2 or 4. And even with this comparative word, I have this inclination I should start reading with 2. Maybe 4 is the opening sentence, but I will start reading with 2. It will give me a better idea on the topic. So, amount of published information available varies widely by industry. Okay, so for every industry, you have a lot of published information, right? This happened to this industry, this company is going in losses, they have sold their IPO, etc. etc. Generally, the problem the researcher will face in using published data for analyzing an economically meaningful industry is that they are too broad or too arranged to fit the industry. As in, actually if you want to research as any researcher, or for example as any journalist, if you want to get some data on a certain industry, it is very difficult to get the second sentence basically is saying the published information on any industry, any good industry. Economically meaningful means if the overall industry is doing something in billions and you want to research that how exactly this is working. Actually data is very broad and not, you have to too arranged to fit the industry. Like it will not give you a practical idea, it will just give you a superficial which will be right, but it will not be in depth somehow. For example, how edtech works, So all those 4 to 5 steps which everyone knows. Okay, for edtech, they have a technology, so that's why they can accommodate more people into the class, and that's how fees can be decreased compared to offline classes, etc., etc. But then, what are the problems students face? First, again, it will be very generic if they write it. Every student will face different problems. Nobody will talk about that, isn't it? So basically, published data on any good industry will be too broad to arrange to fit the industry. You will not be able to still know about the industry based on that published data. Fine. Now, one thing I want to show you here, students, what we are saying is, see, especially in 1 and 3, what is my hint here? My hint is, I always tell you to get or find one hint at least. However connects, it's exactly like but, it connects negative to positive or positive to negative sentences which are saying something similar, talking on the same topic but then contrasting things. So I feel out of these 4 sentences very clearly, 2 and 3 is clearly a pair. I don't know how it will start and all, but 2 and 3. Because in 2 we are saying amount of published information available varies widely by industry. As in, amount of information is also maybe sometimes less, more depending on the industry. Generally, the problem the researcher will face in using published data for analyzing an economically meaning, sorry, 1 and 3, not 1 and 3 is a pair. Unfortunately for the researcher, many industries do not meet these criteria and there may be little published information available, isn't it? So information is not available is what we are saying, for most of the is not available. And in 3 we are saying, however, it is always possible to gain some important information about industry from published sources, and these sources should be agreed. That is, of course, not a lot of little information is available, not a lot of good information is available. But if you aggressively pursue it, go through a lot of published data, you will find some data, good data, isn't it? So both are saying the same thing. It's not available, but if you go through properly, if you aggressively pursue it, you may get some, you can get some important information. Very important, isn't it? So 1 3 is clearly a pair. Now, of course, we know 1 3 has to come at the center. It will not start because we are seeing unfortunately data is not available. But if you pursue aggressively, you will get some important information, isn't it? Now, what we are saying, see, these criteria refer to what? These criteria refer to something in 4. Larger the industry, the older it is, and the slower the rate of technological change, better is the available published information. It means larger the industry, as in, for example, Tata is a very old industry, very big, isn't it? And the rate of technological change is also quite slow. Like they have been working the way they are, and they are changing, but at the same time, it's not like frequent changes as such, isn't it? So then you will have better published information. Whatever you know about them, that will be very good. That will be genuine. That so, but we are saying, well, unfortunately, the many industries do not meet this criteria. Many industries are not that old or not that large, for example, and that time getting information is difficult. But if you pursue aggressively, you may get something, isn't it? So these criteria refer to here. The bigger the industry, the older it is, and the slower will be the changes in it. The data what you will be getting is right. So 4 has to come here, and we are talking about here about the lack of published information about the industry. So 2 4 1 3, isn't it? Fine. Question number 5, everyone. I'll give you a minute to read. We can start reading with 4th or 1, isn't it? 2 and 3 are not the good start according to me. Okay. In contrast means we are looking some opposite information. Isn't besides means apart from all these things. So either we'll start with 1 or 4, isn't it? Uh, Also, why? Basically, electricity from where else? So 4, isn't it? 4 should be. Main source of power industrial undertaking is electricity, right? So main source of power in any factory industry is electricity, but the production of electricity needs huge quantities of coal, right? So electricity from water also, say instead of coal, water also if we take, it will require a lot of huge expenditure, because you'll have to have enormous river valley, then you have to make the project, the dam, then you will tap the power, make electricity. So it will require huge expenditure. This is the important word, huge expenditure. In contrast, electricity from atomic power will result in saving in expenditure. As in you'll save, you'll not spend. So these two are saying that if you get electricity from water, it will result into huge expenditure, but from atomic power you will end up saving the money. So in contrast is for this, isn't it? So 1 2 is clearly a pair, and also means electricity from coal, isn't it, is a problem because pollution, right? And then we are saying at the end, so 4 1 2, and then we are saying besides the mineral sources of the world. Mineral sources means from oil or wherever else, like coal, wherever else we are getting our electricity from by burning whatever, that is also being depleted. It's not like we have endless coal. Maybe for few years we will generate electricity through coal, but then that's it. After that we'll have to look for alternative sources, maybe water, maybe atomic power, maybe anything else, isn't it? So 4 1 2 and 3. 4 introduces the electricity from, you need main source is coal right now, but even if you take from water also, you'll end up spending a lot of money. However, if you take it from atomic power, you will save money. So but or however, and then besides, we don't have any other option, is what in 3 we are saying, isn't it? Question number 6, 1 minute to read. Okay, so when I read 5 basic competitive forces, these forces, isn't it? So 4 1 looks like a pair. Not all industries have the same potential. So I know that the sequence will not start with what potential. Same means what potential. We must be talking about that in earlier sentences, and then we will come to 3. So we can start reading with second. Intensity of competition in any industry is neither a matter of coincidence nor bad luck. That means that if there is a lot of competition in any industry, it's not a bad thing. Rather, competition in an industry is rooted in its underlying economic structure and goes well beyond the behavior of current competitors. So it's not nothing to do with how people are competing right now. It actually depends on economic structure, not on the people. It's not like these people are very aggressive and that's why they are fighting. No, depending on the economic structure of any industry, no matter whoever you include in this industry, people will end up fighting, right? People will end up competing with each other. So it depends on the economic structure of the industry that people are competing, or the intensity of competition depends only on this thing. Economic structure means profitability, how much profit you may get if you start working hard. It depends. If there's not a lot of money, people will not, isn't it, take that much effort. So it doesn't depend on the competitors, companies, people. It depends on the economic structure. Now the state of competition, so depends on, it's rooted in its, and then depends on 5 basic competitive forces. The collective strength of these forces determine the ultimate profit potential. in the industry where profit potential is measured in terms of long run returns on invested capital, as in where profit is dependent on what you have invested, right? There are some five forces which we are talking about. So where the potential in the industry, right, depends on this, and we are saying not, see, potential we are talking about here, that potential, and then not in every industry have the same potential. It's not like every time you'll put in money and you'll gain, right? Some, in some industries you can, in other industries mostly chances are you will not get anything. So about potential we are talking here. So 413, isn't it? Potential and potential, we have to, so the same potential is here. So 413 and 2 seems to be the opening sentence. So 413 will clearly come, and 2 I'll put at the start, because it talks about that intensity of the competition is not a coincidence, but actually it depends on economic, it's rooted in economic structure. It depends on five forces, these forces and potential we are talking about here. So very clearly 413 is, right, very much a sequence. Again, in the entire sequence, not able to find position of one sentence, okay, if you get 3 you'll automatically know where the rest of the sentence, like 2 here, should be put at the start or end. You just have to read carefully again, then don't get confused, okay, I've read 2 and I don't know. Read again if you've forgotten where should be put. Yeah, okay. Question number 7, students. Read all 4 sentences and figure out the main topic. After, while reading, also figure out the hint. Okay, so this it refers to what? If you read all the 4 sentences carefully, it talks about the state as in the government, isn't it? So main topic is that in countries like, for example, Gulf or Dubai, for example, let's say, where there's no tax actually, but let's assume there's very 5% tax on anything. So in any country where there's no tax or very less tax, for example, what does a state do, a government do in country where tax is very, very low? Right? Either the country is underdeveloped, that's why taxes are very less, or either the country has a lot of oil like Dubai, they don't need taxes from people, right, like that. So what does a government, state as in a government, do in a country where taxes is very low? It investigates income sources and spending pattern, then this sees, okay, how much income people have and how much they're spending based on that, right? So 2 is clearly, because we are starting with it all, this it refers to this only, so 2 is clearly the opening sentence here. One more common thing I'll just show you. We're talking tax authorities here, it talks tax authority here, no other sentence. Somehow 4334 should also be a pair, but we'll read and then we'll figure out. So yeah, it investigates sources, it tries to spy upon. How does it spy? Means jasusi karna, like to see secretly what they are doing. So they kind of secretly see their tax. How do they see? It's very generic. How do they spy? They actually encourage people. See, 4th is explaining how do they spy. They encourage people, or they could also encourage people to denounce as in to criticize the tax authorities if any conspicuously, very clearly. Means if we see very clearly any prosperous neighbor, any rich neighbor who we think may not be paying taxes, so then it will encourage people to criticize tax authorities and such people, like that. So basically exactly what the tax authority tries to do now, even if inconsistently or consistently. So basically a lot of tax authority do that because either they are getting money from that, like local police, how local police get some money from some rich people in that area and then they can save tax also on that, these kind of things also happen. So I'm just giving you an example of situation here of these 2 sentences. So very clearly 2 has to be the first sentence, 1 4 because 4 explains how exactly it, and then 4 3 are talking about tax authorities, So it has to be together, isn't it? So 2143. Question number 8, everyone. A minute to read. All right. Okay. Let's start solving. See, one thing I have observed here, the choice today is not between this, rather it's a choice between this, isn't it? So first few sentences are together, so 4 2 2 4 should be a pair. Uh, mm, this is what is important again. So looks like 3 should be the opening sentence. I'll write it here for a while because I'm not very sure. I'll read this and we'll see. It is significant that one of the most common objections to competition is that it is blind. Of course, although competition and justice may have little else in common, there's something in common. Okay, in third sentence we are saying, let's try to understand this. We are saying that okay, one of the problem with competition is that it is blind. People always say that competition has to be healthy, competition has to be healthy, but it is never healthy, right? No matter how much you want it. So one of the problem with competition is that it is blind. It does not see that okay, right now you can't compete or whatever. Competition is very ruthless. Isn't it? Dog eat dog world. That's how we, that kind of phrases we use for competitive world. So although competition and justice may have little else in servicing, although competition and justice, like these two things have something in common in terms of commendation of a competition as of justice, that is no respecter of persons, as in be it competition, even the person I'm competing with is weaker than me, right? Most of the time the person will not help the other person. Okay, this person is weaker, let's do the work together. No, the person will always try to compete, isn't it? And similarly justice, just because a poor person has done something wrong to a rich person, as a lawyer I'm not going to do anything in favor of poor person. If you have done something against the law, you have done something against the law, right? You will be punished whether you're a poor person and if rich person is getting away, isn't it? So basically one good thing about competition and justice is that it doesn't respect or it doesn't favor person. It is like detached as in towards people, as in if you have to compete you have to be better than other people, then you're not better because they are equally good, they are weaker, they are stronger. You're competing means you're competing, isn't it? And similar justice is also like that. Okay, so in 3 we are talking, and all 4 sentence also when we read step number 1, all 4 sentence when we read, what we came to know is we are talking about competition here for sure. That's the main topic. Now, so based on this, it looked like 3 should be the first sentence, but then since I found 2 4 or 4 2, isn't it a pair? So I'll read 4 2 first and then I'll figure out what should happen. If I feel 4 2 should come after 3, I'll write it here. The choice today is not between a system in which everybody will get. Okay, so when we are talking about competition, competition does not respect anyone, respect as in it does not go according to your competitors. In fact, it's not between a system in which everybody will get what he deserves according to some universal standard, and one where individuals share are determined by chance of goodwill. So it's not like you will get what you deserve, or your share, whatever you get in life, it will determine by how good a person you are, by some goodwill. No, these things don't determine anything, right? Whatever you're going to get, rather it's a choice between a system where it is the will of few persons that decide who is to get what, and where it depends on, at least partly, on the ability and enterprise of the people concerned. So it depends actually on two things. First we are saying, see, for example, if you are in a very limited kind of industry, right? How to say this, if your industry, for example, industry like finance, Bollywood, even if you're doing below average, somehow you'll end up earning much more than many other industries as an employee, even if you're a CEO, isn't it? Depends up किस industry में, depends you're in which industry. So first depends on very few people, few as in politicians and everyone, depending on the economy of your country also, isn't it? No matter how good you're doing as an employee, you can't earn as much as a person is earning in a developed country, even if that person is doing average work, isn't it? So few person, as in few authorities, government, maybe authorities of your industry, they decide who will get how much somehow. First is the second, it also depends on the enterprise of the people, as in how much you are willing to work hard, isn't it? So maybe you'll not earn a lot, but compared to your peers in the same industry, you'll earn maximum because you'll be giving that kind of output. So your hard work, whereas in which kind of industry you are in, that these things decide. So what does not decide, some universal standard of goodwill doesn't decide how much you will get. What you will get from a certain industry, from any competition, anything will be depending on the system, how the system, your economy, your industry is doing very new or not, all those things, and your, of course, your personal hard work, right? That. So this is important because in a system of free enterprise, right? Here we are talking about enterprise and no other sentence. So 2 1 is also clearly pair, 4 2 1. So in a system of free enterprises, I'm doing my own business. Whatever money or revenue I'll generate, I'll give some tax to the government, and the rest is my money. I am not talking about it. I do whatever you want. So free enterprise means my thing. Like, I'm not answerable for my money to anyone. So when there's a system of free businesses, free enterprise based on private property, chances are not equal, and there's indeed a strong case for reducing the inequality of opportunity. And then that happens. For example, somebody is inheriting bungalows, properties from their forefathers, and the other person is not. Then inequality will always be there. And then there we have to reduce the inequality, isn't it? So that's what we are talking about. See, one is an example of this entire situation, right? So actually it should be 3 4 2 1, because 1 is clearly an example of what we are saying here. That 3 talks about that competition. Why in competition we don't actually see or do according to any person, right? Competition, especially in businesses, there is always a competition, isn't it? And we are saying in competition, whatever you get, it does not decide, depends on your goodwill or universal standard, and world will decide, or whatever is destined, whatever is decided for you by God, you will get. No, it depends on the industry you are in, it depends on the hard work you're doing. 2 is saying that, and 1 is giving you the example. That's why sometimes when some people have more and other people have less, there is a scope, and there only actually we can do something to reduce the inequality of opportunity. Otherwise it's going to be like that, isn't it? Because competition is always, is not a respecter of person, and that's why we need to do this. So this is where we are going. So 1 is an example of why we look at competition, why competition happens. That's what we are saying in 342. All right. Question number 9, everyone. A minute to read. Find out the main topic plus the hint. Okay, so in all these four sentences after reading, I think we are talking about this new policy. Objective of what? Objective of what? Simple, right? We are talking about the new economic policy. This is my main topic. So one should be the first sentence. What does it say? The new economic policy comprises the various policy measures and changes introduced since July 1991. There is common thread running through all these measures, right? So we are saying the new economic policy includes a lot of measures, a lot of more policies within it, a lot of changes introduced it since July 1990. Now what are the measures, what are the changes have we taken, that we are saying in 234. So the ultimate goal, objective means the goal of this policy is to improve the efficiency of the system. This is our goal. How exactly are we improving the efficiency of the system? See, now one thing I'll just show you what we are saying is competition. Competition, right? We're talking about this. So we are saying so far whatever policy we had in 1991, all those things, a regulatory mechanism involving multitude of, because there was a lot of control, it has fragmented. Fragment is broken the capacity and reduced competition even in private sector. So because we are saying, because there were so many controls that even private sectors were not able to compete that much with each other, and if there's no competition, of course there will be so much restriction and control, of course they will not be able to perform well, generate revenue for the country and for themselves. So regulatory mechanism, because there was so much regulation and rules so far, so much control, it has broken the capacity and ability to do competition even in the private sector, and in government of course it's like, it's gone case scenario. So thrust also, now the new policy is going to increase the competitive environment as a means to improve productivity and efficiency of the economy. So how exactly they're going to improve the efficiency? That so far the capacity of competition was reduced, but now the new policy is going to increase the capacity so that companies have more productivity, they work better, and then increase the efficiency of the economy. If companies will do good work, they will get more revenue, from that more tax to the government, better will be the economy, isn't it? So I think this is straight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Question number 10, everyone. Clearly, again, in this case, we should start with first, I guess, not 2 or 3. Either 1 or 4. Okay, one thing, we always go general to specific. First, we'll introduce the idea and then we'll explain that idea either with examples or with some more details, right? Or we take it ahead. Right? Specific doesn't always means example, it means to take the idea further. So, one is clearly the opening sentence. The necessity for regional integration in South Asia is underlined by the very history of the last 45 years since the liquidation of the British Empire in this part of the world. What we are saying is that South Asia, like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, that's South Asia, Sri Lanka, we are talking about this. So the necessity of regional integration of South Asia is underlined by the very history of the last 45 years. So basically in last 45 years, when the British Empire has left us for good in this part of the world, we know, okay, since there is a lot of disunity, right? Why there is a disunity, how there, for example, partition happened, right? 45 or some years ago, more than that actually. In Indian subcontinent, Pakistan, so this is just an example of disunity. Right? There is more disunity, but this is just one example. Pakistan was formed in that very area which the imperial powers, Britishers, had always marked out as a potential base for operations against the Russian power in Central Asia. So basically, after the partition, Pakistan was the right place or a right base to attack the Russia, is what we are trying to say, right? That okay. Then what we are saying is, because of this disunity, right? The other disunity which we are talking about in the first, and that there has been, we need regional integration because there has been disunity in the south. So because of this disunity and ill will among South Asian neighbors, like I don't know very politically, but just as an example, let's say we do not like Sri Lanka, for example. Sri Lanka doesn't like Bangladesh. Bangladesh doesn't like us. We don't like Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't like. Because of this disunity, and specifically India and Pakistan very clearly don't like each other, isn't it? Great powers, some great powers, we don't know who, from outside the area could meddle into their affairs, into means our affairs, India Pakistan affairs, and thereby keep neighbors apart. So then other countries are acting as monkeys between two cats. They're interfering in our matter and then trying to keep us further apart. How, which great power is keeping us, how they're keeping us apart, is basically told in 3 and 4. See now, it needs to be added as a part. So actually 1, 2 is clearly apparent. After that, since I've read all 4 sentences, I feel it's 4, 3. I'll explain why. As a part of the Cold War strategy of the US. So who? US. Pakistan was sucked into Washington's military alliance spreading over the years. So basically, Pakistan alliance as in a tie-up. So Pakistan tied up or collaborated with Washington or US military alliance, right? With their army, and Pakistan army kind of did a tie-up. Now, so what? Right? So what? So it needs to be added in this tie-up. It's not like the soldiers were learning and all those basic training was happening. No, no. It needs to be told to you, added, that bountiful, a lot of abundant, a lot of supply of sophisticated arms that emboldened, has made the Pakistan strong to go for warlike aggression. Bellicosity means aggression towards India, because US gave them. So first they did alliance, they did collaboration, and because of this collaboration they got a lot of arms, weapons to go against aggressively towards India, is what we are saying. And that is how, so here in 2 we are saying that some great powers use this disunity, this problem, and keep the neighbors apart. How, who is using, how they are using, is saying, we are saying in 2, like 3, 4. So 2, 4, 3, that they are doing the alliance. In 4, because of this alliance they got some arms to go aggressively towards the India. And 2, we are saying some countries, some great powers. Which great power? That we are saying in the other sentence. In the main topic, that regional integration is needed because these other countries, outside countries like US, is taking advantage of this. That's the main topic, so it has to come at the start. Now let's move to next question, everyone. Okay, let's start solving. Now when we look at the first few words, but it's means whose report, but must be contrasting to something, isn't it? So again, if you read the sentence a little more, and then this one, very much it looks like 4 should ideally be the opening sentence. Let's start reading by this. The UK has committed to reduce emissions to net zero by 2050, to a 78% cut by 2035 and 68% cut by 2030. So UK has decided to reduce pollution, emission. When we are saying, students, it means UK has promised to reduce their pollution to almost zero by 2050. So they will do it slowly, 78% by 2035, and then rest, right, more 68% by 2030, like that. Okay. Now again, we do not know who its reports, isn't it? So right now, after 4, 2 cannot come, maybe 1 or 3. So let's read. A new vocational infrastructure will be required to reverse decades of neglect. What neglect? So I think that is something, if we read all four sentences, we are saying in three. As a study released this week, so study released this week by Onward Think Tank, some magazine, someone, right? So study released by this organization points out these goals. What goals? That 78% by this year, 68% by this year, net zero by 2050. So these goals will only be achieved through a labor market revolution in skills and training, which shows no signs of happening anytime soon. That means pollution can be reduced only if people will be given right skills and training. If everybody is working in factory, of course the pollution will happen more, isn't it? If people are working now, see, of course that will happen, but people have right skills, right way to use technology, then factories also will keep such kind of machines that so that we don't emit that much, we don't create that much pollution, isn't it? So we need to first of all bring some skills and training into people as well, so that we can, which is not happening. So why UK is committed? Because they're not taking the steps, right? To reach these goals, they have to do this, they have to upskill people, they have to train people, which is not happening anytime soon. Now its reports means whose reports? This Onward Thinking reports. So its reports qualifying for the race for net zero estimates that 3.2 million workers employed in sectors such as construction, manufacturing and transport will soon need to upskill or retrain. So basically its report clearly saying if any country has to reach net zero pollution, that they are very green country, not doing any pollution, they'll have to upskill or retrain their people for that. And how to upskill? See, a new vocational means job, where you're training people for job training, where you're training people. Like here I'm not training you for work, I'm training you for an exam, but there are certain courses where they directly train you for the job and then you get the job right immediately after the course. So vocational infrastructure will be required to reverse decades of neglect of the further education sector. So basically we need vocational infrastructure as in rather than school colleges, of course that is there, but there should be some buildings, some institutions where people are learning job related skills, right? So they are being skilled, they are being upskilled, they are being trained, and to open up traditionally male dominated areas of skilled manual work to women, and even more women should also be included in that work. Then only everybody will work, everybody will be trained, everyone will be upskilled, and that's how it is. It might be possible that a country like UK or any other country can reach a net zero pollution, otherwise it's not possible. So how did we solve? We got hints. See, we read everything, we got hints in 2 and 3 sentence. In 2 it was its report, whose reports we do not know. In 3 but, right? So contrasting. So you're saying UK has committed that they will reduce the pollution, but the steps they should do to reach these goals. So I'll just highlight the hints with red. So these goals, right, was and but, then it's from that. But the step they should take to reach these goals are not even started. They have not even started. So now its report means this. So very clearly we are getting 4 3 2, and then automatically we'll get 1 at the end, isn't it? 4 3 2 1, like that. Now question number 12. I'll give you a minute to read. I try to find out the hint. One hint, either a pair or a starting or ending sentence, or maybe 2 sentences which have the same word, same meaning, right? But, and, these, those, etc. Okay, 1 and 2 cannot be the opening sentence. That leaves that 3 or 4. Now, soul consolation. Consolation is as in the soul relief, the soul solution, maybe the only. Soul means the only solution, something like that. Solution to what? There must be some problem first, isn't it? The soul, if I say the only consolation I have in this situation is that I still have some time for cat, means the only relief I have, the only solution, good solution or good idea, that good option I have, like that. So it doesn't look like an opening sentence based on information. This because of that, this is because of information. So we'll start reading with fourth first. The Indian Meteorological Department has forecast a normal southwestern. So Indian Meteorological Department has forecast a normal monsoon, while the Food and Agriculture Organization World Food Price Index hit an 83-month high in April. On both these fronts, rainfall and prices, see, they are saying rainfall will be normal, right? They are saying prices will hit a high. So the outlook for agriculture, at least option for agriculture for farmers, remains favorable, that basically monsoon will be normal, so you can grow, prices will hit highs, and you can sell your crops, fruits, vegetables at right prices, you will get some profit as well. So good news for agriculture field, for people in agriculture, for farmers, everyone, right? Great. So this is overall a good thing, isn't it? Positive sentences. um Now, so where is this consolation? As in, there should be some problem. So when we read all three sentences, there is a problem. So although monsoon will be good, prices will be good of everything, but there's one, but that leaves one source of unsurety, one doubt. What is that doubt? Okay, monsoon will be good and everything, but the spread, intensity and duration of the pandemic, but right now pandemic is going on, so maybe this paragraph was written in 2020 or 2021. See, there is written also. Okay, so it was a, so basically we're saying in this 2020 year, rainfall will be good, prices will be good, but then who is going to buy, isn't it? Of course you can grow your vegetables, crops, fruits, but who is going to buy? Because of, we are doubtful because of this pandemic situation, isn't it? So 4-1 is what clearly a pair. Now between 2 and 3 we'll read both and then we will figure out. See, that needless to add is a best case scenario. What is a best case scenario? This problem is a best case scenario, or this option fourth is best case scenario. So just for that, of course, after 1 we cannot put 2, right? 1 tells us a problem. That's not a best case scenario. So let's read 3 first and then figure out. The only consolation as of now, so only solution is solution as in as of now, is that the main Kharif planting season will begin only from mid-June with the arrival of monsoon rains. If the current wave, what current wave? Of the pandemic. If the pandemic current wave subsides by then, as in decreases, things should not turn out too bad. As in, pandemic will be lesser, people will go out, buy fruits, vegetables, crops and everything. So then things should not be that bad. And that is the best case scenario. What is the best case scenario? This is the best case scenario, including for tractor, not just for crops, for tractor as also FMCG, FMCG industry, cement companies, right? Basically anything which kind of do very well on rural demand, right? In rural area, farmers buy, see, they'll get money, they'll buy tractors, they'll buy more foods, FMCG, cement, they'll make their houses, right? All these things. So that is good. So this is the best case scenario if at all this current wave subsides, it decreases, isn't it? So 4-1, 3-2. What is the best case scenario, which is written in option 3? So meaning, vocabulary, everything is needed. A lot of students say, "Ki, how do I connect these two?" There are no common words, but sometimes you will get common words. Other times you just have to connect by meanings. Two sentences need to convey either similar meaning, or they have to say something on same topic, and that's why they are together. Okay, question number 13. Read all 4 sentences and find one hint at least. This is not an opening sentence. 1, no. 3, these, no. Instances, some cases. What cases? Clearly 2 should be the opening sentence right here. Okay, let's read to documents obtained by the Intercept and New York focus under New York's Freedom of Information. Okay, a lot of very lengthy name of a particular organization. Documents obtained by someone something something show that Egan is one of 27 former law enforcement officers to be decertified by state regulators and then rehired by another police department or public safety. So one situation we are saying that there was a person Ian, one document we have obtained that he was decertified. Decertified is suspended. He did something wrong. He was suspended, and now again he is being hired by another police department for public safety, something else. So what happens basically from this particular example or instance situation, what do we understand that in some instances, new employers means new bosses or managers, new departments. For example, I'll just write bosses. They don't even know that the officer they are hiring उनको पता ही नहीं होता, they don't even know that this person has been decertified. It's not like people are hiring in spite of knowing. So this one person was suspended for doing something wrong, and now this person is being hired again. And we are saying the in some cases new people don't even know that this person we are hiring has been blacklisted, has been suspended, something like that. So these rehires, right, whoever they are hiring again, these rehires point to the, so what does it show? That means there's a lack of oversight of the so-called as in wandering officers and officers who have been suspended doing nothing. Nobody is actually inspecting them or doing any background check on them. So first it shows no background check. Second, there's no current decertification system in New York, as in one system, one software in computer where we can check, okay, which all officers are being decertified or suspended or blacklisted so that we don't hire them. Nothing. If somebody is decertified here, can join there. From there, here. So there is no system and nobody is inspecting or doing any background check for these officers as well. This shows that. So this entire situation, it refers to this entire situation that now overall what's the thing? That means police can get away with their misconduct. It basically shows that even if police does something wrong, they may be blacklisted, suspended or decertified, but then they will be hired again after some time by other department because there is no system for decertification, right? There's no oversight. That's what it says. So this person is saying the same thing. So very clearly based on the first few words, 2 is the first sentence. And we are saying why they are hiring? Because they don't know, they're unaware. Why they are unaware? Because there is a lack of decertification system, isn't it? System. And that shows police can get away with their misconduct. So 2, 4, 3, 1. Let us solve question number 14, students. I'll give you a minute to read once. Who we? Who is saying we are exploring, we also declare. The form, which form? We are talking about Twitter here. Right, that this Twitter is saying something if you read all 4 sentences. So first the hint is what Twitter is saying. Right, so all this goes for Twitter. Let's read 2 first. Okay. After giving in to the government's initial request to mass block, so basically somehow our Indian government, clearly we are talking about here based on the topic. So Indian government requested Twitter to please mass block accounts related to farm protests. According to this question, that anyone who is saying anything about that that bill came around 2 to 3 years back around regarding farming, they blocked all those accounts. After that, they chose to reverse course. Right. So citing its users' freedom of speech, they said no. Everyone has freedom of speech. If you're against something, write it. If you're supporting something, write it. But then again flip-flopped and again blocked everyone's accounts. In some cases, permanent deactivation. Like that, suspension. So first they blocked, then they unblocked, then they blocked again, right? That's what Twitter did. So why exactly did they do this? So then they released, see, they released a statement on this matter, right? And then we'll say what they said in this statement, that we are doing this, blah blah blah. So after two has to be three. They released a statement that will continue to advocate for the right of free expression on the behalf of the people we serve. So of the people we serve, as in whoever is part of Twitter, whoever has account on Twitter, of course we support right of free expression. But free expression doesn't mean that I abuse you, you abuse me, it should be okay because India is democracy. No, not all this BS. Of course, free expression is something which should be supported. At the same time, it should be done a certain way. It should not be, it should be a healthy conversation. You can disagree with me, but in a certain way, or I can disagree with you, but in a healthy manner. So that's what we are saying. So they are saying we, of course, advocate, support the right of free expression. So very clear, 2 3 and then 1 4 or 4 1. So we also, right, so we are exploring options under Indian law both for Twitter and for the accounts that have been impacted. So we are seeing the option what we can do for ourselves so that we can allow everyone to write what they want, and also the accounts we have blocked, we are seeing. Also we declare to remain committed to safeguarding the health. So they released the statement where they said this, we are doing this, and we also comes later that I'm doing question number 14, also will do question number 15. So also comes with the second statement, isn't it? So the health of the conversation. So but see, although we'll see what we'll do for the account impact when suspended, but health of conversation occurring on Twitter has to be good, and strongly believe that tweets should flow. People should tweet, but in a slightly, in good manners, polite, or in a very educated manner, I guess, right? That's what they're trying to say. So because of also 4-1, I'll keep like this rather than 1-4, basically. Good question, relatable. I think all of us can relate, because during COVID, people have no work except to, like fight with each other on Twitter. A lot of celebrities also were writing, and some of them got blocked by Twitter. Okay, question number 15. I'll give you a minute to read. Always take the hint. See, you can get hint, students, again the same thing. Only if you're reading regularly, be it reading comprehension, para-jumble, summary, odd one out, any question. If I don't understand the sentences on time, right, correctly, and that too on time, how will I be able to find the hints in that? It's easier said than I'm saying, okay, read and find the hint. But if you're not into the habit of reading, you will take at least 2 minutes, 1.5 to 2 minutes just to find hints and make a pair or maybe a sequence. Whereas in that time, you should be done with the question. Yeah, okay. So tell me one hint here. See, the answer to meet this demand, which demand? Not an opening sentence. While nahi hoga, isn't it? So when I read 1 and 2, Rio 2016 is a very specific example of World Cup and big events like Olympics, isn't it? First, we are generally saying that big events like World Cup, Olympics have the power not only to draw large audiences. So whenever there's World Cup happening, football matches happening, Olympics is happening, everybody watches them. If nobody is going to that country, people will watch through their TVs, isn't it? So it can draw large audiences. More than 50 million people in the UK watched London 2012 for more than 15 minutes, but also to capture the public mood. So basically people watch, it draws audiences, it capture the mood, as in everybody's talking about that, all the discussions are happening on Twitter and different platforms, social media platforms. Basically it catches a lot of attention. Fine. So very generic statement that big events catches a lot of attention for audiences and everything. Now we are getting into example that the Rio 2016 will offer far more ways to view events through rising access to TV and digital connected. So we are seeing this particular event you can view, of course you can directly go to the stadium or through TV, digital connectivity, phone, your if you have some apps like Hotstar, I don't know, which in some apps, isn't it? They live stream Geo, right? That or Sony, I guess, right? These two to three, except Netflix, right? Almost in all these digital OTT platform, they show these events live. So we are saying they will give you far more ways to view events through raising access to this and this. Okay, but see now this is again very generally we are saying first this Rio 2016 is an example of World Cup and big events. Then we are saying then for this we have an example of Hawaii and Tata. And while there's an increased demand for sponsorship of the top events, for example, from Asian companies like Hawaii and Tata expanding their global markets, the number of big ticket events remains flat, right? So we are saying now people also give sponsorship that, okay, you post our poster on the stadium and then we'll give you some money for right anything which it can be used anywhere for the maintenance or for whatever in the stadium like that. So like that, so they get a lot of sponsorship from companies like Hawaii and Tata in the global markets. Of course these events get a lot of money in sponsorship, but the big ticket event remains flat, as in if I have a plan of in my TV, if I have a plan of 300 rupees, for example, I have these 30 channels. Now in this particular channel, whether I watch a World Cup, I watch a Olympics, cricket match, football match, a serial, a movie, I'm not paying anything extra because I'm watching Olympics. The price remains flat. So although this World Cup and big events draw a lot of audience. For example, this event will actually give access to TV and everything, but the prices remains the same. So answer to meet this demand. So now how do we solve this problem? Has been to increase supply through allowing more sponsor. That means we should just Hawaii, Tata and such few we need. This is not enough. We need to add more sponsors per event by adding per event is per day by adding more categories, for example restaurant, right? So maybe on day one you can show all the advertisements on TV of all the restaurants. Second day IT, timing systems, audio visual equipment, something make it more better and something so that they end up earning more, because right now and because of TV and digital connectivity the prices remains flat, price remains the same. So they need to add more sponsors. Just showing two ads of Hawaii and Tata, for example, or maybe four ads for that matter, will not be able to optimize the demand, right? Or the kind of people they are watching. If a lot of people are watching this World Cup, 50 million people approximately, they can do better business by adding more sponsors of different categories rather than just two to three, isn't it? So first there's a problem, we are saying problem that price remains flat, that they get only that much money apart from sponsorship, so that's what they can do. So 3 4 is clearly 4 is a solution to the problem given in 3. 1 talks about very generic that big events draw a lot of people. For example, Rio is going to draw people and give access to TV, but through TV prices are the same, so get more sponsors, right? So 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4 is the sequence. Question number 16, everyone. Okay. One hint I've got, but it is back. What is back? Again. So 4 and something before 4. If I get this, getting sequence will be easier. So I'll give you 1 minute to read all 4 sentences. Try to figure out a pair maybe. So I think it clearly refers to Carrara marble, right? We are saying it fell out of favor with later artists. As in earlier people used to use this marble used in Renaissance, Neoclassical, Renaissance 16th century, means older times. Neoclassical sculptures fell out of favor. So for some later artists did not use this marble. Why? Because of time it takes to chisel and hammer to discover the shape. Basically, you have to work harder on this marble to get into desired shape hidden in the marble that Michelangelo saw. So that is the problem. Like it is difficult to work with this marble, right? That. But we are seeing now it is back again. Thanks to AI powered robotic arms with engineers in the background that have given a fillip to the country's most valued export. As in, we are saying these marbles or this particular marble is back. Why? Because of AI powered robotic arms. What does this mean? So, we are saying, so see very clearly 3, 4, just based on the first few words, 3 and 4 is a sequence, right? 3, 4 is a sequence. But this sentence is slightly difficult to understand. We're saying thanks to these robotic arms with engineers in the background. Engineers will say, I am the engineer, I am at the background, and these arms, some thanks to these arms, because of which this marble is back, that have given a fillip to the country's most valued export. As in, this is back again, people are using it and this is being exported to other countries. Why if it is difficult to use, why the export has increased? Why am I thanking to robotic arms? What is it? So although 3, 4 is clearly a pair, but fourth second half sentence is very difficult to understand. So let's read 1 and 2, maybe it will give us a better idea. The founders and employees of the robot producing company, okay, so people who make robot, so these people are convinced that Italy's art as in this marble and everything, exports need this technology. They think this marble need this technological boost, and the art or the pieces or the material they use, they need. Okay, fine. How exactly by exporting it's being used, what people are doing? So well-known artists are commissioning the robot. So basically, let's say I'm a famous artist who makes sculpture and everything. I am using these robots, hiring these robots or using these robots to execute the hard work of giving their design shape. So I want that, okay, robot, make hand out of this marble or make a face out of this. So the AI robotic arm will do that, and then after once it is done, I'll give human hand will give the finishing touch so that it looks more real, something which a human can do, robot cannot do. So first the overall work, major work will be done by robots. Okay, so now we understand from 1 and 2 that, okay, why we are thanking this. So 3, 4, and we are saying thanks to these people are saying it needs this technological boost. Why technological boost is needed? Why you're giving technology to this marble? Because then these robotic arms will they'll design the shape, and then the artists will give the finishing touches. Okay, 1 and 2. Question number 17, everyone, please read it once. Together they, one hint we have got. They who? So nothing like they retain fourth. Right? People, nothing. If I read to China and the US, so both maybe they were talking about. Here John Kerry. No, see, initiatives we are saying they are responsible. People are responsible. Some countries are responsible. So not for this. So 2, 3 is one pair. 2, 3 is one pair. Let's read 2, 3. The biggest carbon emitter remains China, where totals are still rising, and the US, whose emissions are falling but historically far exceed China's. Means per capita, as in we are saying right now the biggest pollution creating country is China, right, where it's only further increasing. So let's assume, see, just to explain this sentence, let's assume China is emitting 10x of any other country and US is emitting 100x, right? US whose emissions are falling, why I'm saying 100x, although it's falling, but historically far exceed China, as in US earlier used to do pollution of 200x, so now they have reduced. It's falling, but still it's much more. And China is doing 10x, but still it is rising. It's okay. So China and US are doing maximum pollution. How much? Right, maximum, that means 40% of global, as in whatever pollution is there on earth, 40% of that comes from only China, and China and US, they are responsible. So without them, as in these two countries, nothing decisive is achieved. So no matter how much India does to reduce pollution, other countries do, it is not going to matter, because these who is doing the most pollution, they need to do something about it, isn't it? So okay, 2 3 is clearly a pair. Now okay, so if nothing, so without them nothing decisive, right, is achievable. So how, so they need to do something together, that's what comes to our mind. So if an adequate agreement can still be reached, if can still be reached, if they can come to an agreement, then COP26 may yet to be some mission of reducing pollution, but the clock is ticking and the stakes are getting very ever means we don't have much time, and because of these countries, we all of us are facing global warming, right? So they need to take quick decision. So maybe for, let's read one. The US climate change special, so climate change personal representative John Kerry is pledging extra money to support global climate initiatives. He's saying we'll put extra money, right? But he's saying there'll be no trade off with China on human rights in order to secure a stronger climate deal. But we are not going to collaborate with China, or like, no matter what, we are going to reduce the pollution on our own, but we are not doing it with China. China can decrease their pollution on their own, will decrease individually. We are not doing any business trade off or anything with China on human rights or whatever like that. So we are saying, so both are responsible, but if still an agreement can be reached, but still if they do it, they need to do it faster. That means first he's saying no agreement, but if still it can be reached, isn't it? So 1 4, so I'll just write 2 3 1 4. Question number 18, everyone. A minute to read. The social content as he who, birdie who, the company birdie, right? So this will not be the opening sentence, this will not be, looks like 3 should be the opening sentence. Okay, let's read 3 and then see what should come. The company Birdie, co-founded in 2017, offers a bespoke app. Okay, this Birdie is what? It's an app to decentralize medical data about a patient's care, so it's more easily accessible to carers and users, as well as allow carers to publicly log their visits and get prompted on necessary tasks. As in, any nurse, doctor, caretaker you have at home or at hospital, sometimes we have to take files and then switch through hospitals, and then initially 2 to 3 days will be wasted just to see your case, and then your treatment will start. Then it is not working out, you'll change the hospital, then again 1 week will go in just seeing the past case scenario by everyone, and then something new will happen. So now they have made this Birdie app, where they have centralized your care, your problem, your disease, how many times a doctor or nurse has visited you, what all medicines have, every single detail will be at one place, no matter which hospital you're going to, right, what services you're using, like that. Okay, so this is introducing the idea. Okay, um I still don't know who he. So I'll read one or two first. So currently when care staff visit a home, right, care staff visit a home, there's a huge array of paper admin tasks and complicated IT systems that chew up the time they can spend with patients. So right now they have to do this. So whatever I explained. So why they have to decentralize? Because of this problem. So Bertie hopes that a centralized app can cut. So here we just have a problem that it just chew ups a lot of time. So then this can cut down this wasted time. Improve the quality of at-home care and ensure elderly people can live at home and avoid entering care homes for as long as possible. So they can be cared at their home, which is much more comfortable that rather than going to care homes and all those places, because that's not that comfortable. That's what Birdie wants. So people can visit them, carer nurses can visit them and then give them right treatment at their home. That's why they are centralizing. So very clearly I think we got the answer. We don't even need right to read 4, but let's just read it. So the social contract is broken as he explains it. We are supposed to look after our elders and we build care homes that were not things that existed for us. So again, we are not very sure who from Birdie it is he, but then they are saying that here we talk about care homes. So after that only we are talk about care homes. So fourth is not a very direct hint from 1. 3 to 1 is clearly a sequence. So whether we read 4 or not, it should come at 4. At the same time, somebody is saying that we need to look after our elders right at home, and whatever care homes we have built, okay, the all old people can stay here and everything. It was not used to be there earlier. People used to, grandparents and everyone used to live with their families. That's what they're saying, and that is why they want that elderly people should be taken care of at their home, not at, and avoid entering care homes, isn't it? So why they want it? So the reason for first statement is given in fourth, right? Although this he is not very clear. So we need to understand that they can pick up from an article, they can pick up any 4 sentences. So maybe this person was there in the first sentence, they skipped this, they picked up second, third, fourth, fifth line and rearranged it. So we never got the name of this person, isn't it? So that's why parajumble is also known as logical continuation, that what should be the logically next sentence out of the given sentences. There is no best sequence as such. So in 1 we're talking about they should avoid entering care rooms, and then 4 we are saying that this was a thing of the, this was never there and now it is being built, which is not right. Question number 19, everyone. So first hint is this what points to the need. So this points to the need for separate mechanism beyond the Model Tenancy Act that ensures the provision of safe and good quality rental units for tenants while ensuring a fair economic return for homeowners. That rent should also be good, but then safe house should also be safe. So why there's a need for safe houses? So low quality of these units, rental unit means house, is a major threat to the safety of the low income group. So how it is a threat? Basically, if you're staying in a house which has very less rent, of course your owner will not maintain it and it can collapse on you any day. It can break, something can happen. So it is quite kind of scary situation. That's what. So problem threat is something. So this threat, this points to the need of safe and good quality rental units. Hidden migrants living. Okay, so it looks like 2 1 is a pair. We'll just read 3 and 4 once. I think like very from the sentences, four should be the ideally opening sentence. I'll just read it once. The meager means very low rents that homeowners are allowed to charge under the rent control laws are the reason behind a large number of dilapidated, means broken housing, broken and collapsible housing units, and chawl, such as the case in Mumbai. So basically, they can take a certain minimum rent like 500 rupees per month or something like that. I don't know, 1,000 rupees per month. They can take, especially in places like Mumbai, and that's why they take that much rent. They never maintain it, and especially there are broken houses and very bad quality houses, housing units, in especially in Mumbai, is what we are saying. As the Model Act has been circulated by the central government amongst the states, it is yet to be seen what changes are incorporated by the latter by this act to suit the local context. As in, again, depends on in which area you're staying, isn't it? In some areas the rent is higher, some areas lesser. So of course there's an act on rent, how much they can, but we do not know how it will suit a certain area. That's what we are saying, isn't it? So fine, it doesn't go with this. I think after this, because there are minimum rent, because of this low rent, people are not maintaining it, are not improving the quality of the housing, which is a threat. And this threat, we need to, because of this threat, we need to have a safe, there should be provisions for safe and good quality rental units, as well as increase the rent a bit. It's okay, fair economic return for homeowners also, there should be something like that. So very clearly 4 2 1, isn't it? And then 3, and we are saying there should be provision, and then this model act has been circulated. So because there's a need for the act, this act has been circulated. So 4 2 1 3. Yeah. Yeah. Question number 20, everyone. I'll give you a minute to read. So main topic here is how food is the number one thing, number one commodity or product everyone buys. Even if you're not into consumerism, you're not a person who spends a lot of money, food is something even you buy, isn't it? So that's what we are saying. So in other media, right? And one media is here: spot television, network, advertisements, premium advertising, other forms of. So 2 4 is a pair. Um, so foods are, first we say foods are the most advertised group of, or most advertised product in the US. That's what we are saying. Most advertised product, as in they lead in expenditure for network, spot television advertisements, discount coupons. Means coupon also, if you have, you will be have, like for Reliance Mart, D Mart, something like that. Trading stamps, contest, everything is around food. So basically there's a lot of marketing, advertising, and a lot of consumerism around food, right? So food is the most advertised product. In fact, in all these media you will see the contest, coupons, everything for food. In other media like newspaper, magazine, newspaper supplements, billboard, right, food advertising expenditure rank near the top, as in people who advertise for food actually spend most of the time, right? Most of the money. Expenditure remains near the top. Again, this line has been explained here. Food manufacturers spend more on advertising than any other manufacturer group. And the nation's grocery store ranked first among all. So among all shops, you can ignore all the shops, but not the grocery shop, isn't it? So even they rank one, no matter in which area they are in, among all retailers. This always works, right? So whatever is written in 4 has been explained in 1 very clearly, and 3 seems to be a very generic, that food is the most advertised group. Why it is most, that people are spending more, why, where they spending, television, magazine, etc., that we are saying. So it should be 3, 2, 4, 1. Question number 21, everyone. This is story type, so this should not be very difficult. So the unsuspecting governor refers to RBI governor. What came out from what? From the box. Isn't it? Very like fine question, easy question. When the RBI governor came to inaugurate the new printing press, the local unit of the BJP handed him a gift wrapped box. So they gave it. So RBI governor got a gift wrapped box. So he opened, first he has to open the box. He got the box, he has to open the box in full view of gatherers, in front of people. And what came out from that box was a garland of currency notes. Garland means what? Of flowers, you know, what people wear on when to invite or welcome someone, that of currency notes. And these notes, there was a twist. The notes were all as tattered as notes could get, and they were very but twisted and not in very good condition. So good, bad, whatever the condition of these notes, currency notes, we are saying here. So first full currency, and then how notes work, that we are saying here, isn't it? So 4 has to come at the end. He got a box, he opened the box. What is in the box? 3, 2, 1, 4. This was easy. Question number 22, everyone. Okay, they means who? Computer users. So most computer users develop disorders because they ignore warnings like tingling fingers when they're typing a lot, numb hands, sore shoulder because they're sitting like this all the time, right? All these. So most computer users get these disorders after some time. They refers to them only. They keep pointing and dragging until they think okay something is happening, but they drag it. Okay, it will get okay until tendons shaft. Tendons as in your bone connectors. They like they kind of shaft, I would say, how to say, they rub away. Scar tissue forms. Your muscles are being scarred, injured, along with bad habits that are almost impossible. Bad habits, like you're not sitting straight, all these things which are impossible to change. So all these things, when they basically go to the last limit of their health, ignoring all the health issues, computer users, then they start searching for relief like painkiller, ice, yoga, herbs, even surgery. But then it's too late. They need to start early. So why, what we are saying, but cures, so these cures we are saying are elusive, because repetitive injuries, I don't know what is repetitive injuries, present a bag of ills. But then if you have repetitive injury, then you will have some problem that then that will not be easy to test or get improved. Then it is not easy to test it or maybe treat it once it's like very late, or you're working on a problem after a long time. So very clearly 2, 3, 1, 4, right? Cure refer to 1. So thus begins the search. So when they know, okay, now it's too much, when it is impossible to change, then they look for the problems. So anyone who is sitting, any one of you also, this is a genuine health issue which has not been given due attention, I feel. Anyone who is sitting in front of computer for long needs to take a break after every 1 hour students, 1.5 hour. If you're standing and everything, that's okay. But if you're sitting, you need to take break to stretch, to just walk around the house or wherever you're working in your office. You have to do it. I mean, there's no other option. If you're not, especially if you don't exercise well, your physical activity is not that regular, at least take a walk, stretch after every 1 hour is what I feel. Question number 23. I'll give you 1 minute to read. Okay, one thing I can tell you for sure, it's always full name comes first and then the surname, right? That. So 3-2 is one pair. We'll read this. If Karl Marx was alive today, he would say that television is the opiate. Opiate is addiction. That if he would be alive today, he'll say television is the addiction of the people. People addicted to TV. Why? Because at his time, if he was alive today, if means we don't know who Karl Marx is right now, isn't it? If because he thought that religion in his time, he thought religion is the addiction. Everybody wants to be religious. Everybody wants to follow religion because it soothed people's pain. As in, okay, if you believe in God, He will solve your problem. Suffering, it soothed pain. Suffering prevented them from rising, and then religion teaches you to be submissive, to be nice. It doesn't teach you to be aggressive, isn't it? So people cannot fight also. So those are things that people were made addicted to religion in those times. So he's saying now it's a TV. If you keep watching TV, you'll not pay attention to what's happening in the country. If government is doing wrong, right, what's happening around me, I don't care. Let me just entertain myself. So now television is that thing which is addiction to people, so that people don't use their brain for right things, right? I mean, not country is very far, for themselves, for their career is also not possible because of television, social media, isn't it? That. So that's what he's saying. So 3-2 is clearly, yeah. So television, what we and similar any entertainment like social media, for example, reel, shorts, anything we are watching, are even more of an opiate because of the addictive. We are saying these are basically clearly all these things have addictive. So we are saying not just religion. In fact, television is a bigger addiction. If you're following religion, you'll behave a certain way, but still doing your things, isn't it? You're daily waking up, going to school, using brains. But if you're into phone only or television only, you're not using your brain anywhere at all. So author is saying that television or other entertainment are bigger addictions as compared to religion. More often opiate is bigger addictions. And if you're never used to having your stimulation coming in from outside, your mind never develops its own habits of thinking, as in you cannot be as in, okay, I saw a good video and I'm feeling happy and entertained. I saw a good reel or short, now I'm feeling. If I don't see my phone, I'm not feeling good today. If you'll have your stimulation coming from outside, right, then that's not good for your mental health. Your mind will never develop its own habits of thinking, reflecting. You have to sit alone without your phone every day for some time so that you can develop your own thinking, your thought process. That doesn't happen because the stimulation, right, that what we say, like, you know, that quick we get this quick happiness, quick gratification from social media. So we don't need to really do right things, hard work, anything like, no, which gives us a longer stimulation. We don't have to do that. We get quick stimulation from these outside like TV, social media, anything else like that. So he's saying generally that you religion, TV or whatever, your stimulation, your thinking, your behavior should not come from there. It should be internal, is what he's saying. So one has to be at the end. 3-2-4-1. So first he's saying television is an opiate and television is more of an opiate. He'll say it later. So 3-2-4-1. Question number 24. 1 minute to read. See, your first hint is this, second is this. Right, but cat is something I would say a little clever. They may give you slightly, like, you will not want to start reading with 2 or 4, but you never know. Sometimes it can start with these kind of sentences. Examiner is not your relative or friend. He can take the first sentence from that paragraph or passage or article from weird word like so, however. We'll feel how is this the first sentence? But it is his call, isn't it? From this article, he can start taking these 4 sentences and not these first few. So it can start with so, it can start with however. I'm just giving you a hint and idea that sometimes it may happen. Okay, 1 minute to read, everyone. Okay, so we are starting with a situation that no matter how much you want to kill someone, binding the obligation to that I have to kill this person, no matter what now. So, but members of feuding families, as in this is one group, this is one group, both are want to fight and kill each other, it engage in like mutual massacre, that they have pledged that either we will die today or we will you will die today, something. But then even they will be a little shocked if by chance while fighting by which is by chance a bystander or someone outsider just going, he is being killed, he or she is being killed, isn't it? Even they will be shocked because they want to kill each other, they don't want to kill anyone, but by chance, by mistake, someone outsider will be killed. That is a problem. So a situation in which violence, so in any situation like this situation or whatever situation where violence happens and the nature of that violence tends to be clearly defined, so at least in theory, so at least if we okay, this is a, if we're defining the violence, okay, this fight is between two of us and this fight is between these two groups and not anyone else. So then it can be clear, is this a private fight or can anyone join in? So in such cases, risk is calculable. Okay, if we are saying it's a private fight, we know, okay, nobody is going to get hurt. If anybody can join, then anybody can be killed, like this. So you can calculate the risk, but only thing which cannot be controlled, cannot be calculated, is the force of those of social superiors to social inferior, like how superior people or rich people treat poor people. That exactly we cannot. Some people are superior, very rude, some people are very nice and very charitable, we do not know that. But even there he is saying there are some rules, there's some rules. It's not like people can maximum be rude, what else, or people can be very helpful, what else. So there, of course, there's a lot of variation, but still there is some limitation even in that case, isn't it? So we're starting with a situation that in such situations in which violence occurs, there should be some rules, because that makes the situation calculable. So then the only uncontrollable, uncalculable application can be this, but even there are certain things. So 1 2 3, see 4 1 and 2 3, yes, will be the sequence. Question number 25, everyone. This should be done within a minute, I feel. Not very difficult. See, one hint is eventually means finally. Okay, so we are seeing how business started and it made people rich. So trade started from person to person, as in I have a small shop, I'm selling you something, I have small shop of grocery, you have small shop of electronics, you're selling something, we are buying from each other. So business started from person to person and grew to involve different towns and different lands. So it was in my land, I'm someone who sells groceries. In that town, someone else is selling groceries. So that's how business started. First we are saying that. Then people found work in transporting the goods or selling them. So either I have something this town doesn't have, I'm giving it, or I want to set a shop for electronics and grocery both. So I'll ask you to give me some stuff, right? So there's some electronics, something so that I can have a bigger shop. So transportation or selling that started since people are selling and transporting. So right, people soon grew rich as a demand for products increased because they were selling, demand increased. So it says demand increased, the people grew rich. When people grew rich, they got a greater variety of things to choose from. Right. So then, of course, if you're more rich, you have more options. That's what we are saying. Right. So eventually means finally. So three has to come at the end. Two is should be the first sentence. They got rich because they were selling something, the demand of which increased. So 4-1. 4-1 and then 3, of course. Question number 26, everyone. 1 minute to read and find one hint. At this time, what was a utopian project? Okay, so at this time means what time? Nothing is given in 3. Here we're talking about a certain project. So French Revolution, right? 1-4 is a pair, clearly a pair. I'll write here. The quest to define units of measurement using constants of nature goes back to the creation of metric system during the French Revolution. So metric system started to be made in French Revolution. At this time, the ideology for liberty, equality, fraternity was accepted not just by revolutionaries but by scientists. So people wanted that nobody should fight. There should be freedom, equality, brotherhood, peace between people. That was the case, and then some measurement, right? Some metric system was in the making. So see, it was what was in utopian project, the metric system. This right 3-2. Just from the words, the metric system was created with the intention of liberating, as in liberating the common man and woman from the confusing and inconsistent weights measure of the old regime, as in time, weight. People were not sure. That's why this was fixed measurement was being was they wanted to make it. And this was a good project. Of course, if everyone gets a fair and same measurement, like it's not like I'm measuring it's 2 kgs, you're measuring is 2.3 kgs, for example. With its creators imagining that a shared system of weights and measures would unite the world, that shared isn't everybody's using the same weights, it will kind of unite the world, allowing for the free exchange of goods, information, like that, isn't it? That okay, I have given you 1,000 tons of something, now the price of that is that much, now this country will give me something else of similar value. So if we have same measurement of weight, we'll know the value of that, isn't it? So it what was a good utopian project? Utopian is a very good project. It can bring the world to newer heights. It can bring some development into the world. So it refers to this metric system. So 3-2 is clearly a pair, and 1-4 this time refers to French Revolution. So 1-4, 3-2. Question number 27, everyone. A minute to read. Such behavior, one hint. Okay, we are here very clearly talking about when parties view one another as enemies, mortal enemies, as in this party is my enemy, that party is my enemy. So when parties, see, they can be opponents. It doesn't mean people are going to kill each other. There will be competition. They may not like each other. Doesn't mean it's going to get violent. So basically, when parties view one another as mortal enemies, the stakes of political competition heighten. So then, of course, if I am competing with an enemy, the competition will get much higher, isn't it, for me? So competition will get much higher. Losing stops to be a routine. Then people, nobody wants to lose. Like sometimes it's okay to lose with your loved ones, but nobody wants to lose to a competitor or an enemy. And accepted part of the political process, and instead becomes a full-blown catastrophe. But then so many things they do against each other, so much politics, that it leads to some disaster, right? Like that. So okay, right, maybe four. Let's read one first. If this behavior, I don't know, such behavior refers to what, so we'll read one first. When the perceived cost of losing is sufficient, but then if a party feels that okay, we might lose and cost of losing is very high, politicians may be tempted to abandon forbearance, as in they will not let go of their enemy. Anything wrong they do, they'll tell in this speech to everyone in the world, isn't it? And play constitutional hardball, as in this person has done wrong, right? Put this person in jail. This person will put this person in jail. That's what politicians keep on doing. So when your opposite party is your enemy, competition gets higher. When competition gets higher, you cannot afford to lose, right, with your enemies, and then it leads to catastrophe. What kind of catastrophe? Then people play constitution hardball. They do not forgive or let go each other, as in whatever the other person is doing, you will say okay, this is not the rule, that is not the rule, that is not the constitution, isn't it? Like that. So 2 4 1, and then such behavior in turn might further undermine. So then it will, of course, the other person will also not tolerate. They will also say something you have done wrong, reinforcing. And then this kind of environment, when audiences are seeing, it kind of supports the false narrative or false belief that political rivals pose a dangerous threat, that can be dangerous, they kill each other. No, they do a lot of harm to each other by saying wrong things, but they're not really a dangerous threat as such. But then because of such environment, when the opposite party is an enemy, both are throwing verbal attacks towards each other, it looks like, right, it looks like they're dangerous threat and they can kill each other. But that may not be the case. They can do anything but kill each other. So 2 4 1 3 will be the sequence. Next question, everyone. 1 minute to read. Okay, let's start solving this question. If we see the first few words, it and its, we don't know what this it refers to. So also in 17th century, it was highly common. What was highly common for the guilds to, still this doesn't look like an opening statement. So very clearly, most probably, I guess, fourth should be the opening sentence. So we'll start reading with fourth. The painting militia company of District 2 under the command of Captain Franz something something. So this is very confusing. The painting and then very lengthy name of painting. So basically painting known as the Night Watch. Name of the painting is Night Watch, is probably this person's, Rembrandt's, most famous work. That's all I am saying. This particular painting, Night Watch, is Rembrandt's most or best work, right? That's what we are trying to say. Okay, now what about this painting we'll be saying in next few sentences, right? Okay, see, our first thing is we read everything, isn't it? So if you see, here why we are saying it's the most famous work, why are we saying it's the most famous work? Because it's status and critical acclaim, as in everybody said, yeah, like it is claimed to be the best work or very good work. So it's this famous, its fame, its critical acclaim have little to do. So why it got famous? So we are saying it got very famous, but why it got very famous? This is the reason is given here. It has little to do with its subject matter. What is basically what this painting is about? This painting is about a civic guarded group. So basically a guard group tasked with keeping watch on the city wall. So basically a lot of guards are standing on the walls, city walls, and somebody has made a painting out of it. Rembrandt has made a painting. So here we are giving the title. What is there in the painting? Details are there in the next sentence, right? That. That we are saying. Now, what exactly are we saying? The fourth thing. Now, 1 2 or 2 1. See, understand something. What we are saying. So, here we are describing. I'll use another color. That what was there in the painting? It was a group. It was a group keeping watch on the city walls, and we are seeing these kind of guard groups, right? People painting. This was very common in those days. So in 17th century Amsterdam, it was highly common for guilds to commission portraits of themselves wearing their uniforms and holding weapons. So it was very common for soldiers, like they will get their painting done in their uniforms and holding weapons and all those things. It used to be the case. But then if it was very common, everybody was making, then how come Rembrandt's painting got very famous? So we are giving, so although it was common, but although it was common, see, the common is the word. Rembrandt's riveting interplay of light, motion, texture, expression. See these four things. The combination of these four things, the way he put light, motion, texture, all these things, that kind of transformed this common commission, common painting into a masterwork. So although it was common, but the way Rembrandt specially made, which was very different, the way was very different, that's why it became masterwork, and it was not common like other painters, isn't it? So what we are saying, although it was common, but then this is how from a common place, as in a very regular routine painting, it became into a masterpiece. Are you getting this? So very clearly 1 2 4 3 1 2. Two things we have learned so far, students. We have solved two questions. That sentences ideally, of course, all those tricks we are saying, okay, figure out some hint and everything, but sentences can be solved mainly if you read all four sentences and quickly, as soon as possible. If you can understand the meaning of all the sentences, you don't have to read it twice, so you are saving your time. And secondly, actively remembering common words, like common, like that, isn't it? So actively remembering the words, keywords in the sentence. If you know these two things, if you're not forgetting what you've just read, then parajumble in most cases should not be that difficult, isn't it? This is the main skill actually. This is not a trick or strategy. This is a skill. You need these two skills, and then whichever strategy you apply, of course, every teacher will give you different strategies. It will work for you, but if you don't have these two skills, if your reading is very weak, if you don't remember the common words between sentences, isn't it? No strategy is going to work for us. Question number 29, everyone. I'll give you a minute to read. So main topic is something about Mars, soil, right? Environment, all these things. These pools, where are we talking about pools? Pools of salty liquid. Find one hint. I think we got an hint 3 and then something before 3, isn't it? Like this. Okay, see, these pools of course will not be the open. The brines, see, when we read all four sentences, we're talking about Mars here, isn't it? So whose brine, right? Where is the high salt content? Which red planet are we talking about? Now we are using adjective, but we are talking on Mars. So again, we can't start with this. We have to start from 2, because here we are introducing Mars. Isn't? Then what about then Martian soil, Martian brine, Martian environment related to Mars? Because but here it is the main we have the main subject, and everywhere else we are talking about it, not like we're not introducing Mars. So we 100% have to start with Option 2, sentence 2. Although Mars is today a freeze-dried desert, it possesses abundant reserves of subsurface water ice. What exactly are we trying to do? That also, although it's very freeze-dried planet, desert or whatever, but it's frozen. Whatever it has, everything is frozen. It possesses abundant reserves of water ice, but it has a lot of water ice, as in ice not made up of any other chemical, but ice is only of water. As there is some amount of liquid water, so it has some ice, some liquid, so it has some ice, some liquid in the form of brines, right? In the form of brines we are saying. Now what is brine? What is brine? So brine we are explaining in 4. The brine's high salt content. So because brine is basically liquid, like sea, ocean, similar to that I mean, because it has high salt content, it decreases the temperature, lowers the temperature at which they freeze, allowing them to remain liquid. So because it has salt, it remains liquid, it doesn't become ice, right? Because it has salt. Even on the red planet's fridge, even though it has very cold surface Mars, but still because the liquid water has some salt in it, it does not, it remains liquid. And this pool, this all pool of salty liquid we are talking, can capture even small, meager means small amounts of, so any small amount of oxygen around the planet it will capture from the atmosphere, creating a reservoir that microbes might matter. So if there's water, there is oxygen, microbes will grow, microorganisms will grow, it will give some life, create some life, right? That we are seeing. It can, or whatever microbes they have, it can use that as oxygen, isn't it? So 2 4 3. Now studies reveal that Martian brines today, right? So this is how brines or liquid, right? Water is there in the Mars, that's what we are saying. And now today that could hold higher concentration of oxygen that were present. So see, here we are saying in 3 that they can capture even small amount of oxygen, and now we are further talking here about this concentration of oxygen, that now it has much more oxygen that were present on Earth about 2.5 million years ago when the first landmass emerged on Earth. So at 2.5 billion years ago, whatever oxygen we had around Earth, more than that is present on Mars, which clearly proves that even Mars is going to generate life, isn't it? Is going to create life somehow. So capturing oxygen is only in these 2 sentences. And first sentence we are giving more details, that it captures oxygen here, and in 1 that this oxygen is more than Earth, more than whoever, like that, more details. So very clearly 3-1 is a pair, very clearly 3-1 is a pair, isn't it? So we need something before 3. These pools of salty liquid has to be, right, like 4, and after this a 4-3-1, you any which ways get a sequence. So now for 2 it will not take a lot of time, because Mars, the main topic when you read all 4 is introduced only in second sentence, isn't it? In other sentence we are talking about its pools, its high salt content, its brines, its, right, its oxygen is much more. It means what? It means Mars. So we have to start with 2. So we'll keep 2 first. So what was our hint? Third sentence, isn't it? Third sentence or opening sentence. If we read carefully, we'll find 2 as opening sentence also. If we get 2 hints, then it's easy. You can find the whole sequence. Question number 30. A minute to read. So monopsony is the topic, right? What is it? Right? What do we do about it? All these things we'll figure out. Now in the labor market, this means, what means, right? This is not my opening sentence. These 2 sentences start with monopsony. But here monopsony power was whatever, but what is monopsony, that we are introducing here. We are defining and introducing the term in 4th sentence. So again, very easily I can put 4th as the opening sentence. What is monopsony? Is a situation wherein there are many providers of a product in the market, but only one dominant buyer. one dominant buyer who holds all the cards and can drive prices down, right? So monopsony is basically a situation where many people are providing same services, but then since one big buyer is there, so then buyer is going to decide, like, the prices he or she wants. Okay. Now, so we are giving example, like what kind of situation. So for example, in the labor market, for example, in this context, if we see, right, for example, buyer as in you are providing certain services, somebody is providing certain, and let's say you are labor of something, labor as an electrician or something, and then there are so many, every third person, for example, is an electrician, isn't it? So then I will decide at what price I need an electrician at my home, isn't it? I'll decide. If there are very few electricians, then electricians will decide. But if there are many more, so let's say some skills, depending if there are many more, then customer will decide. If there are dearth of good electricians, there is scarcity of good electricians, then they will decide, right, at what price they want to work. So for example, in labor market context, this means that negotiating ability is tilted towards the corporations, right? Corporations, making it difficult for workers to push for higher pay, isn't it? So that means in such cases, since service provider, right, has to be at the negotiating, like you are electrician, you have a team of 5 people, so then you negotiating ability is on you, and also for your workers, they can't ask for higher pay, isn't it? Because you will get other workers, you can replace them, so you're not going to increase anyone's salary, and if anybody is asking, you can get same work done in lesser pay by some other, because there's so many workers, right, or there's so many options. So we are explaining it with an example here. Okay. So now in this case, what happens? Now the power was a key feature of the company towns that helped define the industrial revolution, since everybody served one employer in most of these towns, right? So now we are giving a context to it. What is monopsony? An example of it, right? And then we are saying that this monopsony power was a key feature of the company towns that helped define the industrial revolution, right? Industrial revolution as in, since everybody, so before industrial revolution, in the whole village or town, only 1 or 2 people had businesses. So anybody wants a job, anybody wants to work, you have to work with them. Now however they treat you, you have to, either you're working with them or you're not working, right? That's the only option you have. But with industrial revolution, where many people started industries, if I'm not liking, like, to work with this person, I can work with that person. If not, then some third person, then fourth person, like you have a lot of options like that. So because of industrial revolution, everybody served one employee. Before that happened, and now more recently, the concentration of a few dominant players in many industries, along with the decline of labor unions, has raised the issue of monopsony once again. But now there are few players like Adani, Ambani, or in the world Google, Facebook. Now that again some companies are becoming very dominant, right? Isn't it? Like you must have heard a story where some people did some strike in Amazon few years back when it was growing up. So Amazon actually, it was some 200 people. They thought, since we are 200, our demands will be met. But actually Amazon fired everyone, like that. So especially in private, you're dominant with dominant players. This labor union strike doesn't work. It only works in maybe government jobs, or in the several different kind of industries. So more recently, the concentration of, now that few businesses are becoming dominant again, and then labor unions are not being valued, nobody is listening to their strike and anything. So now again it has raised the issue of monopsony, that okay, now again the same situation as 100 years back, where again in the village there were only 2 or 3 people, either you're working for them or you're not working for anyone, isn't it? Like it's just like if you get into a very good prestigious place like EY, Bain and Company, Google, Facebook, Tesla, then people are ready to work hard at the cost of their health, but they do not want to leave their job because of the brand they are working, the things they are learning, etc., etc. So that's what we are seeing. So monopsony is basically where if you have the power, you will negotiate, right? So we are saying in fourth, we are giving the context in labor market context. The employer decide. Employer means boss decides, because boss has many people to work for him. But we are saying in industrial revolution, that thing kind of helped, because many people started industries, business, so people have many jobs. But then recently, of course, many people are doing businesses, but only there are few dominant players where everybody wants to work. So again, they decide what they will pay, how they will treat. If they want you to work for 10, 12 hours a day or more than that, then they have the monopoly or monopsony according to this. Okay. So 4 introduces, defines a topic. Third gives you an example. Now it was like this and now it is again a problem, isn't it? So past to present, so 2 1 4 3 2 1 should be the sequence. Question number 31, everyone. I'll give you a minute to read. So see, where is my hint? Main topic, I know we are talking algorithmic bias. What is my hint? Um, Despite their widespread impact. So 3. Whose widespread impact? Something before 3 should come. Isn't it? Okay. So first of all, let's solve what is algorithmic bias. So algorithmic bias, I'll explain first and then we'll solve this question. Just the term. I'll give you an example. See, algorithmic bias is, for example, is social media. If you put something sensational, negative, some controversial, you will get much more views and everything. YouTube somehow will promote you much more as compared to if you take such classes or talk academics or anything, like this. So okay, but we need to understand one more thing. What we are saying is algorithm, it's not like YouTube has some extra, love towards negative news. Nothing like that. YouTube just wants people to stay on the platform. So let's say if an influencer, if a person is putting negative news and the person is getting a lot of views, it's not YouTube giving, it's people are watching. YouTube is just showing these many people have watched, and if people are interested in anything negative, positive, YouTube promotes it. So algorithmic bias, we are saying, is not just with the platform, with the technology, it's with the audience, it's with the society as well. We as a society watch negative news. That's why news channels, social media and everywhere there is more negativity, isn't it? Because we watch, we don't click on, let's say, on some serious topics, on spiritualism, on these are very boring things. But if somebody is saying something sensational, something spicy, we'll click there, we'll prefer to click there, isn't it? Like more entertaining, like that. So that's what we see, that algorithm is not with the machine. Algorithm, right, is making itself picking up according to responses of the people. We say, okay, this person has got a lot of views, or on Twitter, if somebody is writing something very negative, controversial, the person will get more tweets. Now who is retweeting it? Who is clicking like, dislike? Audience, people like you and me, isn't it? Not me for sure. I've never disliked any video and never liked any negative video as such also. So yeah, right. So basically people, isn't it, in general. So we are defining algorithmic bias actually in 4 sentences. The impact of biased decisions made by humans is localized and geographically confined, right? So whatever biased decisions we have, if we feel this person should become the president, that person should become the president of this country. So whatever we feel, we know that through news, through social media, through conversation around us, how our family is talking about a certain person. If we think, okay, XYZ country ka ye president banna chahiye, so how family talks about it, these competitors or this person, what we see on social media, what we see on news, based on that we make an opinion. That opinion can be right or wrong. That is a biased decision, of course, and what that is basically localized. It's according to us. Maybe in other country people have different conversation, different opinion. right, and geographically confined. But with the advent of AI, but since the artificial intelligence has come, the impact of such decision is spread over a much wider scale. But now it's not localized anymore because of AI and technology has gotten better, globalization has happened. Now people are more biased not just in a certain state or in a village. If people are biased towards a person, the entire country will be biased, isn't it? It's not like only that person is disliked in a certain area of India. Now if somebody is disliked, that person will be disliked by the entire country. If somebody is liked, everybody will like that celebrity or politician, isn't it? Most of the people at least. So we are explaining what are bias. So this is generally biased decision, right? Our biased decision, biased opinion are very localized, but because of this AI and everything, it has spread at a much wider scale, right? Like that. Now despite their widespread impact, right, okay, now what there refers to decisions. So although it has spread wider scale, and then here saying even though it spreads, like it has widespread impact, it is relatively easier to fix. But we are saying AI biases is something we can fix. Okay, we know, okay, this person is being unnecessarily trolled on social media. If YouTube feels like this, YouTube can fix something. Technology wise, in background will not show those kind of shorts and videos, and automatically people will stop thinking, okay, that can be taken care of. That human generated biases, right? So AI can be fixed, but human generated biases as in we inherently like negative news. What can YouTube do about it? I always click on negative news. I always click on sensational news, right? If I have two videos in front of me, in one video somebody is exactly taking a 3 hour 4 hour class on how to improve a VRC percentile, I'll skip that. I'll watch a 10-minute influencer video where somebody is telling you some 5 tips to improve VRC. I mean, what exactly are we going to gain from a 5 minute or 10-minute video compared to a 3 hour video? But then somehow we are inclined towards that. So AI biases at human generated biases, as it is simpler to identify the former than to try to make people unlearn behaviors learned over. So whatever is a behavior, if we are drawn towards something, any kind of entertainment, that we cannot learn. So ultimately here we are defining our bias decisions, and we're saying AI biases can be fixed, but our biases, our behavior biases cannot be fixed easily. That's not possible. So though algorithmic bias, so now the algorithmic bias on any media, social media platform, we call it popular term. The foundation of such bias is not in algorithm. So problem is not with the algorithm, but in the data, right? What kind of data is the audience feeding in that platform? Isn't it? Algorithms are not biased. So this is what we need to. Algorithms are is not biased. If somehow in Twitter everybody starts liking, retweeting positive news, for example, Twitter will start promoting positive posts. It will not show negative. But since everybody start give more importance to negative news, Twitter shows that more. That's what we are saying. So data is as algorithms merely reflect persistent patterns that are present in the training data. So however we are training the data, right, it will see, okay, people are going this side, people are going that side to this kind of news. It will start showing those posts more. That's all. So algorithms hosted on the internet are accessed by many. So biases in AI model have resulted in much larger impact, adversely affecting far larger group of people. And that's why we are saying, since everybody uses Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, so whatever majority will see, even if minority, few people do not want to see that, they will also have to see that, isn't it? Let's say majority is interested in Bollywood. So even though I personally, for example, I'm not interested in Bollywood, but somehow in my feed, I'll still see out of 10, 2 to 3 Bollywood related videos. Are you getting this? So that's what is that algorithm of internet, since everybody uses it, many people. So जो biases हैं, whatever people have, the thought process, bias, decision and everything, it impacts many other people also, right? And then impacts large group of people. So whatever majority does on social media actually impacts the algorithm, makes the algorithm, and then everybody watches that. So whatever is in trend, whatever is going on, it can be negative. Not trend, who makes a trend? We make the trend. YouTube doesn't make the trend for us, right? This is what we are trying to say. So I think, yeah, this is, here we need to understand the biased. What bias are we talking about? um Okay, so let us just, so we have understood the meaning of the sentence. So there, the such decision is spread over a much wider scale. So widespread impact, wide. So very clearly, 4-3 is a sequence, isn't it? And then here we are saying AI biases can be fixed, but human generated biases cannot be fixed, right? We cannot unlearn behaviors learned over generations like that. And then we are talking about that foundation. How do we have all those such human generated biases? The basis of the foundation of our bias is not an algorithm, is what kind of data is being put. And that's why if many people see it, larger group of people will be impacted by it, like that. So 4-3-2-1. Larger group of people say all of us watch Bollywood news. Now 5-year-old kid is not even interested in Bollywood, isn't it? Bollywood or influencers and everything, for example. But then when a 5-year-old kid sees the YouTube, he will see these things more because everybody, all of us have made that kind of algorithm on the YouTube for our next generation, right? Question number 32. I'll give you a minute to read. All right. So if you observe here, we are talking about some murder or some cases, crimes, right? Crimes or cases. Now, what is my hint? It might be, what might be savage, unfathomable. We don't know. Something before two should come. And see, sentence 4 and sentence 1 ends with a question mark, right? We should not forget. So that means other must be the answer of it. All right, let's start reading. What precisely are the unusual elements that make a particular case so attractive to a certain kind of audience? Okay, what is the next question? Why are some crimes destined for perpetual re-examination and others locked into permanent obscurity? Okay, so I think between 1 and 4, first we'll talk about why some cases, some criminal cases are given so much footage. So perpetual means continuous. People are like just re-examining it, right? No matter what. And others are logged into permanent obscurity, like that. For example, right, depending on the crime. For example, if a theft has happened, now theft is also a serious crime, but generally by listening it sounds very boring. Chori ho gayi, right? As a ghar pe. But if somebody is being murdered, it sounds very, like, much more dreadful, much more threatening. So people will take more interest in a murder than a theft, no matter how big or small it is. Isn't it, generally? Also, if this crime has happened to a famous person has done it, then people will take more interest, right? Like that. So why some crimes are destined for perpetual re-examination, others locked into permanent obscurity, as in haziness, unlike people don't even know about it, never heard about it, right? It's in darkness, permanent darkness. Some come into light and some are in permanent darkness. So what precisely is it different or unusual thing that makes a particular case so attractive to a certain kind of audience? What is it, right? So we are asking two questions and then we have an answer that it might be particularly savage means maybe it's a cruel, unfaithful means not easy to understand, not easy to understand. Level of depravity means very cruelty, very immoral behavior or cruelty in this context. Very often it has something to do with the precise amount of also it has some mystery. First of all, it's very cruel, but people do not know how this happened, who did it. There's so much mystery involved in the case. Unsolved and perhaps unsolvable cases offer something that ordinary murder doesn't. So in ordinary murder, if we know, okay, it's an open and shut case, that's the thing. So first we are asking what is that unusual element, and then we are giving the answer that this is the element, right? So of course clearly we are saying first that there are some cases which come into light and some go into darkness. Now whichever comes into light, whichever is being examined again, re-examined again, as in examined again, it has some unusual element, unusual, something different. What is so different? That something very cruel about it, not easy to, something mystery, and it's the mystery. Then we are saying, so what is it? Unusual, mystery. And this mystery actually, that it is either cannot be solved or not, that makes this particular case different from ordinary murder cases. So 1 2 3 very clearly, isn't it? 4 1 2 3 is the sequence. Question number 33, everyone. Their views, whose views? This theme, which theme? Okay, so we are here seeing how Western concepts ignore African traditions, and then we are giving an example. So first, as we have always discussed, that we talk something generally, and then we get into details. We give specific examples, maybe a specific situation, something more. We extend the idea later. So main topic is what? Western concept on, or Western idea on African tradition or African culture, right? Tradition. And what is the tradition? That Africa does not have any tradition, right? What about Africa and its tradition? There's no tradition. That's what they're saying. And then we are saying no. So this there actually refers to Western Christian concepts, right? What they think. So we are saying Western Christian concepts or Western people in general, simple language, they deny. Either they say no, there is no African tradition. There's nothing like African. Or they feel. Feel means to pretend, act, pretend or act. or they act ignorant, as in, oh, Africa has tradition also, oh, I did not know, behaving like this. Okay, okay, like that. So either this or no, Africa has no tradition. And if you say no, ma'am, they have a rich tradition, I'll say, oh, okay, I didn't know, I never heard about it, first time I'm hearing. So I'm basically acting ignorant about it. About the existence of a genuine and enduring, and it is very long, they have from 500 years, they have their tradition, their local tradition, right? So they're very genuine, long local African tradition, which Western people try to ignore or say no to. But we are seeing their views counter, but then their concepts or whatever they are saying, that's not the reality. For a rich and sustaining local African culture ethos, so if you see African culture is quite rich, quite rich. They have a lot of things in their culture, rituals, and everything, tradition. So exists. So we are saying it is there. So whether what they see, it is reality is the culture is there for all who care, want to see and experience. If anybody wants to know, it is there. There's a lot of it, right? So people who are interested will know it, who are not interested will not know it, like that. Okay. And then that this rich culture is there and everything, example of that is we are giving in 1 and 2. So 1 and 2 is nothing but example of African rich culture, that. So 4 3 is very clearly a sequence that their views are opposite than reality, like that. So for example, what is the example? We are taking the name of a book, The Bottled Leopard, contemporary African writing. So someone has written a book known as Bottled Leopard, which this theme as in about this, that African culture, local African culture is very rich and all. Using two children. So in this book there are two children, two backgrounds to juxtapose two varying cultures, two different cultures we are talking about, like that. And then here in the author we are talking about of this book, that Chukwuemeka explores the conflict and cast the Western tradition as condescending. So he say that Western tradition of, and then in this book, so this is the book, and what is there in this book? In fact, he's showing these two cultures, African and Western culture. He's saying, in fact, Western culture is very condescending. Condescending as in they think everybody is inferior to them. They are the superior people. Enveloping and unaccountable. They cover everyone. They overshadow everyone. They do not adjust with any other culture. Unaccommodating is not adjusting, not flexible towards local African. So here, so this is the name of the book. What's written in the book? More details are here. So here the author tells us how Western tradition, Western culture is very insulting to African culture, overshadows them, does not adjust, it does not consider them or even acknowledge that. That's what he's writing. So here these are the characters through which he's showing this theme or this story, like that. So very clearly 1 and 2. Right? 1 and 2 is an example that of the claim we are making in 4 and 3, that Western people ignore or refute the African tradition. Okay, question number 34. 4 sentences you have, students. Try to read. Okay. The main topic here we are talking is that our consciousness, our brain consciousness, or our brain has emergent property. Now, what is emergent property? We can read all four sentences, we'll understand. In case anyone has not understood, I'll explain. So, emergent property basically means any activity which needs more than one cell or one organ to function. It's like I'm speaking, so it's not just my mouth works so I'm able to speak. My brain also has to work, isn't it? My nerves also have to work. A lot of things have to work around my head, then only I can speak. Just mouth is working and everything is not working, that's not going to let me speak, isn't it? So emergent property is that's what we are saying. So emergent property, right, we are trying to explain that how a brain, like when we think, it's not just one thing because of neurons or one cell, or it's not because of it. See, it's a combination of 5 to 6 things that our brain or consciousness works. So very clearly, human consciousness is often called an emergent property of the human brain. That our consciousness, as in we can understand things, we can behave intelligently, we can become smart. Just having brain cannot make you smart. You have to have more than something, right? Should be able to use your brain also. So that is consciousness we are talking about. That is basically an emergent property, that brain plus something else makes us more conscious of things and everything, aware of things and etc. So this is again a very generic statement, difficult to explain. If I, let's say in this case, don't explain you the meaning of the word emergent property, there's no way we know what the sentence is saying, isn't it? This is difficult. So when we read further, for example, we're trying to explain here that what is emergent property. So like the ants that make up a colony, so many ants, like 100 ants, right, they make up their group or colony. No, just like ants, they make up, right, their group. Similarly are neurons are what? Brain cells. Brain cells hold complex information like self-awareness, hope, pride, that is there, right? Different information that we are saying. And then the sum of all neurons in the nervous system generate complex human emotions. So not just one cell, the sum of all brain cells, neurons, generate some human emotions like fear, joy, hate, anger, crying, laughing, etc. None of which can be, and it cannot be just because of one single neuron or one single cell, that okay, I feel like crying because this neuron is working, I feel like laughing, this neuron is working. No, it's the combination of the entire brain that we get these emotions. So just like one ant cannot make a colony, similarly one neuron cannot be responsible for any emotion, any thought process within us. It's the combination. Just like we are introducing one single neuron, it needs the sum of all neurons. So very clearly 1 3 is 100% a pair. And then, so one is not enough. So we are saying although human brain is not yet understood enough to identify the mechanism by which emerges. So although scientists or brain, we do not know how exactly this emergence functions. Emergence functions as in that any emotion is emerging. For example, any emotion we are feeling, which all cells, which all 10 or 20 cells or 3 parts of brain are working. We have not understood that. Most neurobiologists agree that complex interconnections among the parts give rise to, so some interconnections between different parts of the brain, because of which it gives rise to qualities that belong only to the whole. And then the whole brain works like this because of some complex connection, although we do not know about that. So first we are talking about this emergent property of the human brain. Right here, we're explaining what is emergent property. We're explaining here, just like one ant cannot make the whole colony, we need 100 ants to make the colony. Similarly, one neuron, right, holds something, one emotion, like this neuron has self-awareness, the next neuron has hope, pride, something like this, and then the combination of neuron will generate some emotions in us. Right here we are saying, so 1 3 4 1 3, and then we are saying these emotions how exactly being generated, these complex emotions and everything we don't know exactly, but some complex interconnections in our mind, and this complex interconnection, basically some complex interconnection between brain parts or neurons, group of neurons, is known as emergent property. Right, interconnections. So 4 1 3 2. Question number 35. I think this is fine. Name is here, right? Her and she is here. So we have a good enough hint to solve this question. Either we'll start with 1 or we can start with 3. We can't start with 2 or 4. Okay. See here, when we read all 4 sentences, how is the flow or main topic? Main topic is goes from problem to solution. Right, problem to solution. We clearly know that, like 1, 2 and 4 are somehow connected. 3 has to be either at the start or at the end. We don't know right now. So we'll read 1. Start reading from 1. Veena Sahajwala, who is Veena Sahajwala? A material scientist at the University of New South Wales, believes there is a new way of solving this problem. That means I know 1 has to come before, but maybe 3 is the first sentence. Maybe, but I'll still keep right now here. I'll write 1. What problem? I don't know. Should come here. Right. Now, what is she saying? See, now 2, 4, 2 or 4. So, I'll read both and then decide. So, I'll read 4 because I've read all 4 sentences once and I'll give you the logic. Why am I reading 4 first? She plans. So, she's saying how is she solving the problem? She plans to build micro factories that can tease apart or tear apart the tangle of materials in mobile phones, computers and other e-waste. So, she micro factories as in basically small we're explaining these what are micro factories and how these micro factories will take out, let's say if I'm throwing an old phone, but that phone will have some important or reusable plastic, ceramic, some metal, isn't it? But I'm not using it. So how exactly this problem can be solved? See, she's making some micro factories, something which can take out these materials from mobile phone, computer, e-waste, electronics and anything. Now this micro factories, how it will take out the material from mobile phone, everything we are explaining in here, that basically she is making automated drones and robots. Micro factories are what? These robots which will pick out components, put them into, so they will take out components, these drones from the, it will, right, from the phones or computers, wherever, put them into furnace and smelt them. So this entire process will happen through drones only, through machines only. And smelt as in smelt them at a specific temperature to extract the metals one by one before they're sent off to manufacturers for reuse. So this particular sentence has been very well explained in here, that how exactly these micro factories will work, isn't it? That it will take, drones will take something, it will go to the factory, it will burn to take out the metals and everything, and then it can be reused, isn't it? So 142. Now which problem is she trying to solve? So I think 3 should come here, because e-waste contains huge quantity of valuable metals, ceramics, plastic that can be reused. When we protect, the salvage means protected and recycled, although currently not enough of it is happening, as in it's not happening. So how do we, so it can be used but it's not happening. So this is the problem Veena Sehajwala is trying to solve. So 3 has to be at the end, so I'll just write it 3142. Question number 36, everyone. I'll give you a minute to read. Okay, so we are here talking about how printing press, main topic is how printing press transformed the learning, right? Uh, So once printing press came into being, one of the immediate impact was on how people learned in the scribble. So in the past, how before printing press, how people learned when there was no books or anything, people used to listen to their guru properly, they used to remember things, right? Like that. So in the scribble culture, where people either used to write everything, there was nothing to print. So it involved listening and memorization was very important because you do not have printed thing that you can refer again. So whatever you're listening today, you have to keep in mind. If you've forgotten, you've forgotten, right? Nobody's repeating it. The printing press shifted the learning process. The learning actually changed. Now from listening and memorization, it gradually gave way to reading and learning. Now people are reading and learning, and now that's why you don't even have to be present always with a mentor. You can just do it privately by reading a book, isn't it, and learn something. You don't always need someone to talk to, or you're listening to someone, a mentor, a teacher, something. So because of printing press, the learning, the studies can be done alone as well. That's what we are saying earlier. In past this was the case, after printing press this was the case, is what we are saying. So this change, this transformation of learners from listener to reader, now we are reading and then we are learning, we are not listening, was a complex social and cultural. So it was a very big phenomena, and then because of this industrial era, universal literacy also came into being. So before also there was education, everything, but because now we have a lot of books thanks to printing press, universal literacy took root, as in it started properly, right, at a widespread level. And then centuries later, now also learning is still based on, now also we read, isn't it? Even with the widespread use of other possible education affecting technology, of course we have many things like film, radio, television, but still now reading is the most important. Like you can do this class even without listening to me, you can mute, solve the question, and then just look at the answer whatever I write at the end, isn't it, without listening. So now we are saying the entire thing is reading, even though we have film, radio, a lot of things, TV also we can learn from, but reading is still the most important thing. So printing press has been a very important invention in terms of transformation of learning. So very clearly, two, because in the past, that earlier people used to listen, then after printing press people used to read. First they used to listen, then used to read, and because of this change, universal literacy came into being, and even now this literacy is only increasing and increasing, right? So P431. Question number 37, everyone. Okay. This is not always the case. What is not always the case? This is my one hint. Okay, so we are here talking about correlation of commute to productivity, creativity, etc. This this is my main topic. Now, what is my hint here? Students, 3. What is always not the case? Something should come before 3. Remote work does not automatically lead to greater creativity, right? This is what we are saying. Where are we talking about remote work? If I read 2, short commute support innovation, where long, but we are not talking about remote work. But of course, if your office is just 5 minutes or 10 minutes away, short commute, you will be able to work very productively in office because you have not wasted your energy in commute. But if your office is 2 hours away from your home, every day you have to travel for 2 hours, then how much energy will you be left with when you reach office? That's what we are saying. But nothing remote we are saying. uh, Here we are saying on locating offices because of productivity and everything. No, work from home scenarios, right? Here we are talking about remote work. So ideally 4-3 should be the pair, right? 4-3. So let's read 4-3 first and then we'll read further. Some see the link between long commutes and productivity as support for work from home scenarios. Some people say that long commute will not, lead to a lot of productivity from employees, so let them work from home, as many workers have grown accustomed to their commute free arrangements during the pandemic, because especially in pandemic, since people started working from home, so a lot of people are accustomed to that, they do not want to go to office, right? That's what we are saying. And then we are saying fine if they do not want to, but then this is not always the case. What is not always the case? This long commutes and productivity. It's not like always if somebody is not commuting and working from home, that person will be more creative compared to person who is going office. So remote work does not always lead to greater creativity and productivity. Can be at office as well, like you're interacting with people, you're seeing what others are doing, right? You're talking to each other, water cooler conversation, as in you're taking breaks and in that you're discussing work. All these also lead to innovation or something. So remote work we are talking here is, so very clearly 4-3 is a pair. Now why am I writing 4 here and not at the start? Because some see, right? So I, before that, I would like to read this and then this. So I think 2 should be the opening sentence. We'll read like 2-1 first and then we'll see how it should be. Shorter commutes support innovation by giving employees more time in the office and greater opportunities for in-person collaboration. So if your office is just 5 minutes away from your home, you will spend more time in the office, and then you will also, you have opportunity to in-person collaboration. You can talk to people, interact with people, discuss ideas, etc., while removing the physical strain, and then you're not even tired at home, right? At office, I mean, like that. So some company leaders are basing their decision on locating offices to foster innovation. Some companies say okay, we should always have an office, because so that people can in-person collaboration, person can interaction can happen, all the employees will meet, it will be a teamwork, some innovation growth will happen, as the best performing inventors suffer the greatest productivity losses when their commutes grew longer. That's what is some people. But we are seeing the other people, some people want to keep offices so that everybody meet, in-person collaboration happens, whereas other people want to give work from home because that may lead to creativity. But we are saying remote work does not always lead to creativity also, right? So this in-person for in-person collaboration, some people want to keep office. 2-1, so 2-1-4-3, isn't it? Just take a look. Question number 38. Okay, let's start with this question. What's the main topic, students? The main topic is creativity in an industry, or creative industry, right? A creative industry. I'll just write like this. Okay. Um, Okay. The see, in fact, this doesn't look like sentence two will be the opening sentence. It is for this reason. Which reason? Even this is not. So what is my hint? That it is for this reason. Whatever is the reason should come. Something should come here before four, right? But these are not opening sentences. Since we are talking about the creativity in general, so this is a very generic statement. Others are creativity in technology, creativity in products, creativity in something something. So creative industry, very generally we are saying, is receiving a lot of attention today as its growth rate is faster than that of the world economy as a whole. So we are saying creative industry. Creative industry means people who can add creativity to anything. It can be a classroom, it can be an application, it can be a technological tech product, it can be anything, right? We need creativity in anything and everything these days. So this industry is increasing than many of the world economy, right? We are saying even is increasing, or the growth rate is much more than the world economy. So okay, generally we are saying. Now rest of the sentence, if you see, we are talking about creative element in tech accessories, or creative element in product, isn't it? Or right, trading in non-tangibles, some ideas like this. It is for this reason. So then we are getting into specifics. So first we'll say generally on creative industry is increasing. Why creative industry is increasing? Who needs creativity? We'll say it is needed in technology, it is needed in any product, it is needed in anywhere and everywhere. That's what we are saying. So general to specific we'll get into, and we'll say, in fact, the creative element in the value of world industry would be larger still if we added the contribution of the creative element in other industries, such as a design of tech accessories. Right. So we are saying that if we just see creative element in the world industry, especially in the creative in other industries, right? If we are adding to other industries, it's getting much bigger. But just a creative, like someone who's making painting, someone who's dancing, making a sculpture, that industry itself is the art industry itself is bigger. But if we add creativity in other industries, it gets much bigger. That's what we are saying, right? So creative industry in itself and then other industry, right, combined. So for example, creative element in product design has become of paramount of very important, as it is one of the few ways a firm, a company, industry can sustain a competitive edge over its rivals. So we are saying that it's a, first of all, its growth rate is very high. Why its growth rate? Because it's not just in its own industry, it is in other industries also. And what other industries? For example, in a product design, right, we need, so for example, everybody is making application on something, say health. There must be 10 apps on health. Why few apps are working, others are not working? Because they have some creativity, some newness in it, something different, and that's why people are using that application of health more than the other apps, right? That's what we're seeing. So it gives a competitive advantage, and it gives you something better when you're creative with the same thing everybody is offering. And it is for this reason, right? This reason, as in, because of this comparative edge, that today's trade issues are increasingly, because you have some unique creativity with any product, that's where the businesses are increasingly involving intellectual property. For example, I have an edtech application, right? Since I am into education, now there are many other edtech application, isn't it? I am not the only one. Why somebody will use it? So if I'm doing something different in my app which nobody is doing, I'll make a copyright, intellectual property, because this is my idea. Okay, in this particular app, I'll be giving personal attention also to each student, which is not there in any app, for example. Now if this works, other people will try to copy. So if I make the copyright, it's my intellectual property, my idea, right? This is the reason, because this is my creativity. So as Western countries have an interest in protecting their revenues so that nobody can copy my idea, and if you still want to copy, since you're using my idea, you should pay something, some, what do the people call it, right? Something, because you're using my idea. So along with freeing trade in non-tangible, so that's why Western countries want to protect their revenue, so that their idea, if anybody using, they should get the revenue, along with freeing trade in non-tangibles. Non-tangible means something, see, creativity is not something to be touched or seen. That is non-tangible thing, right? Phone is tangible, water bottle is tangible, but idea is non-tangible. So they want to kind of do the business in non-tangibles, and that's why they need to protect their revenues, and they need to do intellectual property rights, right? That's what we're saying. So this reason, since it can give competitive edge, right? It can make an app better, they are saving their revenues like that, right? Like that. So 1 4 is clearly a pair. We are introducing this idea in general in 3. So when 2 has to come, right? We are generally saying in other industries. Which other industries? We are introducing other industries here. Now, for example, technology or product. So because product can become better than other products, you need to, whatever different is in your product, you need to save your revenues by protecting your intellectual property, right? Their idea. That's what we are saying. 3 to 1 4. 39 students, a minute to read. If somewhere you feel in any of these questions that I'm giving you lesser time to read or more than necessary time to read, in lesser time you can just quickly, I think there's an option on YouTube, you can watch this in 2x, you know, like that. So you skip that reading time quickly. If you think I'm giving you more time, you can hold the video for a while and read on your own and then watch it and then and then solve the question on your own and then listen to me. Okay. So fish skin collagen, fish skin, cow collagen. So we are in a way talking about what is collagen. Collagen is a kind of natural protein in our skin, right? In our skin, in animal skin, like that. So first we need to tell what is collagen, which is in 2. So 2 must be the opening sentence because it defines or tells us what's collagen, and then we'll talk about collagen in animals, collagen in fish, collagen in humans, collagen in whoever. So collagen is one of the main structural proteins in connective tissue. What is connective tissue, students? Connective tissue is anything which connects our body, like skin. Skin is from head to toe, connective tissue. Blood is throughout, blood is a connected. So anything which is throughout, it is connected, it's not broken. Like the bone here is not exactly same the bone on your shoulders, that the bone is not in connective tissue, like that, isn't it? So connected tissue is anything which is connected throughout. That way you can remember, I mean. So what is collagen? Collagen is throughout in your skin, as is well known for promoting skin regeneration. So a lot of people drink collagen powder for better skin, but just saying, since we are doing this question, although I'm digressing from the question, drinking collagen never works. You know, just understand this. This is a new fad going on, protein powder, collagen powder, something. Protein powder, maybe it works, I don't know about it, but collagen through drinking never ever works, because I've done medical as well. So just saying, collagen is only good if someone has some skin issues, aging or anything. You have to apply. You can't drink and then it will, like, you know, not like that. Okay, coming back to, so I'm not giving any as such medical advice, but then collagen doesn't work. You just ask any skin doctor also. So collagen is one of the, coming back to the question, collagen is one of the main structural proteins and connective tissues in the human body, is well known for promoting skin regeneration. So it regenerates the skin and everything. Collagen is the thing. Like you got injured somewhere, because of collagen, that mark goes away, the scratch goes away after a few days, and you see again the smoother skin. That is because of this protein in your skin, right? That's what we are saying. So the risk of introducing diseases agents into other species through the use of pig and cow collagen proteins for wound healing has inhibited its broader application in the medical field, right? Now why we are saying, we are talking about a problem here. Like we transplant many organs or anything. So earlier what used to happen is, somebody has got a deep cut, people used to use pig skin, cow skin to sew, to hide that cut, to treat that cut, but then they will have different infections in that skin. If somebody is using cow skin or pig skin on a human, for example, those infections and everything will come. So that's why it has been stopped. It has been stopped, is what we are saying, isn't it? And then see, in 1 and 3 we are talking about fish skin. Fish skin, fish skin. So fish skin swims in here. In here means where? So basically fish skin collagen has an excellent thermostability and tensile strength. So basically quality is good, skin of the fish, temperature is fine according to humans and everything, making it ideal for use as a bandage that adheres to that. So it is very ideal, good natural bandage which can stick to the skin and adjust to body movements also. It is flexible and everything because of its tensile strength, like that. So then fish swims in here, and fish skin comes into the picture here, as diseases and bacteria that affect fish are different from most human pathogens. So even if there's some problem in the fish, it will not going to affect us. But there's some problem in the cow skin or pig skin, it is going to infect us, right? That's what we are saying. So 1 3 is clearly a pair. In 2 we are introducing collagen, isn't it? So ideally it should be, we are saying that this cannot be used, but fish skin can be used, because its diseases are different, so its infections cannot exactly infect us, right? Like that. So 4 sorry 2 4 1 3. Yeah. Question number 40, everyone. I'll give you a minute to read. Okay, so we are here talking about cheerfulness. So, what is cheerfulness? Like, if I'm smiling, if I seem to be happy, throwing some positive vibes, I will appear cheerful to you. So, cheer means smile. I'll say, hey, cheer up, it's okay. You know, bad days do come, it's okay, we should be happy. So, I'm cheering you up. Cheer means happiness, right? Like that. Okay. Now, we are basically talking about what is cheerfulness, right? So, when you take on a cheerful expression is smile. For example, I don't feel like smiling right now, but I smile. So as soon as, just because I'm taking this expression, I'm smiling, somehow it will touch my soul, right? No matter what the state of your soul is, you internally you're feeling very sad, depressed, anything, your cheerness fullness moves into the self, means it comes in your nature. When you smile, somehow you feel happy from inside. The interior of the self is changed by the power of cheer, right? That's what we are saying. The interior of yourself, as in your inner core, your soul, is kind of changed just because you smile. So even though sometimes you don't feel like being happy, you just smile, somehow you'll start feeling happy. You know, that also, it's not always you have to feel inside happy and then you smile. Sometimes it can be the other way around. Anyways, so we are explaining here that cheerfulness expression does that to us, right? So it's not actually defining what is cheerfulness, what cheerful expression does to us, to ourselves. That's what we are saying. So this trajectory means the way that I'm first smiling and then I'm feeling good. It's not like I'm feeling good, that's why I'm smiling first time. So this trajectory of cheerfulness through the self, first I'm being cheerful, so it goes into myself. It actually, how do people know that? Like on what basis am I telling you that you smile first and then you yourself will feel happy? So this is linked to the history of the word cheer. So actually, if you go back to the history of the word, see, this is very important line, history of the word cheer, which comes from an old French meaning face. So actually, in French, cheer means face. Now, what does the history say? History is in these two lines. So history. So in medieval पुराने ज़माने का, old, antique. So medieval Canterbury tales, cheer is whatever whatever, and in Bible cheer is whatever whatever. So definitely I have to first define something about cheer, then 3 1, right? 3 1, and then 2 4 4 2. I don't know how it will come, something like that, but 3 1 has to be my first sentence, isn't it? I'm introducing cheerfulness or cheerful expression. Now how it came into be, by its history. What's the history, that we will read. So we are seeing people in the medieval Canterbury, some stories in the old stories, People in, let's say people in 1890, right, 1880 or 1830 for example, people used to have very piteous and sober cheer. Piteous and sober cheer means that time people were not smiling or laughing wholeheartedly. They have a very sophisticated smile that, like, you have to, like that, they were not smiling absolutely open heartedly, right? So cheer is an expression and body part lying at the intersection of emotions and physiognomy. So we are here trying to say that actually cheer is nothing, cheer is not even an expression according to these days. Cheer is basically a face expression, or basically a body part. Like if I'm showing you cheer, I'm being this is the cheer, or otherwise this is serious face, like that. So they're saying it's more like a body part rather than intersection between emotions and physics. Some people have a smiley face, right? That's what we are trying. The people used to have such sober cheerful face only, that's what we are saying. And in the Bible, if we say into vernacular languages, as in local languages, that expand the noun. So see, cheer means this, and it expands the meaning cheer into more abstract cheerfulness. So one meaning is this, and one more meaning in the Bible is that something that circulates as an emotional and social quality, defines a self and a moral. So basically anything is circular. If I am smiling, I am being happy, you will also get happy by seeing me, isn't it? That also happens. If some people are laughing, we automatically feel positive, we also feel like being happy, smiling, laughing, like that. So it's an emotion and social quality defining, which defines a self. Okay, if I'm always smiling, that means I'm a happy person, and right, and a moral community, like that. Like when we want to talk properly to people, we'll always put a smile and then talk. We'll not put a serious face and then talk. Isn't it like that? So you see then, ma'am, why are you putting a serious face? Because I'm on the question, 40th question, and we have more to do. So if I keep smiling, it will be very impractical to explain the question. So, yeah, so 3-1, we're introducing cheerfulness here, then how this trajectory goes here, and the history, right? 1 introduces the history, and then 2 and 4 explains that history, why it has to be 4-2 and not 2-4, because 4 gives you one meaning and 2 says it expands the meaning further into something more abstract or something, right? So 3-1, 4-2. Question number 41, everyone. One hint is this would require. Clearly, generally is an indication of conclusion, but it cannot be first sentence for sure. Discourse means discussion. Just find out the main topic for yourself. And second is the hint. Okay. We are here talking about environmental issues, right? Environmental problem, that it is because of many things. Environmental problem. So one pair I could easily find was 2-1. 2-1 I could easily find. Why? I'll tell you. So discussion or discourse on the threat of environmental collapse. So threat or environment revolves around. So whenever we are discussing environment, we say we need to cut down with, that means we need to reduce pollution. That's what we decide whenever we talk about environment. But biodiversity loss. Biodiversity means we endangered species are getting extinct, right? All those things, ecosystem collapse, there's unnecessary random find, Amazon forest, some earthquakes, tsunamis are coming. All these are ecosystem collapse, are caused by variety and different reasons, right? That's what we're saying. It's not always you're doing pollution, so all these problems are happening. Will reduce pollution problems. It's not only this, there are many reasons. What are the reasons that we are explaining in first? That from chemical pollutants in the environment to damming, or that we make dams. So river is naturally is what, flowing, and we stop the flow by making dams. So that is something unnatural. Chemical pollutants we are releasing into the environment and river. Invasive species transferred through global trade and travel. Like, no, some animals or plants are not even natural in our country, but you will see them because they are being transported for some reason, isn't it? Some exotic species, that is also wrong. So we are saying every environmental issue, be it related to plants, animal, air pollution in general, anything is very different, and there is no one solution, tech solution can solve this crisis. That okay, we reduce the pollution problem, no, right? Then problem with environmental collapse is because of many reasons. It's not just pollution is the main cause, and then that will be the main solution, right? So reasons is something we are discussing here. So very clearly, 2-1 is my yeah, is my one pair. Now 3-4 or 4-3. So since this would require legislation that recognizes the rights of future generation, other species, that allows the judiciary to uphold a much higher standard of environmental something something. Take away, I understood the sentence. What's fourth? Clearly, an environmental crisis requires large political solutions. Since one solution is not needed, I think after one it should be four. We need political solutions, non-minor technological, some technological ones. So instead of focusing on infinite growth, we could consider a path of stable state economies while preserving markets and healthy competition. That's what we should do. So one solution will is not here. We need this kind of solution, and for this solution we need to make laws that recognize the rights of future generation, other species, right? And then we need to uphold a much higher standard of environmental protection than currently. Whatever is the importance of environment right now, we need to increase that importance in everyone's mind, and we need to make such laws, and then only this can happen, right? So 2-1-4-3. Question number 42, everyone. Okay. Main topic is that food is an individual choice, right? Food is an individual choice. Then, okay, hints. What are my hints? This is particularly so. What is particularly so? So something before 3. Let's just read. Individual consumers. Okay. Fine. See, one thing I know is that food is an individual choice, where government has also transferred responsibility of food onto us or individual consumers, and individual framing of choice. We have individual choice. Only here we are saying that women prioritize cooking because they are responsible, means women are responsible. Here we are saying individuals are responsible. So I don't know where to put one, but somehow 2, 3, 4 will be together for some reason. So we'll start with reading 2, that food is commonly framed through the lens of individual choice, right? You can choose to eat healthy. So food is an individual choice, as in, of course, when we are reading it feels so good that yes, food is an individual choice. I can eat whatever I like. But no. I can definitely eat whatever I like, but what if I like to eat only fast food, burger, pizzas every day? I do not like to eat anything else. Then is this individual freedom given to me is good? No, it's not good, isn't it? Then that means there should be some government regulation on these unhealthy food, that if somehow country will become such that everywhere you'll find tasty, healthy, nutritious food and everything, like in your home, outside also, if you're eating is something, it's very clean, automatically even if you're eating outside you'll not like unhealthy food, but if you have only those options you'll like that, isn't it? So okay, coming to the topic, so food is framed through a lens. So food is somehow framed, has been made that okay, it's an individual choice, you can choose to eat like your wish, you can eat healthy at home, you can go outside to McDonald's to eat, your wish, right? Your body, your wish, your health, right? You're responsible, like that. And then we are saying this, um yeah, the individualized, it's framed, and this individualized framing of choice appeals to a popular desire to experience agency. And why it is being framed like that? Because everybody wants to experience authority, at least with food. Everybody wants authority with their food, at least agency means authority. But see, this is good, of course everybody should have individual choice, but it draws away from these structural obstacles that stratify the individual food choices. But then we are not paying attention to the obstacles we face in individual food choice. Like I can eat what I want to eat, but what if I live in a certain area where somehow either I eat at home or nowhere else, because outside I don't have very good or clean or healthy options. If I want to eat outside, I feel like eating outside, I have only fast food joints, I don't have any good healthy joints, which is very less again, in some of the areas in India. Then what do I do? This is one obstacle in this, that some actually I don't have a choice. I want to eat healthy, but I don't have a choice. If I want to eat healthy, I have to eat boring food. This is an obstacle, right? I can't eat interesting, tasty and healthy because there's no option for me. So we are saying it looks like it's a choice. Of course everybody wants to have authority, agency over the choices, but then there's an obstacle of individual choices when there are certain problems, when people actually don't have a choice and it's just told to them that you have a choice, right? So 2 4 is a pair. And then third, we had also talked about, so this is particularly so in neoliberal context. Neo means new. So in this new freedom context where everybody has freedom to do whatever they want, this is actually definitely a scenario where the government has transferred the responsibility for food into individual consumers, that you can eat what you want. So in such cases we are saying this is so 2 4 3. And then in some houses what happens, so either what I'm eating is my responsibility, for example, but say I'm a school going person, college going, I stay with my family, like that. So then if not me, my mother will be responsible for what I eat. So women generally may prioritize cooking because they feel, or they are made to feel, that they are alone responsible for mediating a toxic and unhealthy food system. Somehow that also, since freedom का एक concept है कि ठीक है, you're free to eat what you want, but then either you are responsible for what you have eaten, or the women in your family will be responsible, not anybody else, isn't it? Like that, I mean, which is wrong. But we are saying that's why women prioritize cooking. In case you look unhealthy, underweight, overweight, everybody will look at your mom, oh, you're not feeding healthy food, like that. Everybody is looking, you are also above 18 years old, you can also decide, but no. So this is a practice now that it is framed as an individual choice, but actually it's not an individual choice, right? That's what we are trying to say, that sometimes there are obstacles. One problem we are showing, sometimes there are obstacles if I want to eat healthy, or somehow women are made responsible, or women feel they are responsible, that's why they prioritize cooking. Okay, I have to cook so that, like, nobody can say anything, like that. So that, like, my kids are eating unhealthy food, like that. So although, in this case, it's not an individual choice actually, right? Kids are eating what they are being fed, and like that. So we are saying it's framed, but this framing has certain obstacles. So we are saying, especially in the where government has given, these are the problems we face. So 2 4 3 1, right? We are talking about the problems that it has been made to look like individual choice, but actually it's not an individual choice, right? There are many obstacles or problems with this framing. 43. Okay, so we are talking about here that the beacon signals, can something a beacon fixed here or something, isn't it, about beacons, beacon solution. But what is beacon? Beacon is introduced here. So 4 should be the first sentence. Beacons are tiny, inexpensive, micro location based technology devices, okay, that can send radio frequency signals and notify nearby Bluetooth devices of their presence and transmit information. Basically, what we are saying is, what is beacon? Understand beacon as something very tiny in your phone, for example, and like that. And that's why, see, if I collect 100 phones and walk on the road, on a certain road, if you see the on Google Map, if there's a traffic, although one person is only walking on that road with 100 phones, so this is the road, I'm walking with 100 phones, right? One person is walking, there's no traffic, I have 100 phones in a bag. But when you see from your home, okay, how's the traffic in this road, you will see, oh, there's so much traffic, because of these beacons. They're tiny things which kind of, like, locates, okay, these phones are there, so then that there's a traffic, although there's no traffic. So beacons, I'm just giving an example here, we are saying something else. So they just give you micro location based technology devices which kind of send signals. If I'm in a shop, I'll know, okay, if 3 people are coming towards my shop or 4 people, I'll already be ready. It's like Blinkit does that. Blinkit does that. As soon as you're even putting things in the basket online, they will see, okay, this person is about to buy, and what they buy, you'll have a certain history, and they'll be ready, and that's how they quickly send items at your home, at your doorstep, within few minutes. That, so beacons are these tiny things in your phone or something which send frequency signals and notify the Bluetooth devices of their presence and transmit information with this. These many people are coming to my shop, or these many people are buying this, these many people are going on this road, all these things, right? Like that. So we are introducing beacons here. Then what are we saying? That smartphones or other mobile phone devices can capture the beacon signal. So smartphone or other any device, smartphone for example, can capture the signals, and distance can be estimated by measuring received signal strength. Like, if signal strength is higher, that means the customer is almost near my stop, near my shop. If it is far, then the strength will be, signal strength will be lighter, like that. So 4 3, so that it sends signals, and these signals will have different strength, right? That's what we are saying. So then we are giving example. Now where is it used? We are giving a practical example in these two. So various industrial sectors including retail, transit systems like transportation, buses and everything, enterprise, education institutions, event organizing, finance, travel, all these places use this beacon, have now started leveraging these beacon solutions to track and communicate with their customers. Like, everybody uses this, of course. Now how exactly they are using and communicating, we are explaining here. A beacon fixed onto a shop wall enables the retailer is shopkeeper to assess the proximity of the customer, proximity, how far or how near the customer is, and come up with a much targeted or personalized communication like offers, discounts, combos on products in each shelf, like that. So they can actually tell. For example, see here, I think we are talking about a store like Big Basket, Blinkit, or maybe Amazon store. Again, there are certain shops in Amazon store, if you go to, there'll be no person. You can just pick up the thing and just do your own billing and go out of the shop. Nobody is inviting you, nobody is welcoming you, nobody is telling you to go. There's no person. This entire cameras are there and that scanners are there, so you can buy and do everything on your own, like that. So their beacons will be fixed. They will know, okay, who is coming. So of course, I'll have an app, it will know, okay, I'm coming, like that. So automatically all these personalized communication, discounts, because I have bought a lot of things from Amazon store, for example, it will give me extra discount compared to someone who is going for the second time, like that. So it will decide all the combos for me and everything. Okay, if you buy this on my phone, when I'm buying, all the discounts and everything. So that's what we are trying to say. So 2 is an application, how all these industries, shops, retail and everyone is using. It is an example, very specific example, then anything. So 2 has to come at the end. So now 1 obviously will come here. 4 3 1 2. Question number 44. Let's read and figure out the main topic. Okay, here we are talking about, of course, meritocracy is good, but how it's not that important as well. So my okay topic, I understood we are saying something about meritocracy, especially the limitations of meritocracy and its limitations. Its limitations. Now, what is meritocracy, by the way? Right? You will say, yeah, it's a good thing. Of course, it's a good thing, right? I agree with you. But what are the limitations? Every good thing has a bad side to it. Every bad thing will have a good side to it. So meritocracy, we are discussing the negative. Its limitation is what we are discussing. So first of all, what is meritocracy? We'll read this and also try to understand in simpler language. So meritocracy as an organizing principle is an unavoidable and inevitable is unavoidable function of a free society, as we are designed to see our achievement as worthy of reward. For example, all of us are studying for the CAT exam. So whoever will score 99.99 percentile, right, according to meritocracy, will get the reward of top college. Whoever will score 99.98 will get lesser reward. 98.9 much lesser reward. That's how we see. So meritocracy means whoever performs well should get more, whoever is not performing should not get. The simple, as simple as that. Fine, so it's a good, of course you've worked hard, that's why your results are better and you should get better reward. So meritocracy basically is part of free society, that nobody is less or more. Let us, all of us, give our best, and whoever scores best should get the best college. As fair and simple as that. But we are saying here there are some problems with this concept. So in recent books, if we see, there are some limits of merit. What is the problem with this concept? Is an important correction to the arrogance of contemporary entitlement and an opportunity to reassert the importance of luck, grace in our thinking. So we need to understand, when we perform really well, there are various factors attached to it, isn't it? For example, if somebody is, say for CAT exam, there is no as such uh, limitation on which field you have done your graduation from. You might have done engineering, BSc, BE, BA, whatever. If you're graduate, you can go for CAT exam. That's it, isn't it? So then in that case, for example, if this English, maths and something, somehow the topics are so are much more easier for one particular field. So it is because they have done it, isn't it? Or for example, someone who is from poor background, who has not gone to a school where the person has been challenged a lot, challenged in terms of mental faculty, the person will face problem, isn't it, for such a difficult exam like CAT exam. So there are many things. First of all, maybe you have elderly brother and sisters who are helping you in this. They're already in top IIMs and they are helping you. That also other people don't have. That is also the case. It's not just your hard work, maybe, isn't it? And also your thinking process, your mindset. You have been told since the childhood, for example, that you have to do your best. In other households, sometimes parents say, okay, just try your best, it's okay. Even if the result is average, it's okay. Right? Everybody puts value on different. You should just behave well. That also happens. So into luck also. Sometimes luck also. There are many things when we achieve something, when we are better than others. There are many factors apart from just our hard work. Our hard work is the main thing, many things. So we need to look at that as well, right? And when we look at that, the more we are able to accept that our achievement are largely out of our control. Actually, no matter how much we work hard, if we do not have other things apart from hard work, getting results is difficult. And if we have everything right apart from our hard work, like right content, right teacher, right guidance from our friends or from our older brothers, sisters, somehow if we have everything right, then getting result is easier. So somehow our results are outside our control, the easier it will become to understand our. So similarly, our failures also, we'll understand that that is also sometimes out of our hand. And if we understand that, in turn it will increase our, see, if we accept that r and that in, so 1 4 is clearly a pair. We are explaining meritocracy its limitations here, right? So what we're saying in last sentence, it should increase our humility. Humility will be down to earth and respect with which we treat our fellow citizens. As in, if someone could not clear the exam, maybe they didn't have the resources, right people and everything, we had that, isn't it? So we'll be still nice to them. We'll not be proudy and rude. Oh, hey, I got 99.9 percentile. What did you get? That person will say, I got just 89 percentile. Okay, I'm not talking to you. You know, I only talk to 99.9 percentilers. So we'll not behave like this. We will know okay, what we have achieved. A lot of things were were like luck, grace, and a lot of other things were also there apart from our hard work. And then helping ultimately build a more, and then we'll have a compassionate society. It will be, if it will be very competitive world, dog eat dog world, meritocracy, that okay, whoever is achieving more should get more, people will not be nice to each other, isn't it? That's what we are trying to say. So that's why we need to understand that sometimes if some people are being successful, maybe their family has always been in that field, and that's why for them to work in that field is easy. Just like Bollywood, if parents are in Bollywood, children also want to work in the same field. It gets easier for them. If somebody is coming from outside, they don't have any idea, they take some time, right, and then learn about the field like that. So that's what we are saying. Sometimes things are out of our control, and that's why if we understand that even others who could not crack the exam also just like us, like even their failures are out of control, then we'll be more compassionate towards people, will be down to earth, and like that maybe many things worked for us, and that's why they cleared the exam. So 3214 everyone. Question number 45. See, to an introverted kid, that felt like a threat. What felt like a threat? And here we are talking my mom, isn't it? So when I uh, read this, I think what her mom is saying quite logically. Of course, all parents say that, do not just sit inside the home, watch TV, look at phone. Just go out of the house in the sun, play something. That's far better, right? That. And then why she was saying that, because she was telling her story that in her countryside during her childhood, they used to try climb trees by 8 a.m., right? And by lunchtime, they and streams navigate by lunchtime, and they used to play in river by lunchtime, were passed down to us. Like, so these stories that we have heard from parents, that at your age we used to go out from morning to afternoon, we used to play, right, in the playground, in trees, and all these things. So these things are passed down as a folklore, means as a stories, as stories. Um, so since, even if I wanted to, so my mom used to say go out of the house, and she used to say she used to go out and everything. So if I wanted to sit indoors and read, so if I, for example, if I want to stay at home, read, play some musical instrument or anything, or play some game like Mega Drive, play some game, I would be made to feel guilty about not going outside to enjoy it while it lasts. See, enjoy it while it lasts means you can go out and play only to a certain age. After that, maybe you won't be able to. And then that, while it lasts, that felt like a threat. And that feeling has stayed with me even now. That's what he's saying. Stayed with me is even now, that now also then I take out some time to go out, to play, to walk, anything, for a jogging, something like that. So clearly 1 4 is a pair. And why he would often be made to feel guilty, because he, author, and his sister has been asked to go out by the mom, right, their mom. So 2314 everyone. Question number 46. Okay. See, from this polarity refers to what? So here we're talking about two poles. Polarity means two different poles of something or differences. So I think 4 3 should be a pair. Let's read once. The literary work. What is literary work? Literature. So whenever you're reading a book, reading a novel, reading a story, that is literature work, it has two poles. What are the two poles? First is artistic, second is aesthetic. Artistic and aesthetic means the artistic refers to the text created by the author. So let's say I have written a story, I am the author. So I might have some ideas, okay, I'll use these kind of words, such kind of sentences, this kind of story, like that is artistic. But then how you are perceiving my story as a reader will be aesthetics of it, isn't it? Like that, for example, I am teaching this topic, so my teaching style is artistic, but aesthetics as in the beauty of my class, that maybe I'm trying to be interactive, maybe I'm trying to crack some jokes, that will be. So how you perceive my class, okay, overall every teacher, but ma'am is fun, or ma'am is interactive, or ma'am is like that, anything, that will be the differentiator, and that aesthetics we are talking about, that basically how reader accomplishes or perceives a certain literature. So from this two different things, it follows that literary work, as in any story or novel, cannot be completely identical with the text or with the realization of the text, but in fact must lie halfway between the two. As in, whatever I have written, I don't think a reader will exactly read the way it is. Whatever I thought while writing, you will have your own style of idea of writing, you will perceive it maybe differently. So we are seeing, so we need to lie halfway. Okay, I can write my way, at the same time I have to see how reader will perceive it, and that's how good books, good stories are being created. That's what we are saying. So the work is more than the text. So I can't just expect reader to exactly understand what I want reader to understand, like that. So that's why my work, my story will be more than the text what I'm writing, because text takes on life, right? There will be life, there will be relatability where it is realized, and furthermore the realization is by no means independent of the individual disposition. When I realize, as in I understand how this will be perceived. It will not be independent to just one reader or just me. I have to see overall if somebody is reading it, how will they feel? Like that. So this convergence or mixing of this text plus what reader brings to the literary work into the existence, and this convergence is not to be identified either with the reality of the text or with the individual disposition of the reader. So I'm not saying that okay, I'll write the book my way. Whoever is intelligent will understand it. If you don't understand, you're not. I can't write a book if I want many people to read my book first. So reality of the text means people need to understand what it is, right? Without misunderstanding anything. Or if I just think, no, I will write a story which works. Let's say, okay, J.K. Rowling write some, mythology or magical stories on Harry Potter. I'll write a similar story. It will work. It will get popular. Then where is my content? Where is my style? If I'm copying J.K. Rowling, so if I'm again writing my things according to reader, that is also wrong. If I'm just writing my way, not thinking about the reader, that is also wrong. We are saying we need to converge this. We need to text, and then how the reader might perceive, we need to mix it. Like, so again, this class, if I just teach it my way, I'll just explain and that's it, no, it's not going to work, no matter how good explanation I'll give you. If I'm being interactive, if I'm solving your doubts, if we are also being chatty a bit, then you will take more interest. That's why sometimes a friend sometimes teaches us something we understand better than a teacher, because we relate with our friends better. So it's very important, especially in online, for anything, for a literature to be anything to be relatable but real as well. You can't be only relatable, right? No, only according to the audience. You have to have some reality which should be made relatable in literature, for example, in that case. So 4 3 1 2, correct. Question number 47, everyone. This seems shorter. Okay. Something about climate and planting trees is what we are talking about. That's the main topic. Where is our hint? This is because trees sequester as in accumulate carbon by absorbing carbon dioxide. Okay, so they release carbon by absorbing carbon dioxide. Okay. Mm, So it has to start first of all with problem. It seems all but certain. Like it means it is very sure that global warming will go above 2 degrees, as in next year whatever is overall average temperature of the earth, next year it will be 2 degrees more. That's what we are saying. So whenever we talk this that global warming will go above, to a popular response is everybody starts shouting plant more trees, plant more trees. This is the response. So a popular is the exhortation is too much answer, too much talks around planting more trees. So 2-1, when we talk about global warming will increase, this will happen that two more sorry, to plant more trees, right? Now why people are saying plant more trees? Because they plants absorb carbon, isn't it? By they absorb carbon dioxide, somehow they have a lot of carbon. So whatever pollution we are creating, plants can absorb. If we have more plants, right, it will be absorbed within the plant. But when we burning them who response global warming? No, only plants or trees. Trees is only here, right? So burning them releases it, which is why the scale of forest fires in Amazon basin last year garnered head. But when we burn all this carbon dioxide released from the plant, and that's why when in Amazon it happens, it became a headline, it became a big news because Amazon forest is actually doing a lot for Earth in terms of reducing pollution. And now when this fire happens, forest fire happens, actually it's happening reverse and all the carbon dioxide is being released, pollution is getting doubled, isn't it? That's what happens. So 2-1-4-3. Question number 48. However their ability, right? Whose ability? So something before 4, they studied. Who studied? Maybe biologists, right? Okay, 1 minute to read. So who studied? Nothing in first sentence. Very clearly 2-3 is a pair. So we'll read 2-3. Biologists from University of Beirut have discovered a uniquely rapid form of regeneration in injured neurons. So biologists have discovered fast regeneration in neurons and their function in the central nervous system of zebrafish. So basically neurons means brain cells. So that if some damage happens, they regenerate, they grow, they get better very quickly. And especially in the nervous system of zebrafish, right? So here we are talking about them. They studied. So what exactly they studied about the neurons? They studied that motor cells which are solely responsible for the escape behavior of the fish. Which fish? Zebrafish, right? That and previously regarded as incapable of regeneration. It's basically saying where they are responsible for the escape behavior of this fish, and they used to be. We used to think that it is incapable of regeneration, and then we are saying now this is not the case. However, their ability to regenerate crucially depends on the location of the injury. Again, where exactly injury depends. They may regenerate or not. In the CNS of other animal species, okay, other animal species we are talking about, such a comprehensive regeneration of neuron has not yet been proved. So here we're talking about zebrafish only. So 2-3-4, we are saying that this happens, but it depends on the location. In other animals it has not been proven beyond doubt, or we are not very sure in other animals. So if one talks about other animals, 2-3 certainly is a pair. We are talking about this neurons in zebrafish, right? In all these 2-3-4, so 2-3-4 has to be together. Question number 49, everyone. Done reading? Okay. What's the main topic? Main topic here is some fight, some dispute between US and Canada. What's the reason of US and Canada fight? Some shipping route, right? Shipping route. So shipping route and fight because of it, right? That's what we're saying. So why there's a fight first of all on this Northwest Passage route? Because see, two is the introducing sentence, because now Canada has the right towards it. Canada, which has acquired the group of islands forming the Northwest Passage in 1880. So because Canada has bought or acquired certain islands, from those islands the Northwest Passage goes. So now it has its authority over all the shipping routes through that. So if any ship is going, right, apart from Canada, they'll have to pay something to the US. They pay something to Canada, because now that, see, if I bought some island, and if anybody is landing on that island, anybody is doing shipping around that island, it's my land, right? So now I can decide whether I want to give it away for free, I want to charge a rent, right? Something. Now whoever has that property, so they have acquired the land, so now that they have the authority over the passage around that island is what we are saying. Okay, now the US has long maintained the, now US actually uses this passage through for its commercial military vessels, right, to get some weapons, to export import, they use this passage only, and they have the right pass without seeking Canada's permission. So right now they have, right, they don't, so far they were not seeking Canada's permission, but now the US Canada have never legally settled the question of access through the passage, but have an agreement whereby US needs to seek Canada's consent. At least it's not about accept US needs to pay something, but at least ask once when you're going from there. So they have to do the consent. Now dispute could be this dispute that, okay, whether US is asking, not taking permission, like that. So see, Canada's consent and Canada's permission. It is then 1-4. So 2-1-4 will be one sequence, right? The dispute could be temporary. However, as scientists speculate that entire Arctic Ocean will soon be ice-free in summer, so ship owners will not have to ask for permission to sail through any of the Northwest Passage. We are saying right now, because there's a land and everything, we see there's a passage, right, between these lands. But since it will be ice free in summer, it will be everything, it will be water. Like the island will be submerged in water. So then nobody will have to. So right now we're talking about permission. They have to ask permission, but they don't have to ask permission after the summers, because it will be throughout water. So nobody will know, like, that somebody is going on the right side of the island or the left side of the island. There's no island, it's submerged, because ice will melt in the summer is what we are saying. So 3 has to come at the end. Question number 50, everyone. Main idea, main topic and hint. देखो. See, one hint is this calls for, but today, isn't it? Like that. Half a century, I think very clearly 2 is the opening sentence, right? Here, easy. So we are at crossroads now in our vision and practice of development. As in, we envisioned something few years ago that this should be development. How we are practicing development, how much are we developing according to our plan? That is, so we are at this point, right? This point, as in, we had a certain vision, this is one road, and how exactly practically we are executing that vision towards development. We are at crossroads now. How exactly we should do it. That's what we are saying. So earlier, now R means we in present. So earlier, what did we do? Early half a century ago, like 50 years ago, development began as a hope for better human, so more development, better human possibility. People have better infrastructure, better opportunities, etc., etc. But in the last 50 years, this hope has lost itself in the dreary desert of various kind of hegemonic application, because there's so much hegemonic means there's so much domination of few industries that that kind of development is somehow not possible. It's happening in a certain way only, not the right manner, for example. That's what we are saying. So, right, that's what we are saying. Now see, very clearly 4-1 is a pair, because we are saying because of hegemony means some people are dominating more, some industries are dominating. Now who is dominating, how this has been explained here. So explained here, and also contrast. But means contrast. That this hope has been lost, but today there is a challenge. Epoch is era. So now there's a, in this era there's some challenge to rethink. So although we have lost the hope, but we can still rethink and reconstitute the vision and practice of development as a shared response. And now, so we in last 50 years we have lost, but now we can again rethink and replan our vision, our practice, sharing which binds both the agent and the audience, and develop the developed world developing in a bond of shared identity, isn't it? And this, how exactly it will happen, how we can rethink the plan and everything, envision again. This needs cultivation of an appropriate ethical mode of being in our lives, as in this need we need to cultivate the right way of living first, right way of thinking, which enable us to realize this global and planetary situation of shared living and responsibility. Means, right, that means if I feel okay, we are going towards development, in name of development, should I keep lights, right, switches on off my entire home? Okay, I have electricity, I should use it. Or I should be a little more careful and use electricity as much as required, for example. So then if we are actually whatever we our vision had, because for better human possibility, right, we have to be developed, but not at the cost of that we are opening 100 factories in the name of development and then doing pollution, and then people are not able to go out after 50 years from now, for example. And that's the case. So that's what we are saying, that this will happen if we can rethink again. How we are going to rethink? If we have appropriate ethical mode of living our lives, which can then realize this global planetary situation. If we are shared living and responsibility, we are not thinking of our just own, we are thinking about everyone else. Only this is the so 4-1-3. 3 is the solution, 1 gives us contrast, and 4 says we have lost hope, we have lost hope. 1 says yeah, but we can still rethink and plan. How we can rethink and plan? By being correct in ourselves, by developing ethical mode, by being ethical in ourselves. Correct. So again, flow of ideas. I think this question is difficult to explain, but easier to think. Isn't it easier to think? As in, first we'll say there are some people who are dominating, but okay, we have lost hope. Something negative, positive, that no natural course of action. So positive, we can still rethink, reconstitute. How we'll rethink? By being right, being correct in our lives first, like that. So 4-1-3 will automatically will be a sequence. Question number 51, everyone. Okay, 1 minute to read. So main topic is here we are talking about invention. Some inventions. What invention? See, When you read carefully, 3 2 is one pair. I'll tell you how. The greatest of all invention is the Uber invention that has provided the insights on which others depend. So basically, the best invention is something which can give knowledge on for other inventions. The modern scientific method, right? That now to get mean now to gain the insights, logic has to be accompanied by asking probing questions of nature through control. But then how will other people will get insight or knowledge from first invention? By asking right questions, right? For that you have to have control tests, precise observations, clever analysis, like that. So just because um yeah, just because one great invention has happened doesn't mean I'll also get or you will also get an idea from that. We'll get an idea, it will be an Uber invention, it will give us knowledge by only if I ask right question. I know how to test it, isn't it? I have precise observation, I have clever analysis method, all these things. So that can happen. So we can get insights by all these methods. That's what we are saying. And look forward a few decades to invention. See, now 1 4 is one sequence. I'll tell you how. We're saying so this will happen. So, for example, what kind of inventions? Let's say some invention will happen 10 years, 20 years from now that can end the energy crisis, right? End the energy. Like, for example, we have electronic cars these days, right? Or hydrogen, say, jo chalti hai, not through petrol and all. So, it is in a way will solve when if more people will build this car and people will buy, energy crisis will be solved. Change the global economy, curb climate change at a stroke. So commercial fusion power, for example, this fusion power, what is commercial fusion power? We are explaining here. So fusion is the invention is inconceivable without the scientific method. It will rest on the application of a diverse range of scientific insights. Of course, it will have such as the process transforming hydrogen into helium to release huge amounts of energy. See, fusion means only basically changing hydrogen into helium and then producing energy, right? Like that. So, what is commercial fusion power? How exactly will get fusion? By doing this, and it will happen. So, 4 is explaining 1. Students, you must have understood so far now that while solving these 51 questions, that what I'm explaining is actually easier to understand if you read regularly, right? So reading is not just for your comprehension. You have to have knowledge of a lot of different fields to pick up and imagine that information quickly, isn't it? Right now some questions may be difficult for you if it is not related to your field. In graduation, for example, you have not read anything like that. No matter how well I explain, it is difficult to visualize that. So if you read regularly, reading is very important. If you read regularly, you'll be able to not just comprehend quickly, understand all the words, but also you can visualize, imagine, and then that becomes easier, especially in parajumbles. Question number 52. 1 minute to read. One hint, but in recent years. Okay. Okay. Um, automation we are talking here. Robotics we are talking here. Isn't it? Like this. So 3 has to be separate, either start or end, and then 1, 2, 4 are somehow connected. Mm. Since automation is in 1 and 4, I'll read this. Mm. Economists, based on their research, say that bigger threat to jobs now is not globalization but automation. So biggest threat we are saying because of AI, a lot of jobs will be lost. Now, how automation is a threat to jobs? Because businesses find automation. So, for example, robotic employees. There's a robot who is doing my work, so I don't need a person. A big asset in terms of productivity and efficiency. It will do good work. It will not make mistakes. It will do faster work, efficient, like that. So, in recent years, in fact, robotics has impacted the unemployment, right? Not just of manual labor. It's not just manual labor like instead of I'm like let's say shifting things from one place to another, a machine is doing that, is okay. But even the brain work, like as in wherever we use our brain, like white collar jobs where I have to type something, write some reports or something, even those are done by chat GPT, for example. So it is taking the work. Now, so 4 1 2 is one thing. 3 for years, means from last 10 years, 20 years, politicians have promised workers that they would bring back their jobs by decreasing businesses. Offshoring means export import or hiring people from abroad, and immigration. But we are saying globalization, immigration is not the reason, automation is. So very clearly 3 we are saying they will decrease globalization, offshoring, immigration, and give the jobs. But we are saying that's not even the problem is automation. How automation? For example, robotics. How robotics, what is doing? It is actually not just doing human labor but also white collar jobs. सब कर रहा है, isn't it, robotics? So what do we learn here? Right, that again main topic and one hint, right? If you get that, you get some good start, and then of course you should understand all the words. You should be able to remember 2 sentences saying the same thing, right? All these things, students. Okay, let's solve question number 53. 1 minute to read. Okay, so we are talking about what is important in relationships and what is not, right? Now, see, let's find some hints like these conceptions of discourse or discussion, isn't it? These conceptions of discourse. Discourse means discussion. This question has very difficult words, difficult language overall. Uh, what else is our hint? It is regimes of truth, isn't it? It is what that makes certain relationships speakable. So, and about relationships, we are speaking here as well. Okay. So here we are talking about an approach, Foucauldian approach. What is Foucauldian approach? Let's read once. Approach to relationship goes beyond these conceptions. That means this is not my first sentence. Fine. So what about, we're talking about relationships here, relationship here, right? Relationship here, then it looks like 2 should be the opening sentence. So I'll write 2 like this. Relationships are nothing without communication that brings them into being. Okay, so basically for any relationship, communication is important. Interpersonal communication is connected to knowledge shared by interlocutors, right? We share knowledge, information, right? Two people talking. Scholars should attend to relational histories in their analysis, right? Like that. Okay. So we are talking about a relationship requires communication. Communication means sharing knowledge, information, and everything like that, right? So that, okay. So scholars should attend to relational histories in their analysis, as in what kind of analysis. So we are saying now a Foucauldian approach says, some approach which says relationship goes beyond these conceptions of discourse. As in here we are saying connection, communication is important, but this approach says that relationship is more than communication. It's not just that two people are talking, these two are not talking, they have a better relation. Not like that. And history of, and then when you're talking about history of macro level regimes of truth as constituting relationships, right? This is what we are saying. So basically it's not the communication, it's the regimes of truth that makes relationship. Truth as in how genuine you find the other person and that person finds you genuine in return. That makes, for example, is one of the reasons. There's much more in regimes of truth. So that decides a relationship and not how much you talk to someone, like that. So here we are introducing that. First we are saying relationship needs, because that was the common topic, so we start with relationship. Now relationship, to say that for relationship communication is important, but in next sentence we are saying that it's not communication, actually it's the regimes of truth which is important. Regimes of truth means what? So that's what we explaining in first sentence. It is regimes of truth that make certain relationships speakable. As in when you find a person genuine, then only you talk also to a person, otherwise you don't even talk. So it's not communication which builds relationship, it's some regimes of truth, certain things that make some relationships speakable. Relationships like subjectivities are constituted through discursive formations with sustained regimes of truth. And then you talk and then realize, yes, this person is genuine. So discursive formation, discussions and everything that we are saying. So reconsidering micro practices within relationship that are constituted within and simultaneously contributors to regime of truth acknowledge the central position of power knowledge in constitution of what has come to be considered true and real. So basically we are saying it's the when we reconsider small things rather than the superficial things like talking and all, basically the contributor like regimes of truth, then we understand that okay, like of course communication, knowledge, some genuinity, everything that makes the relation true and real, and that's how we consider, that's what we are saying, right? So we need to understand that as well. So very clearly 2 is 2 3 1 is a sequence, 4 is something will automatically come once you figure out 2 3 1. Question number 54, everyone. Right, understand the main topic we are talking about. Museums are returning some artifacts. Now, this is a hint. This is in response to countries like Nigeria. Right, that's what we are saying. So you can read for a minute or pause. See very clearly, the 3 looks like the opening sentence, right? Legal hurdles, when you read all 4 sentences. Museums in Europe today are struggling to come to terms with their colonial legacy. So museums in Europe, okay, nice, good news. Museums in Europe today are struggling to come to terms with the colonial legacy. What is the colonial legacy? That they say proudly, hey, we colonized this country and brought these things. We colonized India, brought Kohinoor, and will put in their museum like that. So now but they're struggling with that identity. Now it is something, anyway, so it's some taking steps to return. So basically now they want to return these artifacts but not wanting to lose their prized collection. So they do not want to, they have their collection in the museums, they want to return some of the artifacts for some reason. But at the same time it's not like they have, according to them it is prize is very appreciated, very like something they feel they have won, won, jeet kyo laye, like that. Okay, so prized collections. So but why suddenly like change of heart? Why do they want to like return the artifacts? This is in response to countries like Nigeria, which are pressurizing European museums to return their precious artifacts looted by colonizers in the past. So they're saying you looted us. It's not like we gave you or you won in some war. So please give it back. Okay. ये कब हो रहा है? When is this happening? दो कोई डेट नहीं लिखी है, because if this is happening now we can also ask our Kohinoor back, and if they are giving it back to Nigeria, their things, we should also get our things back, isn't it? Okay, let's get back to the question. So now change in heart, Europe wants to return artifacts because Nigeria is pressurizing them. So looks like 2-3 is happening. Yeah, 2-3 is kind of together. Then we are seeing restitution means returning of artifacts. Returning of artifacts to original cultures could face legal obstacles, but then they want to return, since Nigeria's pressure for returning will have some legal issues. You can't just pick up and give them. There has to be some paperwork, legal work, like that. As many Western museums are legally prohibited, because many Western museums are not allowed, they're not allowed to give off their collections. Like they have to keep it in the museum, they can't give or take or anything. It has to be just like that. So there's going to be some legal issues. So see, legal obstacles, legal hurdles, same thing, legal problems. If we are talking in 1-4, isn't it? So 1-4 both talk about legality, legal problem, legal obstacles. So we are saying legal hurdles notwithstanding, politicians and institutions in France and Germany would now like to defuse the colonial time bombs and are now backing the return, backing is supporting. So now, of course, legal issues are there, but politicians and everybody else actually want to return these things, right, as part of their holdings, like that. So, yeah, isn't it? So, although there are legal problems, but in spite of legal problems, they want to return it. Right? So, not 2-3, 3-2. They want to return. Why do they want to return? Reason is in here. So, 3-2. 3-2-1-4. Correct. Question number 55. These concerns, one hint, right? Okay, what concerns are there? Concern, changes, an issue is a concern, isn't it, like that? So see, these, matlab two concerns, two plus concerns. So this is one concern, this is one concern. So maybe we are referring to 1 2 or 2 1. In dono mein we have concern, and then we are saying in fourth that these concerns, isn't it? So according to that logic, 3 should be first. Let's read once. Since the 1990s, the security environment of Southeast Asia has seen both continuity and profound. So this is not a problem, it's a positive. We are saying that security environment of Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia like China, Myanmar, those kind of countries, slightly on our east side, right? Those. So we're saying the security in that area has seen a lot of changes. Okay, what kind of changes, for example? So 1 2 or 2 1 will come, right? We know that 1 2 or 2 1 we need to decide. So what changes are there? So we are saying tensions and sometimes conflict remain an issue and in and between 11 states in Southeast Asia like Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar. Basically, there's problem between these countries in terms of security. One person is going to other country illegally. Some problem is happening. Since we're talking about security, and China's rise as a regional military power and its claims in the South China Sea have become an increasingly pressing security concern for many. And now that China is the biggest in Southeast Asia, China is the biggest thing, right? Biggest country. Its army is biggest. It has more access on the South China Sea. So now this is a problem for other countries because they are not as strong as China, right? So the first is all these countries, their tensions and border conflicts between all these 11 states. Apart from that, China is bigger in that area. That is another concern. And then these concerns cause states from outside the region to take an active interest in Southeast Asian country, as in the other people take active interest in how these geopolitics between these countries will come out to be, turn out to be. That's what people want to see. So yeah, right. So I think not 2 1 but 3 1 2 4. Why? Because see, I'll tell you the reason. I'll show you. So it remains an issue, means it was an issue, it is an issue, one. And then another is increasingly bigger issue. So one issue, I'll say one issue is this, and even increasingly or bigger issue is this. So increasingly pressing security concern is this. Isn't it? So 3 1 2 4. Question number 56. I'll give you a minute to read. See, this is not an opening sentence. There means who. Selected tails reveal that. Who is selecting, what kind of selected tail. This also doesn't look like opening sentence. Maybe this fourth looks better according to me, isn't it? Okay. Let's start reading. Relying on narrative structure, indigenous means local, students. Local significance of 19th century sand folktales are hard to determine. Okay. Even this is fine actually. One can be opening sentence. Okay. I see. 1 4 can be a pair. Right? Please excuse the construction voice since I'm taking this class in the entire day. Some disturbance, right, might happen. So just focus on, I'll just speak a little loudly, I guess. Relying on narrative structure alone, indigenous local significance of local significance of folktales. Folktales means the older stories which are maybe mythological, false, true, we do not know. So narrative structure means what? You narrated a story to me. Oral structure, as in you spoke. I didn't read anywhere. So when people are narrating some story, one person to second to third to fourth, we just do not know if these stories, folk tales are true or not. Because somebody has, we don't know, imagined it or actually told us some real story, we don't know. So first we are saying they are hard to determine. This is difficult. This is important. That because we have heard these stories, we have not read anywhere, we don't know if they are actually true or not. It was significant or not. So it's difficult, it's not impossible. It's difficult to determine. How do we determine the or understand these stories? So meaning can be illicit. Of course, when I'm hearing the story, I'll understand what the story is. So meaning can be taken out. Illicit means meaning can be understood or meaning can be determined. See, vocabulary needs to, so because illicit, determined means almost the same. And the tales contextualize means you will know the context. Ki, okay, this is a controversial story. This is a happy story. This is a story which ends with a moral. So you will know context also, right? You will know the meaning. You will know the context by probing beneath the narrative of verbatim. As in, whoever has verbatim as word to word. If you don't go, if you think beyond, read between the lines. Right? That's what they're saying. If you understand in depth, read between the lines, you will understand something about like meaning, context and everything. Original language records and exploring the connotation of highly significant words and phrases, right? So you'll see original language records, what is the meaning of these words and everything. So although the significance of folktales is hard to determine, but these things is something we can determine, isn't it? So when we determine some selected tales, some selected stories, it reveals that when we have determined meaning, right, context and everything, what did we understand, what did we come to know? That all these folk tales deal with the form of spiritual conflict that has social implication and concern, conflict between people and living or dead malevolent shamans. Oh my god, what is this? So see, let me erase and explain this properly. Yeah, we are saying, first folk tales are difficult to determine. One, here we are saying it is difficult to understand, but we can, difficult not impossible, but we can understand at least the meaning and context of it, right? Meaning and context of it. And when we have understood the meaning and context of it in 3, this is the content of all these stories. That's something to do with spiritual conflict. So we are talking about the content in the story, something to do with spiritual conflict between people, living or dead malevolent shamans. Now what is this living or dead malevolent shamans? Are like tantrics, people who know magic. There has been a recent Bollywood movie, Shaitan, where Madhavan was a kind of shaman. Right? You can say that. If you can watch the trailer if you have not watched it, the movie, so you will understand what I'm trying. So shaman is that person, right? So you can watch the trailer. So let's say Madhavan was shaman. So in those stories, all these things are there. You know, living or dead shamans and people, how people are interacting with the ghosts, right? With these tantrics who are died or who are living, like that. So malevolent means bad, but there can be good tantrics, good shamans as well, isn't it? So here we are talking about, so here we are introducing shamans, that it shows this is the content. And these shamans using there refers to shamans. So shaman used to use their supernatural power, whatever magic they used to have. They used to, and good shamans, benign means good shamans, good tantrics also used to be there, transcend the level of sand cosmos in order to deal with social conflict and to protect material resources and enjoy a measure of. So basically it used to tell the relationship between, spiritual relationship between people and shamans, right? Good, so bad shamans used to use their power, whereas good shaman used to use, they were using cosmos, as in power of universe. For example, if people want rain for their agricultural crops or anything, they used to deal with, good shamans would deal with social conflict, protect material sources, people, everything, and then in return they used to get a lot of respect from ordinary people, and that's how they were different also. They used to be adored and appreciated by a lot of people. That's what we are saying. So first we are saying stories are difficult to determine. Then we are saying whatever meaning we have understood, they deal with some shamans. What these shamans do, that we are saying in 2, that there are good shamans, bad shamans. Bad shaman are like, just that, and good shamans used to help people, and in return they used to get a lot of respect, isn't it? So 1 4 3 2, right? And let me just check. 1 4 3, yes, 2. Question number 57. After some time, after these 57 questions, brain stops working sometimes. So just so that any mistake should not happen, that's why I give you some time to read the question between, maybe more time, so that I can recharge my brain and then again focus on the questions. So students, if you are also saturated, you can take some break. Right? We are halfway. few more questions to go, many more questions to go actually. And yeah, recharge yourself, take a half an hour break or something, and you can resume with this. Okay, I'll give you a minute to read these dangers. Which dangers? Okay. Okay, so here one thing we need to keep in mind, that is chronology, timing. It past, generally we go past to present. We have been solving a lot of questions today. We have solved parajumbles previously as well. In most cases it is past to present, right, like that. Uh, okay, so this is the most past. See, I'll underline few things. Dawn means the start of civilization, right? Then we are saying, and then we are saying 1874, 1899, etc., etc. Okay, so chronology. So first we are saying man has used poisons for assassination. What is assassination? Killing someone, murder. So man has used poisons for killing purposes. Man as in humans, right? Human. So human has used poison to kill, right? To kill ever since the civilization has means ever since they know about thing called poison exists, they have been using it. In short, against individual enemies, against one person you hate, or maybe against the whole armies, putting in their food, something like that. So people, like human beings, have been using poison from some 500,000 years back. Okay, so this is the very start of civilization, when the civilization is 1,000 years old. Now recently we're talking about, see, also we go from problem to solution, right? So okay, we are using poison, and then we are talking about some modern poisons here. The modern way we harm each other, humans kill each other, like that. So foundation of microbiology by Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch offered new prospects for those interested in biological weapons. See, so microbiology was started by these two people, right? Louis Pasteur, Robert Koch, everything. So since the foundation, see, these two people did not do anything basically, but since because of these two people, other scientists came to know about microbes, viruses, etc., etc. Foundation was set by these two people, of course. So it offered new prospects for other people. For example, if I am a politician, so it offered prospects, okay, this bacteria can infect. So then if I am a bad politician or bad leader or something, it will give me chance for those interested in biological weapons. Okay, I'll say, oh, so that means if I somehow cultivate this virus and, like, throw in this country or something, everybody will be sick. So because of microbiology, people could make biological weapons. What is biological weapon? Just like corona, COVID, what was a biological weapon? Because it allowed agents. What kind of agents? Agents like virus, bacteria, everything, some infection, to be chosen and designed to be on rational basis, as in because of this they knew, okay, what kind of an infection. They will ask one country, okay, like China for example, what kind of infection do you want to spread in India? They will say virus, not bacteria this time. Okay, how much do you want to affect one state or the whole country? They'll say whole country. So then you can decide what agent, virus, and then what is a rational basis means how much more, what should be the impact, like. So this is the modern way of killing or harming others, right? So we are using, earlier people have been using poison, this is our modern poison. So now these dangers, what danger? These kind of dangers was soon recognized and resulted in two international, and people understood कि yes, countries are trying to make biological weapons against each other. So then it was recognized, and then there were two international declaration as in one in 1874, second in this 1890 in Hague, some country, some place that prohibited. So the two declaration happened that prohibited the use of poisoned weapons, biological weapons, anything to harm others should not be used. So these dangers, right, resulted into declaration, but these declaration were not successful. Nobody followed them. These declaration failed. So though treaties means declaration, students. So these declarations or treaties were made in good faith. That is so that nobody should harm each other. They contain no, but then it has no means of control. Okay, I'll say a common agreement will happen among all the countries. Please don't make biological weapons. I'll say yes, but then who is coming to check in my country, isn't it? And so fail to prevent interested parties from developing and using biological weapons. But then people were still developing, people were still using, are still using 2 years back, isn't we, all of us got normalized in last 2 years only. Otherwise, in a way, COVID was going on for 2 years. There were 3 to 4 waves and people were still a little cautious while going out. So one deals with the extreme past and very generic statement that humans are using poison. 3 talks about modern poison. 2 talks about a solution that we did some declarations, right, for this, but then these declaration could not be successful. Nobody was actually following these rules, like that. So 1, 3, 2, 4. Okay, I'll give you a minute to read this. Okay, so we are talking about atomic energy, nuclear fission, all these things. But is one hint, but connects contrasting sentences. This is not an opening sentence for sure, resulting ionizing radiation of what? See, the danger much greater means we are looking for a danger, first danger, and then this danger is much greater. Isn't it like that? Like bad or and worse, good, better, best. So the result, the danger is great somewhere in the sentence, and then result is greater. So something, this shows one danger. Something should come before this, isn't it? Okay, let's start because I have found some hint in everywhere except 2. So I'll start reading 2. Of all the changes introduced by man into the household of nature, as in our households have changed in last 100 years. We have electricity, for example, into our homes. So of all the changes, we are saying large scale nuclear fission is undoubtedly the most dangerous and most profound. So out of many things, many developmental things we have been seeing in last few years, what is nuclear fission? So see, the electricity we get in our home, students, is generally the result of they're burning some coal. From that coal, they are generating power which gives electricity in our homes, coal. But then coal creates pollution, right? Coal generates pollution. So nuclear fission is something which does not, I would say, emit that much smoke. I'll not say pollution, that much smoke. And people say it is a better environmental friendly way to create or to generate electricity, right? That. So based of all the changes, this particular invention on using nuclear fission has been the most dangerous. That's what we are saying, right? Okay, so has been the most dangerous. Why it is dangerous? We are giving a reason here. We are giving a reason here because radiation, right? Because of radiation has become the most serious agent of pollution of the environment and the greatest threat to man man's survival on Earth. Basically, we are saying because it emits a lot of radiation, which is kind of see, even radiation is a pollution, isn't it? And also that is a threat. Because of radiation, people get so many diseases like cancer, a lot of other things, isn't it? So even this is one of the problems. We say nuclear fission. Now, ionizing radiation of what? Of nuclear fission, like that. So should be 1-4 ideally. And then we are saying, but the attention of the layman, not surprisingly, has been captured by the atom bomb. But then whenever we talk about nuclear reactor, nuclear fission, we all suddenly think of atom bomb. But we are saying, but the layman, people who do not know about nuclear fission, as in general people, they generally think about atom bomb in this topic, which has very less chance that people will make atom bomb. And even if it happens, it's first of all, it has no chance, and if at all, it will made in once in 100 years. So atom bomb is not a problem because of nuclear fission. The problem is the danger to humanity by the so-called peaceful use of atomic energy, right? This is actually, we say it is peaceful use, like we are using it for giving electricity, for generating power. This is a wrong notion into people's mind, which is problematic because it is going to create it is going to generate a lot of radiation. That is one of the problems, isn't it? So 2-4, right? 2-4 clearly is a pair, and then 1-3, isn't it? We're saying people think this is the danger, but actually that peaceful use itself is the danger. It's not a peaceful use. And why it is most dangerous? Reason is here because of the resultant radiation in it. 2-4-1-3. Now 59. See, it refers to what? This tendency refers to what? So we've got the hint. It refers to brain. Right, 1-3. While you might think that you see or are aware of all the changes that happen in your immediate environment, there's simply too much information for your brain to fully process everything. As in, you think you know everything which what is happening around you, but actually your brain can process only limited information. So it cannot actually process everything happening around you, and it cannot be so it cannot be aware of every single thing that happens in the world around you. That's what. So it means brain cannot know everything. That's what we are saying. So it refers to brain. 1-3. Sometimes big shifts happen in front of your eyes. Means sometimes things happen in front of your eyes and you're not at all aware of these changes. As in, let's say when the weather changes, right? We don't exactly realize that small difference, but one day we feel very cold, we say okay, winter is here, right? It's raining heavily, we say monsoon is here, but we don't realize those small changes in temperature, humidity. For example, this is just an example, right? I'm giving you. So big shifts happen in front of your eyes and you're not aware of these things. And see, so psychologists use this term change blindness. See, blind will be what? Brain or eyes? Eyes. So since eyes is something we're talking about here only. In first, we are talking about awareness, brain. In third also we're talking brain, and then we're saying something happened in front of your eyes, you don't realize. And this is known as change blindness of people. To be blind to changes though they are in the immediate environment, isn't it? So 4-2 is a sequence. I'll write it here. 1-3-4-2. Okay, question number 60, everyone. See, this refers to what? These refers to what? It refers to what? So very clearly 2 is the opening sentence. Right, so let's read 2. Completed in 2006, VLT is the name of the telescope. So VLT has 4 reflecting telescopes. So VLT has 4 reflecting telescopes of how much? 8.2 m in diameter. in diameter, that can observe objects 4 billion times weaker than something something. Okay, it also has, it means VLT also has what else, 4 movable, so 4 movable telescopes of 1.8 m in diameter, meter in diameter. So okay, fine, diameter I said, so 4 RT 4 MT plus. So when these are, these means this 4 plus 4, when these all 8 telescope, one large telescope has smaller telescopes, some reflecting telescopes, movable telescopes, all these things. So when these are combined with the large telescope, they produce what is called interferometry. So basically when all these telescopes are combined, they produce some effect known as interferometry. Now what is interferometry? They are defining a simulation of the power of mirror 16 meter in diameter and the resolution of, we didn't understand, right? What is this? The mirror 16 meter in diameter, telescope of 200-meter resolution means what? Can I see an ant from this room to other room, right? Or can I see, like, what can I see? What are you trying to say? Can I see, for example, how to say, an insect, for example, in the ground from here, right, bigger, or like can I see a small plant growing, right, outside my garden, a very small plant just from this telescope? What is, like, what can I see? So here we are explaining this definition with a real life example. That means this configuration, this resolution enables one to distinguish an astronaut. That means through this, from your phone you can see an astronaut on the moon. So this is 16 meter in diameter, right, mirror of this, and resolution of telescope of 200-meter means you can see moon very, or you can see people on moon. It means that. So we are just giving some academic definition of interferometry and then giving an example to make. So example always comes later, right? So 4-3 is clearly a pair. And then VLT, first we explained that VLT is a mix of all these things which produces interferometry, means you can see this like that. So 2143. Now question number 61, everyone. See, I've got one hint here. That the, so that you should study hard, and that the hard work will lead to good results. So that always comes with, that the comes, always comes with when there is a that the before also, always. So देखो एक बार. Okay. See, we have that here, and where else? And that here also. Okay, this is again quite tricky, but this will be, can be solved only if you have understood the overall paragraph, main idea, meaning, and everything. We have only one hint that 2-3 should be a pair. Why not 4 using, ma'am? Because and that. So and that, and then that the only get, right? Something that and that. This is still fine. So okay, let's start. See, it advocated. What advocated? That also we do not know. So we are introducing Chicago school. Maybe it supports some conservative approach. It looks like that. So let's start reading 4-1, I think. and then we'll figure out what should come with 3. The criterion of consumer welfare standard and the principle that antitrust laws should serve consumer interests. See, consumer welfare standard means products should be liked by consumers. It's not like you're making rubbish, selling it at very high price, nobody's liking it, but people don't have any option, so shopkeepers are getting away with it, right? That's not done. You make good products and then charge reasonable for this. That's a consumer welfare standard. So the criteria for this and the principle that antitrust law should serve consumer interest, right? That of course the law is consumer interest should be served, and that it should protect competition rather than individual competitors. Was an antitrust law introduced by the name. So some Chicago school was some law that we should have good products. There should be consumer welfare standard. We need to protect competition, not the competitors. Protect competition, not the competitors means, for example, we need to give such a nice platform on technology that more companies like Google, Facebook can emerge. We should not support Google. So we should not support individual competitors. We should support the whole competition, that okay, more people should come, so people will give better technology. So since people will compete, the audience will get better services like that. So what Chicago school says, that it advocates a conservative approach to antitrust enforcement, which we are talking about here, antitrust law. Support, espouse means to support. It supports faith in efficient markets and voice suspicion regarding the merits of judicial intervention to correct anti-competitive practices. Means they support faith in efficient, as in they say market needs to be boosted, as in people should do business, right? And customers also should get best service, everything. But they voice their suspicion regarding the merits of judicial, like how much law is really doing this. So Chicago school, which kind wanted to support customers in general, it said that we need to support antitrust law, but at the same time law actually is not that much interfering or maybe doing that much to correct the anti-competitive practices. So law is, if a company is dominating, it is dominating, right? Law is not like helping other smaller companies to become bigger or to do anything against a bigger company. That's what we are saying, right? So 4-1. Many industries, for example, now we are giving example how law is supporting anti-competitive practices. So many industries have consistently gained market share, lion's share. Alright, with the lion's is bigger share without any official concern. The most successful technology company have grown into veritable titan. Titan means the biggest of the biggest, like as a Amazon, right? Google, Facebook, such kind of companies we are talking about. So we are saying some industries have got a very big share. They have become titans on the premise that they advance, or just because they say that they advance public interest. They are doing something for the public. Amazon, it is making our life easier. We get everything at our home. We don't have to go out, isn't it? Most of the things we can just simply order. Everything else like that. Google, it has disseminated more knowledge into our lives. Earlier, when Google was not there, either if you have a book, you can look up. If you don't have a book, stay confused. So they're saying we are working on public interest, and on that premise they became so big. But the problem is that the new anti-competitive risk posed by tech giants like Google, Facebook, Amazon necessitate, but we need to find new legal solutions, could be attributed to the dearth of enforcement action against monopolies and the few cases challenging mergers in the USA. But then now see, bigger, like the companies are getting, new problems are coming, so we need new legal solution so that we can, if even companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon is doing something, or we can take action against it. We didn't have rules so far, and then we need more rules. So basically what we are saying is that there's a school of thought, or there is a concept called Chicago school, which says something in one, that government is not doing much government legal intervention is very less. How it is less, that's what we are saying in 2 and 3. In 2 we are saying that, like these companies have become very big, they have become titans, and now we don't have rules against them, we don't have anything against them, like that. So okay, it's so 4 1 2 3. Okay, question number 62, everyone. See, although they They means who? The others. Each one. Who each one? We have to start reading with three. Seven popular Japanese deities. Whose deities? What's deities? Goddesses. Devi. Goddesses. So we said there are seven popular Japanese goddesses. Right? Shizi Fukuzin were considered to bring good luck and happiness. So these seven bring good luck in and happiness as well. Right? We are saying these two things. And then we are saying each one brings different aspect of good fortune. For example, for you, getting famous means getting lucky. You already have enough money, right? For someone needs money and then they will feel lucky, isn't it? For others, they need to get selected in this interview, then they will feel lucky. So everything, so if you, whatever you want more knowledge, you want more money, like in our India as well, isn't it? For example, gods are considered for different things. So Lakshmi is for right, money, Saraswati is for knowledge, like that. So we're saying seven popular Japanese deities are there. All of them bring good luck, but they bring different type of good luck. Different type of good luck. That's what we are saying. So 3-1. So we are saying although they were included in Shinto pantheon means in their temples. All seven are kept in their temples. Only two out of seven, only two of them were local, but actually out of seven, two are actually Japanese goddesses. Rest, the others. So only two and then the others. Rest, five are Buddhist gods, Hindu gods, Taoist gods, like that. Isn't it? So 4-2, 3-1, 4-2. Question number 63, everyone. Okay, done reading. Fine. This is some very tough vocabulary as well as terminology, right? We can start reading with any, I guess, sentence, but I don't think we can start reading with three for now, isn't it? We can start, let's say, we can read with first. While reading, I have found something like consistent with exaptation, and these are the exaptation. What is introduced here? There's a dash, right? You can see there's a dash, and it is defined or somehow being explained. Sure, it's something, and then we are saying just like consistently, just like exaptation. There's something else, right? There's some other concept like, and there's something more about the exaptation concept like that, and then Russian doll. So of course 4 has to come after 2, 3 like that. 1 we do not know where it should come, but we can start reading with first. Complex computational elements of the CNS. What's CNS? Central nervous system, brain in simple words, right? I'll just write brain are organized according to nested hierarchical criterion. Okay. The organization is not permanent and can change dynamically from one moment to moment as they carry out a computational task. Basically, whatever computational task, algorithms, maths, whatever, like, number calculation is going on in our brain, we are saying it is nested in hierarchic as in there's a way. For example, if I am thinking about simpler things, it will be done, or those that thought process will be happening on one side of the corner. If it is maths related, on some left hemisphere, for example, or if it is something English related, right hemisphere. So there is some criteria, some way how the brain works, and the organization is not permanent, and this organization is not permanent. The brain keeps on evolving, obviously, right? It changes from moment to moment as we carry out computational task, any kind of calculation, maths and everything. Fine. This seems to be a very independent sentence to me. So right now, when we have read all four, here we are, all the link I have is here we are connecting central nervous system, isn't we? Introducing that complex human organ, central nervous system, and then here we are saying in short. So right, 4-1 should be a pair. Correct, isn't it? 4 1 should be a pair. Let's read 2 3 and then figure out 3 2 or 2 3 what's the pair, and then we'll make the sequence. So echolocation, what is it? We don't know. We'll understand by reading. Echolocation bats exemplify. Exemplify means it's an example. It's a kind of an adaptation bats produced by natural selection. So some echolocation or XYZ, it is a natural selection in bats, fine. A function not produced by natural selection for its current use is exaptation. So okay. So echolocation, again, let's say we do not know the word, assuming that this is an adaptation, but exaptation is not an adaptation in bats. So basically feathers might have originally arisen in the context of selection for insulation, like that, fine. See, I'll explain the meaning of the word, but in exam, since nobody is there to explain, we'll try to solve this question just like that. So let's assume we do not know what is this echolocation, exaptation, all those things, right? Now, when I read 3, from a structural standpoint, consistent with just like exaptation, the living organism is organized as a complex Russian matryoshka dolls. Russian matryoshka dolls means you must have seen wooden dolls. That there will be one doll. If you open it, there will be smaller doll within it. Then generally it's a group of, it's a set of 7 dolls. Smaller structures are contained within the larger ones, and so we are saying just like exaptation, these Russian doll, whatever we are talking about, the same system is there in a central nervous system. How this system is there? That it is in a nested hierarchical criteria, isn't, like, depending on, we are thinking of smaller things, bigger things, the brain, different level of brain works like that, right? That's what we are saying. So very clearly consistent, here we are introducing exaptation, and here we are saying consistent. So 2 3 is a pair. Now see, one thing you have to keep things in mind: 4 1 2 3 or 2 2 3 4 1, like what is it? Right, first that. Also, is 1 or 2 also making sense? If I am saying 4 1 2 3, if I am saying 2 3 4 1, is 3 4 making sense? We can read it like this and then figure out. So yes, obviously 3 4 makes absolute sense. Here we are talking about exaptation. I'll just highlight exaptation, isn't it? And dolls. And then here we are using both the examples and extending the idea that this thing applies to, or this kind of structure applies to, a central nervous. So 2 3 is for sure a pair, so it has to be 2 3 4 1, my friends. Question number 64. As I always say, that the examiner or the person who will set your question paper is not your friend. Unlike Deepika Awasthi ma'am, I am your friend. So he or she will try to make things difficult for you. Okay, no problem. Now what exactly am I trying to say? That ideally, like in this case, for example, we will not like to read or start reading with second, maybe with first, third or fourth, whichever, but not second. I'm just saying 99% times that's how it works. Example or any pronoun but, however, is not an opening sentence. But slightly keep your mind open, what if, because it is examiner's mood that day when he's making this question, or when she is making this question, that from an article they can start picking up line 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, and then they will jumble them for you to rearrange, isn't it? It's on them. They want to make it difficult, or how much more difficult. So just because I looked at it, ideally of course will not start reading like this. I'll give you a minute to read. However, one thing I want to show you, mind reading is written here. And then see, there's a 2 dots, as in we are defining mind reading. What is it? Isn't it? So we are introducing maybe mind reading here. And then we are giving some details of mind reading. So I'm not saying 1 3 should be the first thing in sequence. Of course, there are 4 things, and somewhere 1 3, either here, somewhere. But 1 3 should be together, because a print reading like mind reading. So first I'll say mind readings is this terms, and print reading is exactly like mind readings. Then I'll compare. I'll not say print reading is like mind reading and then I'll explain mind reading is this. You use the term first and they say these things are also like this, isn't it? So not 1 3. 2 3 is clearly a pair somehow. So I'll read it like that. An example of a lost cognitive instinct is mind reading. So of course, right now, I and you, we can't read anyone's mind, what's going on in their mind, isn't it? So what's mind reading? Our capacity to think of ourselves and others as having beliefs, desires, thoughts, and as in I know what the other person is thinking, feeling, wanting, what is the thought process, beliefs of that person. That is our capacity. Okay, so we don't have that capacity. We are saying we have lost it. That means our ancestors might have had it. Okay, mind reading looks increasingly like literacy, a skill we know for sure is not in our genes, since scripts have been. So of course mind reading is not, like, since even the scripts, the writing, printing press, printing something has been there only from last 5,000 to 6,000 years, right? So from this we are saying, so print reading is just generally like you're reading right now this question, this is like print reading. So print reading, just like mind reading, varies across cultures, depends heavily on certain parts of the brain, and is subject to developmental disorders. See, disorders we are saying here. So we are saying reading is also not as natural we think it is to be, isn't it? We think, okay, reading everybody can do. No, 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 even it's a privilege. That's what they're saying. And mind reading varies across cultures, depend on certain parts of the brain. Of course, among majority of the people, those parts of the brain work. That's why majority can read. But even that is subject to some disorders. If someone has some certain disorder, the person will not be able to read, isn't it? So what disorders are we talking about? Disorders are, in first, people who have dyslexia, they have difficulty with print reading, isn't it? We have seen a movie Tare Zameen Par, right, where the child has dyslexia and he had difficulty in reading, although he was very good in art and painting and everything, isn't it? So that is raising, if someone has dyslexia, the person will not be able to read carefully, and then let alone understanding it. And then disorders, we are talking about second disorders, and someone who has autism will have very, which will have difficulty with mind reading, means maybe through some expressions, body language, we can sometimes understand what the person is feeling, but someone with autism will face much more difficulty, right, like that. So just by the words, without really understanding the meaning here, anything, 4-1 is clearly a pair, isn't it? 4-1 is clearly a pair. So can we say 2-3-4-1? I think this was quite doable. In between, whenever you see an easier question, students don't just see, oh, okay, this is an easy. Even CAT exam, out of 24 questions, it's a good mix of easy, medium, hard. So, like, just picking up on only the easy question or picking up only the hard question is absolutely impossible. Just practice everything and see how your brain is working with everything, with every kind of question. Yeah, by the way, we were talking about the movie Tare Zameen Par. Its sequel is coming in December, isn't it? I think Sitare Zameen Par, right, like that. So it is again touching upon similar kind of disorder, not exactly the same disorder, and yeah, it is coming up. Okay, question number 65. I'll give you a minute to read. Okay, one hint I've got is the problem with these algorithms. What is the algorithm? Wait, algorithm. Everywhere you see algorithm. Any app you use will have an algorithm. Social media platform, algorithm. Hey, is there a place on this earth where there's no algorithm? uh, okay, I'll give you a minute to read and then just find maybe a pair, a hint. Okay, see, one thing I have also found, this collaborative filtering, right? And if I read other four sentences, collaborative filtering is the term only here. Now, students, you have to be really active, as I always say, in remembering the common things, common words between sentences. Like if you're forgetting, if you're not able to find out that common words, it is going to get difficult, isn't it? A teacher has certain limitations. No matter how well I teach, If you're not focused, if you're reading slowly or anything, you're going to lag behind than many other students. And we need to understand the selection rate is very, very less. So first of all, you need to have all the qualities of students, like, sharp mind. For sharp mind, your sleep cycle should be good, you should eat healthy, all these things. You should be into the reading habit at least for 1 hour daily, and then only doing all these questions will come easier to you. So that is like a given thing. Okay, so let's read 4.1. Collaborative filtering is a mathematical algorithm by which correlations and co-occurrences of behaviors are tracked and then used to make recommendation. Fine. Right, so we are talking about we are defining collaborative filter. It is an algorithm where, for example, if I am searching a lot on Google, or websites like Mintra, any basically shopping website like that. So then then internet will know I'm interested in shopping, and that too shopping of not electronics, say clothes, shoes, bags, those kind of things, for example. So then it will recommend me more such things. It will never show me things like electronics, etc. So we are saying it then gives you, so basically it says correlations, co-occurrences, and then it gives you some recommendations according to it. Okay, so then we are giving example of this collaborative filtering, that if you see a little line of text on websites that says something like customers who bought this also enjoyed that, isn't it? So during festivals, for example, like during Diwali, we are buying lights. They will also, at the end when you go for checkout, they'll also give you some lamps, the other decorative material, like customer who bought this also bought this. They'll add they'll add with a plus in a box, so that if you want to buy the second one or third one, you can go ahead. So you have experienced this collaborative filtering. So that's the example. Like, okay, if you're looking for Diwali decoration, they will recommend you 2 to 3 more things apart from what you're actually buying. So fine, right? This collaborative filtering. Now the problem with these algorithms, right? What we are talking is that they don't take into. So first we are explaining a concept known as collaborative filtering, right? We are giving an example and we are finding a problem with that concept. The problem is that they don't take into account a host of nuances and circumstances that might interfere with their accuracy. That not every time if I'm searching something, I want to buy it, isn't it? And then we are giving example of that problem, that for example, say if you just bought a gardening book for your cousin, like your cousin is very interested into gardening, you don't like gardening, you might get a flurry of links to books about gardening recommended just for you. You'll get tools, books, okay, buy this also, buy that also. You're not interested into gardening. So the algorithm has no way of knowing that you hate gardening and only bought the book as a gift for your cousin, isn't it? It's not even for you. So if I'm searching something, I mean for someone to give gift, it's not for me, so I'm not going to be interested in those recommendations, right? So we are explaining a concept, give an example, then a problem with that concept, and then example of that. So examples generally come after we generally introduce something, right? That is something I think we know now after solving 65 questions. And I would say please ensure that if you need more practice of para-jumble students, apart from this, I have basically taken more classes of para-jumbles, and those videos you can always find on my channel. All you have to do is just write in the search button and you'll find that. Okay, or maybe just go to the playlist, and in my every playlist I have like more than 100 or 150 para-jumble questions, that too different. There will be very less time that there is an overlap. What I'm teaching here, exactly same thing I must have taught in some other video. There might be for sure 1 to 2% similarities with few questions, but mostly that's not the case. Question number 66. Okay, a minute to read. First cannot be the opening sentence. Until then, we will all live until when, like, which doesn't help anyone. So not really. Okay. I find some similarity between sentence 2 and 3, that we have to learn how to whatever and we need to learn to whatever. Isn't it? 2, 3 saying the same thing. And then one more thing I'll tell you what I've found. So this, we need to learn this, and then this will happen, future tense, and we will live under mob rule, right? So I would like to read 2, 3 together and 1, 4 together based on these few hints. Um, so see, we need to learn this and this, isn't it? Because we are first of all giving a situation in the first few words, that in this situation, some situation, we need to learn this and then the second will come, right? If we are saying here, then we'll give a situation and then we'll learn, not it, the sentence structuring does not work like that. So as we grow more comfortable with social media conversations being part of the, so just imagine Twitter, right? Even in this case, because Twitter is the most negative social media platform, isn't it? Sorry, why am I even calling it Twitter? I should call it X. Old habits die hard. Yeah, X. As we grow more comfortable with social media conversations being part of the way we interact every day, we're going to have to learn how to deal with legitimate criticism. So if you are someone who is quite specially popular on certain social media platforms, especially on platform like X, you have to learn to how to deal with with criticism, because no matter what you write, good, bad, you're going to get criticism, right? Like that. Of course, as humans, we are not perfect. Sometimes some criticisms are true, but then, right, I think that is how like social media platforms and the world works. So you have to deal with the, you have to learn to deal with the criticism. This is one thing you need to understand. Perhaps we need to learn to condense the feedback we receive online so that 100 replies carry the same weight as just one. So if you have posted someone to tweeted something, written something on X, maybe if a lot of people are criticizing you or something, no, what you said is unethical, or what you said is immoral, or what you said is immature, something like that, you, and let's say 100 people have written something, you don't have to feel bad every time somebody is posting it, because everybody is saying ultimately the same thing, so you feel bad only once, you know. That's what they're saying. That, so maybe there'll be some, we need to like learn to take feedback into one as one thing. Okay, overall people didn't like this post, people didn't like this too, that's how, rather than okay, this person has called me immoral, this person has called me unprofessional, this person has called me, it basically did not like, the audiences did not like, that's all. So 3 2, fine. So okay, a new norm. See, here we're saying we need to condense the feedback. Condense the feedback. So a new norm will arise where it is considered unacceptable to reply with the same point that dozens of others. So basically, this condensation will happen in the future. As in, all the reply will be condensed. Some norm, some rule on social media will come that, for example, if someone has called me something negative on comments, then the second person can't write the same thing, right? That's okay, wo samajh aa gaya mujhe, I understood, now write something new, like that. So it will be unacceptable to reply on that post or on that tweet or anything in the same way that dozens of others have already, you know, dozens have already written the same thing, you don't repeat the same thing, like that. But till then, if that doesn't happen, we all live under mob rule until then, which doesn't help anyone, right? Then till then it's a dangerous situation, especially for popular people, you know, like that. So right, so very clearly, we need to learn this. We need, so 2 3 is a pair, and then since we need to condense, this kind of norm will come that people will not be able to reply. But till then, right, whatever people are saying, you should learn to accept. So yeah, 2 3 4 1. What's mob rule? Mob rule क्या होता है? So mob means audience, भीड़, crowd. So people individually, for example, you meet me individually, I meet you, we'll be very nice or we'll be frank. If let's say we don't like, we'll be whatever, honest to each other, like genuine. But when it comes to mob, right? Mob, like people in general, where there's no one identity of a person, you're part of a crowd. That is generally very aggressive and negative, and that's how humans are made, rather than how to say, blaming the world. The world is like this. I'm just, as a teacher, also also tell my students that how things work, so I'm just telling you something extra here. For example, I'll just tell you the Galileo, like, you know, when Galileo, a famous inventor, of course, right, during his invention, when he said that okay, earth is round, and about his telescopes and everything, hardly 20 people came to even listen to him, right, when he was talking about something, productivity, progress, inventions and everything. But when he was executed, thousands of people came to watch him. So that's the mob rule. Understand? So that's the mob, that people like sensationalism, something negative, like that. 67 students. I'll give you a minute to read. Find out something common, I would say. So the phrase carpe diem is only in these two sentences. If you read, it's not in anything else. So 2 3 or 3 2 is a pair. One thing is that. And it's an example. What is an example of that we mistranslate metaphors from one language to another? So something is an example, isn't it? So fourth is not. And also we are saying something about metaphors here, something about metaphors here. Right? So I think we can start reading with 3, because here we are first introducing the term. What's this carpe diem? The phrase carpe, I'm sorry if I might be mispronouncing it, as right, this is not an English word, but which is often translated as seize the day, right? Seize the day, its accompanying philosophy has gone on to inspire countless people in how they live their lives and motivate. So basically it means seize the day. Seize the day as in today let's give our best, right? Let's get 1% better than yesterday. It basically means that. So it's a very, although it's a very popular phrase, basically it has gone to inspire many people in how they live their lives, motivates us to see the world a little differently from the normal, right? When you follow certain positive words, positive quotes, it definitely, motivates us throughout the day. That's what we are saying. But we are saying now we're talking about the history of this word, that actually this term, horticulture means someone who grows fruits, flowers, like that, especially fruits. So actually this is a term that particularly seen in the context of its source is more accurately translated as plucking. Actually, exactly, if you translate it in its language, it means to pluck the day. Now pluck the day means what? Like plucking the fruits, evoking the plucking and gathering of ripening fruits and flowers, enjoying a moment that is rooted in the sensory experience of nature, unrelated to the force implied in seizing. As in, basically, just like we pluck a fruit, similarly, do not let the day run you. You need to run the day. You need to take control of the day. Pluck it as in do right things and be productive. Although seize the day, that's what we are trying to say. Because in simple words, basically seizing means take control of the day, take in your hands, like that. Okay. So here we are introducing the word and we are saying its history is this, actually means that. So then why do we say seize the day and not plug the day? Right? Everybody will understand this or this, whatever. Like why are we not saying? So then we are saying the difference here, that metaphors may map to similar meanings across languages, but their subtle difference can have a profound effect on our understanding of the world, right? As in, how do I, metaphor means how do I perceive something, a phrase, a word, a situation, right? It can have similar meanings, okay, whether you say plug the day, whether you say seize the day. But no, actually even there's subtle difference. When I say plug the day or when I say seize the day, it can basically have an effect on my perception. Understanding of the world means perception. So it's an example of one of the more telling ways. Basically it's telling us that if we mistranslate metaphors, if somebody is saying something and if I say the same thing in slightly different words from one language to another, revealing in the process that are hidden assumptions about what we really value. So दिखता है कि that what we really value, isn't it? A lot of people say the same thing with conviction, and they talk about their journeys, their hard work, and we listen to them very carefully. But a lot of the other people talk and we don't take them very seriously because they themselves have not worked hard, right? So it doesn't come out like that. That's what we're saying. So basically revealing in the process our hidden assumptions about what we really. So when we translate something, if somebody has told me to tell students like this motivates like this, I will still be able to motivate how basically how I think, isn't it? So basically how we translate words or how we speak only tells our thought process. That's all. um, so see, here we are seeing across languages meanings, and then here's if we translate the meaning. So 1 4 is also a pair. 2 3 1 4. Now question number 68. I'll give you a minute to read. Okay, done reading. बताइए. So if we see here, the common word in all the statements is clock time, clock time, clock time. Right, that's what we are talking about. So what is clock time, right? What is it? So we are introducing it here. So that's why I would like to read fourth first. Clock time has been consistently represented in feminist literature as a masculine artifact representative of a time is money perspective. Oh my god, right? So very difficult sentence. See, what is feminist literature? Feminist literature is basically books written by mostly females or anyone who supports female empowerment. One. So in that, generally they write what all things are against women or damaging to women, like that. Okay. So in feminist literature, where we are saying something in support of women, their clock time is represented as masculine. Right now, what does that mean? How time is masculine? Right, basically, time is money from that perspective. Right, time is money, like that. So, how much time you're giving to work into your office, right? It generates money. It is more productive, and that's how, from that perspective, time has been shown in feminist literature. Okay, we didn't quite understand the sentence still, so we will read further, right, to understand this better. Uh, all right. Now we are saying, see, we are seeing like how exactly it is masculine everything or time is money. See, this is the reason or concept here. Conceptualization of women's time as contrary to clock time. So for example, my time or women's time is not equal to clock time, right? And clock time is synonymous with economic rationalism. See, now this is where we understand. So basically, why time is associated with masculine thing and not women, like time I think is for everyone, isn't? No, because clock time is synonymous with economic rationalism. I'll explain this with an example. Are two of the deleterious results of this representation. As in general, I think they're talking about 1990s and of that time, that women's time is contrary to clock time. For example, let's assume, for example, I am a mother of a small kid or two small kids, something like that, and I go to office 9 to 5, 9 to 7, that kind of job I have. But in between, I'll think about my kids. I might call them in between, whereas a man might not do it and will do the most in his office hours. So clock time, whatever is your, let's assume clock time is 9 to 7, so that will be economic rationalism. As the more you work, the more productive you are, the more money you'll generate for yourself or the company you're working in. Are two of the deleterious, but then this is harming. Because see, because if a woman of course has to do that, but maybe then instead of 9 to 7 she'll work 9 to 9 to balance everything, will work harder, right? Or maybe she's as objective as man, she has the privilege of some maid caretakers, her family, and maybe the husband is equally good. Both are doing 50-50, like no, like distributing duties like that, right? We don't know. So basically we are saying this is bad, like this kind of representation, this kind of thought process is not right, that women's time is not according to clock time, and then clock time is like money, economic rationalism, like that. So this is harmful in a way. Okay, now what we are saying is, so for one, where in both cases we are saying like time is masculine artifact, and of course the time is equal to money or time is equal to economic rationalism is what we are saying, right? So when everyday practices of working, so if we just say everyday office of say soul fathers of working soul mothers, right? Like that. So if we just see fathers or mothers are carefully examined to explore conceptualizations, it's this conceptualizations to understand this of gendered time. It is found that caring time is often more focused on the clock than generally theorized. So that's what we are saying, that caring time as in when I am either going out taking a break of half an hour to meet my kids or pick them up from school, something like that, is more focused on the clock. So I know, okay, from office I have exactly 30 minutes to do it, isn't it? So actually I'm actually saving the time or managing it, rather than like the theory says that no, women's time is contrary to clock time. They work according to, even in 9 to 7 they'll work only for 3 hours or 4 hours, like that. So this is not the right representation. While dichotomies of men's time, women's time, clock time, caring time can be useful, of course we can use like that for data and everything, to hire people or anything. This article argues, basically the point here is that everyday caring practices incorporate a multiplicity of times, as in you do a lot of things, right? Anyone who is doing 5 things in a day, and both men and women can engage in these multiple times. We need to understand that okay, 5 activities, we don't have to see okay now the women's time is contrary to clock time. Because women's time is contrary to clock time according to this thought process, that's why men's time is, that time is a man's entity or something like that. If they will also do equal duty, right, the country will be more productive and everything will be. So basically this is wrong, like when clock time is considered as more related to managing, that okay, if 9 to 7 a man will work in my office and a woman will work in my office, I'll get more profit from man than women, because like women will have a caring time and all these things. That's what we are saying, and we are saying this is deleterious, this is harming, this is damaging to women. Because of course when there are multiple times you're doing a lot of things, it can be done by both, right? And when women are doing it, it is focused on the clock, right? When she's doing something, carrying anything like that, she's taking out exact precise time for that than what the theory says. So that's why in these multiple times both men and women can engage, right? Both can distribute all the duties, be it office work or household work. Okay, so yeah, 4132, 4132. Okay, how did we connect? What are the common keywords or hints? I think this was a little difficult. So conceptualization of women's work we said here, and then we explored the conceptualization with this example, that when we see the working or office work of fathers and mothers, that's what we found out, that caring time is very much clogged, isn't it? And then what people say. So and it can, since it is clogged, both can engage in this, right, in these activities, caring time, right? All these, of course this kind of data is useful, but then point is both can do it. Okay, question number 69. So about objects, I'm saying here in these two, and some structure and order we are talking about here, right? Okay, so okay, let's read 2-4. Adaptive behavior depends on cognitive economy. What is cognitive economy? As in, cognition is brain understanding, and economy is how much already my brain has. For example, cognitive economy is how much information my brain has. So cognitive economy of a child, of a 2-year-old child, will be much less than a 20-year-old person, like that, because we have seen a lot of things, know a lot of things, like that. So we are seeing our adaptive behavior, how we adapt to situations, adapt to anything, depends on our what is already there in our brain. Treating objects as equivalent, objects as equivalent means, now we are saying in detail, to categorize an object means to consider it equivalent to other things in that category. As in, uh, आपके बचपन में, in your childhood, your parents must have told you, okay, this is a green leafy thing, this is a plant, this has some fur outside, this has four limbs, something walking on its four legs, it is an animal. So next time whenever you see any other animal, you'll say, okay, this is an animal. You see, next time you see anything green leafy, you'll say, okay, it is a plant or tree, something like that. So along, so basically there'll be some dimensions, and then you will be able to categorize from something, okay, this is what, and some, it is this, it is this, it isn't this, like that. So our behavior depends on cognitive economy, and how, that's how we treat objects, as in we categorize them equivalent to other things or different from other things based on, right, our understanding so far. So 2 4 is fine. And then we are giving example of this, that the information we receive from our senses, from the world, typically has structure and order, and it's not arbitrary. So whatever we understood, that is everything, we make a pattern out of everything. And then, for example, living things, animals and plants typically exhibit correlation. So everything has a certain structure. For example, animals, all animals almost look similar in terms of walking, right? They don't have leaves, they don't have fruits. If you see all plants or trees, they have something in common in them. They will have bark, right? They will have some leaves, some greenery, something like that, right? Exhibit structure. So 2 4 is clearly a pair, that we treat objects as equivalent as in to equivalent to other things, right? We are extending this idea. And then when we treat objects as equivalent, um, it depends on the structure and order. What kind of structure? It's not random. For example, this is just an example. Plants and animals, just an example. Example should come at the end. So I'll put 1 at the end, like that. So 2 4 3 1. Okay, it's a nice question. See, after realize, to perform it, perform what? However, mostly may not be the opening sentence. Atonal music, atonality, atonality. So what is atonality first? I think 2, maybe. Okay. Okay. So, however, is also one of the hint, students. However, always connect something either negative to positive or positive negative contrast. So here we are saying atonality is one of the most important movements in 20s. So we are saying something positive. Most important is positive about atonality. So this is positive. Before, however, we need something negative about atonality. Okay. I think, but before that, we'll read the definition. What is atonality? Is a condition of music in which the constructs of the music means lyrics, the way somebody is playing musical instrument, the way somebody is singing, all they do not live within the confines of a particular key signature, scale, or mode. As in, you will not know, okay, this is what kind of music, is this Bollywood, is this classical music, is this like no party music, romantic music, like there's no it doesn't confine, it is not fixed into a certain kind of scale signature. You'll not realize. Generally rock music, for example, can come into this kind of category. This is like example I'm giving you. So atonality is a condition where a music does not follow certain rules, right? You do not know what kind of music is this. Okay. um, so to the uninitiated listener, as in someone who doesn't know about atonal music, and also, for example, we don't know, right, what is it. So we are uninitiated. We are not even expecting next song will be what, and somebody plays atonal music. So it will sound like very chaotic, random noise, something happening. So this is negative about atonal, that it will sound like this. However, it is one of the most important. We are coming to positive in the 20th century music. How it is important, what's so good about it? Here we are seeing again something positive. So it will continue the idea why it is most important, that after you realize the amount of knowledge, skill, technical expertise required to compose or perform such music, Your tune may change, so to speak, as an acquired taste. Sometimes we don't like something, but when we, or some kind of music, some kind of food, but when we, like, see it or try it 2 to 3 times, we kind of like it. And the, like, dark chocolate, for example, anything like that. So we see negative to positive. First, we are saying we are introducing atonality, and we are saying it doesn't sound very nice. This music very chaotic, but actually, it was a very important movement, because after, so first, before, but, or however, we are saying all negative, right, defining, and then negative, and then we are saying it was very important because it requires a lot of knowledge, skill, technical expertise, etc., etc. So we are extending the positive idea. So very clearly 4-3 has to be at the end, 2 has to be at the start because it defines atonality, and 1-4 is clearly a pair because it says contrasting things about atonal music or atonality, right? So 1-4, here it says negative, this says positive, right? 3 extends that positive thing, and 2 of course defines it, so it has to come at the start. Question number 71. It is an example of ancient belief system. So I think one hint, these parts. Which parts? So which parts? I think it's component parts, right? So 4, 2. Such a belief in the harmony of nature means the world is integrated, well ordered. That's harmony, isn't it? Rather like this. So I think maybe 1. Let's read 4 to 1, and then we'll decide. Um 3 ideally I think should be at the start because it's an example of what? So historically the notion, see, notion means belief, right? Notion means that this, if I say this notion of yours is wrong, or this notion of yours is absolutely true, like that. So basically we are saying that belief of a balance of nature, so that people always say that nature is balanced. So either people have observed something, or maybe metaphysical, but it's not scientific. There's no scientific proof that nature is always balanced, right? That what we always say. Why? Because it is an example of this belief. See, this belief system we are talking about, it's an example of an old system called teleology. What is teleology? The notion that what we call nature has a predetermined destiny associated with component parts. As in, we say that okay, we are doing a lot of pollution, that's why global warming is happening. We're saying no, nothing like that. Earth or nature has its destiny. It is going to increase its temperature no matter what, whether you do. Of course, slightly 2% higher, 2% lower, we can make the difference through our action, but then that's it. That is it. If something's going to happen to our nature, it is much more powerful than our actions, is what we are saying. So some people say balance. There's nothing like balance or imbalance. Earth has certain destiny, or nature has certain destiny with its component parts, like, right, nature has a lot of parts, like for example planets, sun, wind, trees, like that. So it has certain balance, certain destiny with its parts. these parts all fit together into an integrated well-ordered system that was created by, and then all these parts are created to form nature of well-organized design. That, and such a belief, and anyone who believes in that, that okay, nature has certain destiny and everything together makes nature, that harmony of nature requires a purpose presumably imposed by the goodness and wisdom of a deity. That means if you believe in that, that okay, in next 100 years we are not in any way responsible or irresponsible for how the nature works. It was a destiny, and that's how it was supposed to be. That means we are believing that everything is in the hands of God. Deity means God, that God has designed the nature in such a way, and it will go the way it is supposed to be. That's all, isn't it? So 3 has to be, because notion means belief, so 3 4 should be a pair. I'll write it like this. Question number 72. Okay, Twitter C finally has come, although it has become X. Right? We have been talking about it. See, it encourages us. It who? What? Okay. It most probably refers to Twitter or its algorithm or something. And everywhere you talk about Twitter, right? Algorithm of it means of Twitter, right? It means Twitter. So we have to start reading with 3. Twitter's website says that tweets you are likely to care about most will show up first in your timeline based on accounts you interact with most. So whatever kind of tweets you like or the accounts you follow, those tweets will appear first compared to other tweets, and you engage with and much more. Okay, this is the scenario. So basically, what does Twitter or X is trying to do? It encourages us into bubbles of people we know and like while blinding us to different person. As in, whatever kind of tweets I like or people I like, I'm only seeing that. But then if I'm not getting challenging tweets, something which is against my thought process, I'm not developing or growing as a person, isn't it? So it blinds us to different perspectives. It doesn't show any other perspective. So the deeper problem here is of transparency lies in the words and much more. So the way they say, okay, you're likely to care about. I care about an opposite opinion also. I want to know what others are saying apart from what I am saying. So it's not actually transparent as such. The way they are saying, we are saying this particular deeper problem is in the words and much more. Whatever their words are, they are not being that transparent. They are not actually showing me the tweets which I care about, isn't it? I care about all kind of tweets. So we are saying the problem is there. Fine. So seems 3 2 maybe. This also talks about Twitter algorithm and everything. So we'll read this before 1, because 1 is looks very different. It has to be either first or last. We are only told some of the basic principles and we don't see the algorithm itself, making it hard for citizens to analyze the system sensibly or fairly or be convinced of its impartiality or objectivity. So we are saying, since it is not transparent, and now that everyone knows that, we can't see the algorithm exactly, isn't it? And then that's why we cannot be convinced of or can trust such kind of platform. We will be there for entertainment, but we'll not trust it that okay, whatever kind of tweets is showing or thing is showing, it's only true. We'll still use our brain, we'll go there for entertainment, and then that's it, isn't it? Like that. So 3 2, see, it refers to this. 3 2 is clearly a pair, right? And then we are saying, since it is not transparent, that's why people don't trust it, right? We cannot actually, right? No, because it doesn't look impartial or objective. If it is objective, fair, it will show me both kind of opinions, not the opinions, not the only opinions I support, but also the kind of opinions I may not agree with, I may disagree, but at least it should show me. So people, so 4 for sure. Now what's written in first? Impartiality and objectivity are fiendishly. What's fiendish is like negative word, like cruelly. in a way, cruelly or something like that. Difficult concepts that can cause all sorts of injustices even if transparently implemented. So we are saying if even a platform is trying to, or anyone is trying to be very objective and fair, that okay, you like these tweets, I'll show you these tweets. You like negative tweets, I'll show you negative tweets. You like positive, I'll show you positive. Even if anybody is trying to be very logical and impartial, that is also kind of a difficult concept, because even that can create, or that can lead to a lot of injustice, even if it is even if they are saying okay, the tweets you care about, and then we are giving example in three. So how impartiality and objectivity can lead to injustice, we are saying here that when Twitter is being fair, that okay, I am someone who supports a certain political party, I have liked some of the tweets, then they will show me anything, all the tweets in support of that party, then actually it is injustice to me as a citizen, because I do not have any knowledge about the other party. Now one person or one party cannot be entirely good and entirely bad, let's be real, isn't it? So basically we're saying if somebody is being fair, somebody is being logical, be it a platform, anything, even that can lead to injustice. For example, Twitter, where they say okay, we'll show you the tweets you care about, there it actually is not being transparent, and that's why people cannot be convinced of its impartiality and objectivity which they say. It's difficult to trust it. So one should be at the start. One just introduces the concept that how being impartial can be a little not that like that if you're being fair, actually you're not being fair even in that case. We have to see a person or anything how it is, because all people are also not same. If I have if I say okay, whether you come from English medium or in vernacular media, I'm going to teach the same. No, that's not that, although sounds very fair, but that's not fair. Someone who's from vernacular medium needs more help and more guidance, isn't it? So just being fair and objective is not right all the time, is what we are saying. 73, I'll give you a minute to read. This is hardly a 1 minute question, but done, students. So see, it had come back. It had come back means first it was there, it went, and then it came back. That's how we'll say. So what is it? We are talking about something, some lump. So it started. Started is my first word with a lump on the index finger. Okay. So the player, like whose finger? The player didn't know what it was, what this lump was, nor did her the general practitioner, doctor, right? We are GP means general practitioner, doctor, physician. So eventual diagnosis test. So finally they got the test done. It was skin cancer, and after treatment all seen. That means it went away, and then after some time it came back and spread to her lungs, like that. So first it has to go and then it can come back. So 1 3 is clearly a pair, and it all started with this. First it started with this of 4, right? They didn't know what it was, so they did the testing and they came to know okay, it is skin cancer. So 4 2 1 3, right? Not that tricky, I guess. Okay, question number 74. Few common words I would like to highlight: sunlight, sunshine, right? Swifts, swifts, swifts. What are swifts? You will know when you read, but swifts are basically insects, flying insects in simple words. who eat other flying insects. Okay, let's solve it. The woodlands canopy. What's woodlands canopy? So woodland is like jungle. So let's assume like this entire land is jungle. Right? It will have trees, tall trees, short trees, and then it will make this dense, this kind of like so. So in dense trees or jungle, when sunlight falls, still it doesn't lit the entire jungle. It's still dark inside, is what we're saying. So it receives most of the sunlight that falls on the trees. So whatever sunlight is falling onto the trees, it receives sunlight only from there. Okay, so you must have seen at other places also, hundreds of thousands of insects fly in the sunshine. Whenever the light comes in the darkness, insects will go towards it. So when the sunlight falls, a lot of insects fly towards the sunshine above the canopy. Above that canopy is in the uppermost part of the tree or the jungle, like that, that. So a lot of insects will fly towards it. Some will fall prey to swifts. Now what? And swallows. Okay, what is the swift? So we are saying when the sunlight falls, a lot of insects go towards the sunshine, and then while going, some swifts eat these insects in between. Some fall prey, as in they become the food of swifts. Now who is this swift and all? So I'll say in 2 and 3 that swifts do not, so it do not confine themselves. They're not limited to jungle. They hunt wherever there are insects. They go wherever they find the insects. So it tells something about their action, that how exactly or where exactly they find their food from. Fine. Now in 3 actually, if you see, we are describing swifts, that what exactly is a swift or how do they look and everything. So with this streamlined, so swift has streamlined body. Swifts are agile flyers, ideally adapted to twisting, turning through the air as they chase flying insects. So basically they are stronger, versatile flying insects, and they eat other insects, the creatures that form the staple. So basically insect is their staple diet. Now see something here, students, I would like to show you to clarify confusion. So since we are saying that flying insects are their staple diet, and for that they do not restrict themselves to jungle, they hunt wherever they find insects. So I'll say I like, for example, cake, and I'll go anywhere where I get cake. Whoever calls me in your birthday party, I'll go. You have a birthday today, call me. I'll come for cake. Like that. So I'll say cake is my favorite food, and I'll go wherever I find. I'll not limit myself in my home, because I'm not going to get cake every day at my home. I have to go out. Like that. So first it'll introduce ki, okay, they look like this, they fly like this, and this is their diet. And for this diet, they just don't stay here, they go at other places also. So this talks more on their diet rather than their description. So first you should describe and then say ki, okay, for this diet they do this and that, isn't it? 3-2. So not 2-3. It looks like was this starts from swifts. So it looks like okay, this will explain. No, but when you read further, it only tells one of the actions they do for their food, but their main entire description is in sentence 3, not in 2, isn't it? So do not just be fixated on one word, one starting word. Of course that's good to get us some hints, but then read the entire sentence and then decide the pair or sequence. So 3-2 is very clearly a pair, and swifts will eat when the sunshine will fall. So 1-4 was clearly another pair. So 1-4, 3-2. Yes. Okay. Question number 75. Done reading, students? So this is one of the hints, contrast, right? But always connects to positive to negative or negative to positive. And then one more thing, these people, who these people are we talking about? So unwitting enablers means refer to people. We don't know, let's say, who this refers to, negative, positive, or what is it? We don't know. But people for sure. So either it refers to this one, or here we talk about very rich people. This. But if you read second sentence, nothing about people is there. Right? So either the sequence is 4-3 or 1-3. I mean the pair, isn't it? Because people are either in 4 or 1. If you read 4, very rich people will always use money to maintain their political and economic power, and these people are working for a better. See, anyone who is using their money for political will is not working for a better world. The person is working for himself or herself, isn't it? So it is not going to be 4-3, it is 100% going to be 1-3. So we need to put this kind of logic as well. Not every time we'll find similar common keywords, right? Cat is not going to give things on platter. We need to read in between the lines, understand logicality or logic, common logics between two sentences. Fine. Now when you read all 4 sentences, actually if you see 2 is introducing. Why? Because it is just introducing an idea, and then examples are there in 1-3-4 or 4-3-1, however it is. Democracy and high level of inequality of the kind that have come to characterize the US are simply incompatible. We are saying democracy, and then in democracy there is a lot of inequality as well, and which is inequality is some two groups which are incompatible. This group does not agree with that group, this group does not agree with that group, like that, it is. Now what is this inequality and incompatibility between people? So we are seeing first we are seeing very rich people use, why am I reading 4? I'll tell you the reason. Very rich people use money to maintain their political, so because democracy is there, people can be the way they like, no very strong rules and all. So people who have money use their money, like, because like in US you can use your money, you can like show off your money, no problem. So they maintain the political and economic power, like that. But so this is negative, that one group is using money to maintain their power, but there we have another group which is unwitting enablers. Who unwitting means person who doesn't speak. Enabler means the person who helps us without saying, like, I'm doing something, I'm finding it difficult, somebody came, helped me, made it easy, but did not even say anything, like, see, I helped, thing. So that person will be unwitting enabler, that enabled my work without saying anything, simply helped me. So there is this another group, unwitting enabler. Believing these people are working for a better world, they are actually at most chipping away at the margins. Chipping away at the margins as in just doing small changes. For example, like, I'm not giving lectures on environment, but of course, if there's any unnecessary electricity is being used, or any switches on, I'll just switch it off if it is not like needed. So I'm chipping away at the margins wherever small things I can do for environment, making slight small course corrections, anything they can do to make this world better, ensuring the system goes as it is. Of course, people should go to work, industry should work, it will create pollution, of course, but whatever we can do just to improve the world slightly, we should do. So there's another group who is doing that. They will not throw garbage on the road, like they will make sure that the things around them or the roads around them is clean, like that. So they're not doing a lot like some activist kind of thing, but they're doing what they can do. And there are other people who will use money to maintain their economic power, as in start more businesses, start more industries, more profit, more money, pollution, yeah, whatever, next generation will take care of it. Right now we need to earn money, more like. But there are other people who are trying to do small things to make this world a better place. So 1-3 is definitely, and then we are saying that there's some incompatibility. So see, I'll use some other color like light blue. So first in sentence 2 we are saying that there's some incompatibility, means there is between two people, two groups, isn't it? So now there is one group, rich people, negative, we are saying, sorry, fourth. In fourth we are saying that rich people are doing something negative, as in they focus on maintaining their power, but We are saying there is a good group, another group known as enablers, and what these people are doing, they're making the world a better place, like that. We're talking about another group. And so 2 4, so how is it? 2 has to be the start. 2 4 1 3. Yeah. Question number 76. It was his taxpayer who, in such activities, what activities? Okay. So when I read all four sentences, Australian minister and his, isn't it? So 4 1 should be one sequence or one pair, I mean. Let's solve. So such activities refer to phoenixing. Now what is phoenixing? Phoenix, students, you must have heard, it is a bird which like it never dies basically. As in, like, it falls into ashes even if you burn them, and then it will kind of regenerate itself and then become even stronger bird. So deliberate and system. So now businesses are doing phoenixing. Businesses are doing phoenixing as in, for example, a particular business is not working. This we are talking about some other country. I don't think this happens in, yes, Australia. This happens in India. It does not happen. So deliberate and systemic liquidation of a company to avoid liabilities and then restarting the business is called phoenixing. As in, I opened a shop that's not working very well. Of course I'm getting profit, but I'm not getting the kind of profit I expected. So what I'll say, okay, this business will not work. It will give me that small profit which I don't want. I want bigger profit. So let me open another shop or some other product, different product. So what I'll do, whatever profit is, I'll keep in my personal bank account like that, and then I'll just tell my employees, okay, we are bankrupt, we are in losses, I can't pay you salary, etc., etc. And then with that money, after a few months of break, 2 or 3 months, when things are like, shant and things are down, I'll start another business. That's what people do, and this is known as phoenixing, that okay, you're emerging again after failure. That's how people call it. And then companies in many countries routinely engage in many, we are saying companies in many countries do this, which means that the employees are left with unpaid entitlements because they liquidation happen. Liquidation is that jaan bujh ke intentionally they are taking out all the money, right? They're not using it as an asset. Okay, this can be used for salaries, it can be used for marketing. No, they're just taking the money. Liquidation is take out the money. Don't treat it as an asset to you to for the development of your company. So companies do this, and then somehow in such, whenever company does phoenixing, that okay, we are in loss, we are dead, we are not doing anything, like, nothing's gonna happen. Ultimately employees, poor employees, are left with unpaid salaries. They are not being paid. So in this case, so fine. So 3 2. So in this case, Australian minister, of course, in this case, government will take care of those employees. So Minister for Revenue and Services discovered in an audit that phoenixing had cost. Since companies do phoenixing, it has cost Australian economy between 2.9 billion to 5.1. Like this much last year. That means government had to pay almost 3 to 5 billion to these employees since they are left with nothing because they have such nice policies. And then it was his taxpayer. Now how government is getting this much money? Of course from taxpayers who had to shell out as much as this much billion over 10 years to employees of failed companies, right? So basically ultimately failed companies are not just fooling their employees but also taxpayers, right? Ultimately that's what we are saying. So I think pairing or making sequence in this case is easier because his taxpayers has to be 4-1. Isn't it? In such activities means phoenixing we are introducing here. And then you see many companies do it in which people don't get money, so government pays it and government gets it from taxpayers like that. Question number 77. Mm, self-management is thus defined as. So that means we are introducing self-management somewhere like here, and then having control means we are saying have control. Okay, self-management is here also. So people prefer to have control, and having control means something means to do to self-manage, and self-manage is defined as something. So one thing I know that 2 3 1 should be a sequence. Most people with progressive diseases like dementia. In dementia, people forget easily. That where did I keep this and everything. Little dementia, I think all of us have. Sometimes we forget. We forget our umbrellas, our things on transportation, right? Or public transportation, especially you're sitting in a cab or auto and you forgot. That happens once in a while with everyone. Some with few people forget phones as well. So anyways, so dementia is although a serious problem where the person really forgets, and it generally happens during old age. So progressive disease where people forget, dementia, so such people prefer to have control of their own lives and healthcare for as long as possible. Whatever medicine am I having, I have a system like, okay, I'll keep these things there only because I have dementia, I know. So I'll make a system in my house so that I can manage my life. So they like to have their own control. They do not like to depend on other people. Okay, where is this, where is that, like that. So having control means, among other things, that patient themselves perform self management activities, and they manage themselves. When they know, okay, I can forget things, they'll make a system for themselves for the entire day, for all their things. And then this self-management is thus defined as individuals' ability to manage the symptoms whenever they feel, okay, I need to take medicine, or some symptoms of their treatment, physical and psychological consequences, lifestyle changes inherent, anything and everything they want to do it on their own. And then for this self-management, we are saying they need a team also, isn't it? Like for medicine, who will give them medicine? A doctor will recommend or prescribe them medicine. So supporting people in decisions and actions that promote. So basically, of course, decision and action will be of that person only. You will take action for yourself, you will decide for yourself how do you want to run your day, but there will be some people who will support this person, and this called as self management support, requiring a cooperative relationship between the patient, the family, and the professionals. As in, say someone in your family has dementia, someone old, your grandparents, great grandparents, someone. So of course, if they like to manage their own self and everything, that okay, at this time I have to have medicine, at this time I have to go for a walk. So where is my stick? My stick will always be kept near my shoes, etc, etc. But then they'll need some help of the family, of the professionals like doctors and nurses, even for that. Okay, like after 30 they have a medicine routine of 30 days. So on next month first, you have to get them medicine to continue this self management thing, isn't it? Like that. So as a family, so that's what we are saying. So yeah, 2 3 1 4. Question number 78. They who. From there, who they, right? Who they. So let's read 3 first. Like the dieter who would rather do anything to lose weight than actually eat less. So dieter means person who isn't dieting, like me, right? Who actually never diets. So who would rather do anything to lose weight than actually eat less? The business elite would save the world through social impact investing and philanthropicalism. Means we're saying just a person who wants to diet but cannot diet and do everything else. Similarly, business people, right? For example, someone who has a business of Pepsi, Coca-Cola, some this kind of thing, which is sugary drink in plastic bottle, unhealthy thing. If plastic is polluting the environment, like bad business. But still, these people, for example, will do everything social impact investment. Okay, we are opening the garden here through our profits. We'll do charity for people in Africa and all these things. Why can't you stop making plastic bottles in the first place? But they will do again everything to show they care for people, they care for environment, they care for the world. But like they'll do everything, but rather than stopping it. So why so? And what exactly in this social impact investing philanthro capitalism means? They will do a lot of charity and everything. They would fund a million of the buzzworthy programs, right? Buzzworthy programs as in save or green earth or save us, save India, something like that from pollution. Who is creating pollution, dude? First. So rather than fundamentally question the rules of their games first, right? They will not question that the game they are playing, the rules with which they are playing, or change their own behavior, change their own product, change their own business to reduce the harm of the existing distorted, inefficient, unfair rules. Whatever is wrong, of course, is happening. They will not change that. They will do okay. We are doing. Make India green, like that, for example, make US green, so everybody will do hashtag, celebrities will do hashtag, they'll do all these things, but they'll not change their business, the style of business and everything, right? They will rather do other things, right? They will rather do other things, as in, why they will not do this? Because doing the right thing, when you do the right thing, okay, we may not help others, fine, but then at least we can correct our businesses. But and moving away from their win-win mentality would involve real sacrifice, then they will of course be in some loss, right? And instead it's easier to focus on the small, petty small projects around and initiatives. That is much easier. Okay, let's do our business and 1% of it will invest towards environment, towards people and everything, we'll do charity. That's much easier rather than going for a loss and like that. So they would rather as in they will do this, they'll rather do virtuous side projects, as well as with properly, of course, when they are doing something, when they're doing charity, they'll do it properly. It's not like they will show but they're not even spending that with that, they do properly. As long as this will not coming into their day jobs or basically reducing their profit, till they are helping, whatever they will help, whatever charity they give, but their work, their profit should not get affected, by any means. That is something a non-negotiable for these businesses. So yeah, right. So 3 2 is clearly a pair, and they will say they will do this, they can't move away from their win-win mentality, that okay, we'll get the profit and we'll do something, some charity for the world, right? So you are also getting something, so let's be win-win, rather than we are also in loss, you're also not getting it. Better is we also getting something, you also. That's how they think, and that's why they will do all these projects properly, but then they are not going to change their businesses, their style of working, or anything like that. So one has to be at the end, and since because of that, 4 will be here. So 3 2 4 1. Question number 79. This is more of a meaning match kind of question. If you understand the meanings of sentences, you will find the connect. Okay, just read it once. Yes, so we are saying how industrial revolution, when many businesses, industries, factories started, it actually brought a lot of improvement, right? In job scenario, it got, first of all, gave a lot of jobs to people, and then it improved the job scenario. Whereas when we talk about automation, it's not really making people's life easier, right? That's what we're saying. So um, new isn't new things, institutions and new kind of businesses, industries emerge, which recognize ways in which workers could contribute to and benefit by economic growth, when rather than if the jobs are automated, right? Something we are thinking, new things come. All right, fine. In the era of industrial, see, why am I reading that? Generally whenever new things come, like these days AI is there, and a lot of people are saying that AI will take away a lot of jobs. At the same time, if you can learn AI, how to work with AI, it will help you work better, or better, it will help you do a better job than many other people. So that's what we are giving example, that for example in the era of industrial revolution, when all the industries and everything, a lot of industries started, the abolition of child labor, poor laws and the growth of trade unions helped families cope with the pressures of mechanized work. As in, there were poor laws, child labor and those things, it kind of it was abolished by at that time, that no child will work in any industry or factory. Poor laws, like you don't have to work for 10 or 12 hours, just work for 8 hours, and all the unions are doing strike. All these things were abolished to help families cope with the pressure of mechanized work, so that they don't really, if somebody is working hard, they are not really actually are being overworked. These things were abolished. That's what we are saying. And so we're seeing new institutions emerge in which we always recognize ways how workers can contribute, how we can help workers. For example, this era of industrialization, right, like that. And then, but in the era of smart world means smartphones, technology, and everything, smart TV, all those things. Universal basic income is an ineffective instrument which cannot address the potential breakdown of the social contract when large swathes isn't large shade or influence of the population would effectively be unemployed. But we are seeing where there is a universal basic income, now that people are earning slightly better, most of the people are earning slightly better than how it was 50 years ago at least. Now that is not an like way or effective instrument which can address this problem. Like now we don't think like things will get better, because first obviously there's a inequality, rich are getting richer, poor are getting poor. It could be matched by creeping authoritarianism that is supported by technology. So then governments are getting much more extreme, radical, and that is increasingly able to peer into deepest vestiges, and it is going to, as in vestiges, it is going to influence our lives in every way. Because first there's inequalities, of course, if I use AI, my work will be better. But who can use AI? Someone who has money also. It is not going to be available for free, at least initially, especially the best of the best technologies, isn't it? That. So we are seeing new kind of right industry, technology, AI, everything comes to help workers. For example, in this era, it was there, but now we are seeing, since there's a time of this, like universal in the smart world, this will not happen. For example, because of all this scenario, technology is not going to make things easy for people in this case. So three has to be at the end, right? In both these sentences you're talking about technology or smart world, so 2 3 has to be together, and 1 is nothing but an example of the concept or idea we are introducing in 4. So 4, 1, 2, 3. Question number 80. You must be wondering how many more questions to go. Like what? Complete torture. No pain, no gain, students. So yeah, you can keep taking breaks after every 30, 20 question, but you have to solve everything. Question number 80. Okay, let me know, just 1 minute to read. So we are here talking about this financial crisis or recession, right? In everywhere. So this is the introducing, this is the main topic. So a crucial aspect of the 2008 financial crisis was the buildup of debt in households and in non-financial firms. As in, why the financial crisis came. It was saying the crucial aspect or the factor was that, in simple words, many people and non-financial firms took a lot of debt, right? उधार लिया और चुकाया नहीं बैंक्स को, तो बैंक्स के पास भी पैसा नहीं है, लोगों के पास भी नहीं, right? They have spent it. Nobody has no money, right? Nobody has any money. So that's the situation. So this drop in households, of course, now that people do not have households are in debt, there will be consumption. They are not even buy things. So no demand, no supply. Economy is going for a toss. Due to the rise in private debt was a key driver of the recession. So we are saying this was the main thing reason for the recession. We are saying, but not to negate the view that of course, since people were not consuming, and that's why recession came. But then main reason obviously was, principal cause of the crisis was the view that regulatory failures, and they were not strong rules or laws, that so many people are taking debt, and if so many people are not able to pay back, that means there's some law failure of law, right? In India we don't get loans that easily, isn't it? If everybody is getting loan and it's okay if people are not paying back, this has to happen one day. So this regulatory failure, we are extending the idea here that the lack of regulatory control over the growth in credit as well as the flow of credit into the real estate was the issue. That means exactly, regulatory failure where that first of all growth in credit, and people were taking a lot of loan, people had 5, 5, 7, 7 credit cards, for example, they were swiping and not paying it off, and even the people were buying real estate houses on loans and they're not able to pay back to the bank. So all the, because all these loans were made very easy for people that they can take, and that was the reason people could not pay back and the recession came. So we are saying, of course, here we're talking about households, right? So 3-1, that it happened because of the buildup of debt. Now how come debt? Because debt is something every country takes, right? Even people in every country take. So basically, because debt was, if I am in debt, right, already I'll not consume a lot, I'll not do shopping, I'll not buy things, and then that's why recession will come, right? Let's say everybody's like doing that in the country, recession will come. We're saying this is of course not the main reason that people are not consuming. Basically regulatory failure was the reason, especially in terms of growth in credit and credit into real estate. There in these two places the government did not take good control, and that's the main reason, that's the principal cause. So 4-2, 3-1, 4-2. Question number 81, based on this idea. Which idea? ओके सो सेंस फोगेटिका पढ़ के लग रहा है कोई फॉन्ट का नाम है. यस इट्स अ फॉन्ट. सो बेसिकली इट हैज बीन क्रिएटेड बाय दीज रिसर्चर्स. And how does it look? The Fogetica is like this. 2, 3 should be a pair. Now based on what idea? So something will come before 2. Correct? Either 4 or 1. The reader's mind naturally seeks to complete the shapes, and in doing so it slows down the reading process. So which shapes? Are we talking about shapes? Yes. So in this Fogetica, there are intermittent gaps between each letter which serve as simple puzzle for the reader, and then the reader will try to complete the shape because the font is like that, and then they'll slow down the reading, they'll remember it like that. Fine. So 3-1, that means 4 should be at the start. Let's read like this. People remember things better when their brains have to overcome minor obstacles while processing information. Yes, right, that happens. So if you're learning something very smoothly, you will not remember it. If there is certain resistance or some obstacle, you will remember things better, is what we are saying. So, and for that reason, based on this idea, some people created, or some researchers created this font Sans Fogetica. Now there's a gap between puzzles where when you're reading with this font, you will try to complete the shapes, you'll try to understand, and it slows down the reading process and then improves memory, that we are talking about. So 4 talks about that obstacle has to be there. For this obstacle, so that some obstacle should be there in reading, we came out with a new font known as Sans Fogetica. Fogetica looks like this, and since it looks like this, people face some obstruction in understanding, so they slow down the reading, and that's how they remember anything, right? So 4-2-3-1. Actually, this student is just saying, again out of topic, this applies to anything and everything. If you face minor obstacles, you ultimately end up, not just brain obviously, but you end up doing things better as compared to if there are no obstacles into something and you're doing things smoothly. It happens in your speech. For example, this is something I saw in one of the speech YouTube speech classes, where they were saying that if you mumble a lot, or if you stammer a lot, if you fumble, like that sometimes happens with me also when I take long classes. So what you can do is, like, for a while you can keep the pen in your mouth and then try to speak whatever, anything, my name is this and like that, and just for after 30 seconds when you take out and speak, you'll speak much more fluently and clearly. Just try this. So basically you put some obstacle in your mouth, you try to speak, and then after that you are much more fluent. So this happens everywhere and anywhere, like that you do it better. If you're running on a treadmill, right, and you're running on a road, on a garden where some, like, bumps and everything, again your running will be faster and everything after a few days compared to when you're just running on a gym, right, on a certain machine. This happens in everything. Okay, question number 82. This is story types, so I think this is a one and a half minute question. Just try this on your own once. So the Duke welcomed them. Who did he welcome? Duke we are talking about here as well. Tatars, Tatars and Tatar. Okay. So I think we need to know who Tatars are and everything, and then we will talk about them. Isn't it like that? So find one pair at least here. So Tatar was the common name or surname of Turkic-speaking semi-nomadic people living in or around the immense steppes of the Eurasian continent. Fine. So Tatar racing is a common name or surname of the Turkic-speaking people. Right, like that. Fine. What else about Tatar? We are saying here something about the Duke, and then we'll read. See, 2332 is also a pair, maybe. John III, the king of Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, might not have won the Battle of Vienna, where it not for the help of his country's Sunni Muslim Tatars. So we're saying John III would not have won the war without the help of Tatars. Now, who is Tatars? Tatar is a common name for Turkic speaking semi nomadic people. Fine. So 4114, like that. Now we are saying something here, if you read both carefully, we are saying that after the dissolution of Mongol Empire, a group of Muslim Tatars fleeing the Turco-Mongol rule asked Christian Grand Duke of Lithuania for asylum, means for shelter, for help. And then he welcomed them and he welcomed. In return, Tatars provided their new country, later Poland, with military assistance. In return, they also helped with their army and everything. They helped the Duke. But then, when they asked for the help, he welcomed them. So 3-2 is absolutely a sequence. And right, I'll first of all tell you who Tatars are and what this. So we'll say this person would not have won the war without the help of Tatars. Now, what is Tatars? I'm saying it's here. So 4-1, Tatars are Turkic speaking semi nomadic people, right? They helped him, and then but after that they asked for the help, and the Duke helped them. So 3-2. Question number 83. Yeah, done. Okay. um, this is especially useful in the jungle. High frequency vibrations, low frequency travel through something something. And then we talk about two-tiered communication. High frequency, low frequency, both. That is two-tiered communication. Mm, I think this high low is much more relatable. Let's read this. As elephants trumpet, the high frequency vibration of their massive vocal cords reach the ears of other elephants within. So, as elephants make any noise, voice, that high frequency, whenever they are screaming or shouting, that vibration will quickly reach the ears of other elephant. They can hear, and then low frequencies travel through the ground, and the low frequency travel through the ground picked up by extreme sensitive feet of elements up to 6 miles away. So if an elephant is screaming, it can be felt through ground as well, or not just through ears. That's what we are saying. Okay, this a two-tiered communication model based on hearing and feeling provides an effective way of sending messages to nearby herd members as well as more distant tribal herds. So basically, you can send them any message to nearby elephants as well as elephants who are far away from you. This is especially useful in the jungle where dense. Why am I reading two-tiered? Because we just talked about high frequency, low frequency. So this is especially useful in the jungle where dense vegetation rapidly degrades auditory information, though not seismic cues. So we are saying sometimes when there's a jungle and like a lot of trees in between, sometimes some the elephants who are far away from this elephant may not be able to hear, but seismic as in how the earth feels after some movement or something. So at least that can be there. So this is actually useful in the jungle kind of scenario. 2 has to be at the end, 3 2, and 2 tiered is 1 4. So 1 4 3 2. Question number 84. Okay, this as a result. State means government. Right? So, okay, based on meaning, see, 4 2 is clearly a pair. I'll explain how. The destruction of state authority over capital has been the clear-cut objective of the financial revolution that defines our present era. Basically, we are saying how government is also kind of fixated on money, that okay, if we improve the economy of a country, development and everything else will follow. Rather than taking off many other things, we just focus on economy. That's all. So there basically their focus on capital and everything is why because of the objective of the financial revolution came businesses, unicorns, startups. So even the government has, which is happening in present, government is also started focusing on there. As a result, states or governments have been forced to shed social commitments like doing some activities regarding morality, doing some activities on helping other. Nobody's talking about that these days. In order to reinvent themselves as custodians of the market, but they have to see the market, that okay, if the country has money, everything, all these campaigns can be done later, right? That is possible. So that's what they're saying. Since the because of this financial revolution, everybody is focused on money. Government is also, and that takes their attention away from social commitment, and this has diminished the national political authority in both real and symbolic ways. Then people don't trust government when governments are like this, especially the people who need a lot of help in that way, and cannot contribute in terms of taxes much, like like that. Then in that case, hopelessness, exhaustion, dwindling control over national economic life are the themes of politics all across the world that's happening. People are hopeless, they don't expect anything, that okay, I can only make my life better through my hard work, government is not going to pay my bills or anything. People are tired, people don't think they have control over this national economic life and everything, and that has become a common theme, common environment across all the world, like that. So one has to be, since it diminishes the political authority, it leads to this kind of environment. So 4231. Question number 85. Just one thing, students, as soon as we look at the sentence, Margaret, Margaret, Margaret. Who is this Margaret? Renee Margaret. So full name always comes first and then. So no matter how you're solving it, you should read 4 first and then you should read rest of the things. So Rene Margaret, uh, see himself. So must be an artist. Okay, of course, like must be a male artist. It showed his. So okay, so one of Rene Margaret's most famous paintings, The Treachery of Images, features an image of a tobacco. So basically, this person has made the painting. The name of this Treachery of Images, and in that there's an image of a tobacco pipe with the words, and on that pipe it's written, "This is not a pipe." Okay, then what is this? Like that. So in painting this means what exactly the Margaret has painted? The treachery. So this refers to the treachery of images. Margaret was inspired by the definition of a poem by Popper. So when Margaret was painting this painting, making this painting, he was inspired by a poem by Andre Breton and Paul, where who declared, who said poetry is a pipe. So these people said poetry is a pipe. So basically, he is saying, Rene, that this is not a pipe, this is a poetry, something like that. So basically, right, so poetry is a pipe, and then he made a pipe. That okay. So very clearly, this means this refers to treachery. So 4-3 is a sequence. Now 2-1 or 1-2. So let's just read quickly. So with his iconic painting, Margaret showed how art can change our view of this world and give us a fresh opportunity to attempt to define the indefinable. As in, we can, through art, we can change the terms or perspective towards certain words, like that. And Margaret, who considered himself a thinker who communicated through painting or through paint, wanted to prove that images equal words in the expression of the consciousness. That means he's saying this in terms of how you perceive a certain word. That's what he's saying. So see why poetry is a pipe, and basically he's trying to say that images are whatever word I give to the image, and that's how we can define the indefinable, or we can change the definitions, all this, how art can do all this. So 2-1, right? Okay, question number 86. As that segment of ocean flow, it also, so no, this cycle, no. So we have to start reading with 2, of course. The warm salty waters of the tropical Atlantic cruise northward. Cruise means they flow, for example, they flow. So the warm salty water of Atlantic flows north, towards the north along the east coast of US before darting towards the northwestern Europe. Okay, so this water flows there before it goes there, like that we are saying. So this ocean flow, that's as that segment of ocean flow known as the Gulf Stream, pushes north. So before it goes towards, as when it goes towards the north, it cools and becomes denser. And eventually sinks, forming the so-called deep water that flows back south. So it comes from south, it goes like somewhere eastern coast and then northwestern source. So then it goes back to southward along with the ocean flow towards the Antarctica, right? That segment of, because ocean flow is something we are talking here, like salty waters of this tropical Atlantic of this coast, like that. So it's come from somewhere, goes here, 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 and then goes back. No, that's what we're saying. So maybe this cycle, maybe called the Atlantic meridional overturning something something circulation, plays a key role in moving heat around the planet. As so basically, because since the water flows like this among in the oceans, it moves the heat around the planet, around Earth, as well as nutrients throughout the ocean. Even the nutrients and everything else flows throughout the oceans. So it's a GK question also, isn't it? Like how the heat and everything revolves around the sun because of the flow of salty waters of tropical Atlantic. It goes from this, that, and then back to southward. It also determines several climatic. So it not just moves heat and flows nutrients. It also determines climatic features such as latitude at which a key tropical rain belt is located, like where the rain will happen, more monsoon will come, which impacts water supplies, precipitation for agriculture, health of. So basically, this flow, this cycle does also. 4-3 is very clearly a pair. So we are saying this particular flow, it cruises to north, and when it goes to north, it goes back to south. After that, some deep water, it goes back to south, and this entire cycle does all this to our earth, right? Like that. So 2-1-4-3. Question number 87. A minute to read. Okay. Uh, See, this is an example of something, right? And we're introducing a concept here. I'll explain this. So let's say I'm doing some good job for the society, like some social work or something. I'll say, okay, this is the intention of this is to help people, and while helping people, say the intention is to feed 1000 people every day, and then some mistakes happen in terms of we miss out on one or two people. On other days, some operational issue happen, we are not able to feed some 10 or 20 people out of 1000 people. Something people will still forgive because ultimately they know our intention is good and we are doing things better. So whenever any business or company ends their goals, ends as in their goals are as grand as that we are bringing the world closer together or accelerating the advent of your sustainable transport, we are improving and everything. When a company says that, it becomes easy for them to justify the wrong means. Even something wrong they do, they can justify, and people, they think people will let go because ultimately they are doing the right thing. So okay, one or two mistakes happen here and there, and that's okay. For example, Facebook in 2016 secretly built a censorship tool, presumably to pave the way for future entry into China. As in, uh, see, Facebook or any such social media does not have any censorship. You can write however negative you want, isn't it? You can be whatever you want with social media, but then it has introduced a censorship tool because through that they can enter the China, because China is quite a controlled country, right? All these things will not work there. So since he added this tool, now that he thought, okay, China will allow Facebook there in the country for to extend his business. And then when people asked him in one of the reports in New York Times, he said, Zuckerberg said, and responded to employees concerned by issue. He just said that it's better to for Facebook to be part of enabling conversation, even if it's not the full conversation. At least if Facebook will be there in China, people will talk something or post something, even if not 100% freely, at least 80% freely. At least we are starting the conversation because they don't have any such platform to talk in group and together, anything like that. So basically, author is giving his opinion on this statement that if you have reached a point where you're ready to hand censorship tools to authority is China, a regime as in government like China, if you're giving them censorship that okay, you control the conversation, what your people are saying, what they can say, what they cannot say, or what they can post, what they cannot post, then actually we need to ask Mark Zuckerberg or Facebook or similar people or companies in the name of making the world more open. That this is what they say, that Facebook is a group where you can chit chat, say, or share your opinions. Then where you say, okay, we are making the world more open, connected, we are bringing the world to closer together, all these things, that actually what mission you're really serving. Because in China, if you're handing censorship things to government, that you can censor negative conversation against government, only positive things against, as in the support of government will show up. Are you really making the world more open, more frank? This is not frankness, correct? So 4-1, and we are saying that when companies says this, it's easy. For example, they did this, they thought, okay, we are ultimately, everybody enjoys Facebook, koi problem nahi hoga, censorship do. But then people are saying, at least we are allowing some, starting some conversation. And then we are saying, what do you do with such conversation, which is kind of still manipulating people, isn't it? So mm, 3-2 is an example, and 3-2-4-1. Okay, question number 88, everyone. After the Lehman crisis, low rates and quantitative easing were, Lehman crisis basically again one of the recession situation, students, right? So we are saying when this crisis came, low rates and quantitative easing were needed. Low rates as in because people didn't have money, people in debt and everything, recession was there, people didn't have jobs. So low rate of what? Low rates as in things should be cheaper. If somebody is taking the interest, they should pay back lesser interest. Low rate of everything. Everything should be purchasable. And quantitative easing as in all the finances and everything, rules and everything should go down a bit. Now what needs, so during the Lehman crisis, a lenient, relaxed financial situation was needed in the country, is what we are saying. Okay, uh, yeah, sorry. So had the world's leading central banks not provided emergency liquidity back in, so at that time, since they needed easing, of course, bank gave some emergency money to the country and the global economy would have faced, otherwise if this would not have happened, there would have been a worse recession that country or the global economy must have observed. Right? That's what happened. But then what started as a short-term emergency painkiller. We thought, okay, we are getting emergency money, okay, this problem can be solved. We got the money from banks, and then like gradually, slowly, gradually, we'll do something better. Then morphed into a prolonged monetary coma, but actually it resulted in monetary coma. Monetary coma as in payment systems would have failed, sparkling panic, economic torpor, civil unrest, and everything. So it would have failed, as in what we are saying is that uh, it uh, it would have resulted into meltdown. Payment system would not have worked, everybody will panic, economic torpor as in economic stagnation, plateau, civil unrest, people will be uncomfortable and nobody has money, what's happening and everything. And then but actually what we thought, okay, what is working temporarily actually stayed permanent, like there was no growth, economic growth for the longest time. So would have 1-4-2, and since that 3 is the introduction, so 3-1-4-2. Question number 89. Liberalism, neoliberalism. Okay. Hmm. So we are first of all saying what is liberalism in general. Liberalism means freedom, as in that if I'm doing business, let me do it Right? Whatever is the tax I am supposed to pay, 20% I'll pay to the government, and then rest I'll take care of my money. No need, nobody has to question me or interfere with that in anyhow. So liberalism insisted on the separation of the state and the market, as in government should not get into market and businesses, and criticizes government interference in markets. Right? Liberalism is freedom, as in everybody wants freedom with their money, be it businesses, be it anyone. Ideally, nobody wants to pay tax, and if it is tax, then okay, they'll pay that much tax. Now, don't give us GST, don't give us this and service tax, etc., etc., like that. Once we have paid the taxes, right, like that. So, for example, when you pay first of all some tax. If you're doing business, you will pay GST. If you're going to a restaurant, you will pay service tax also there. But how many tax? Once you have paid, then everything should be without tax, isn't it? So yes, liberalism says that nothing, like no taxes, nothing like that. Neo means new. Now new liberalism of 2024, for example, believes that government should intervene. Of course, it should interfere with everything, but only from the side of banks, finance capitalists, lending agencies, people who give loan. Only those kind of businesses government should interfere with, but not with anybody else. That so. Um, Okay, so every time financial speculation creates a crisis, so see, whenever crisis happens, like for example, people like Nirav Modi or Malia run away, taking some money from the country, what government does? They're expected to tax. They use the tax citizens have paid to save the banks, financial institutions, wherever. Right, rather than interfering with these financial, they help them, and then they others who actually need help, they are taxpayers, their money is going to banks and everything. So if someone argues that why should we pay, like that, like see, so basically what we are saying is that liberal capitalism, like free, this liberal capitalism where we say okay, our money is our money, it actually give way to some extent to state. Ultimately in this freedom, government is earning money, isn't it? And that signifies a major shift, a major change. And still we know that government also has certain responsibilities that is much better than no responsibility, because then in such cases government will take money from the taxpayers, right? So people will argue when the government is taking money from the taxpayers. So 1 3 is clearly a pair. First you will say liberalism is this, neoliberalism, sorry, 2 is this, and then we say liberalism is not that great a thing in a way. Question number 90. Okay, this link between comet and the meteor shower, what was discovered within 3 years of the comet's discovery? Like any other comet, Swift Tuttle follows a steep incline. What's Swift Tuttle? Here we are saying. Okay. So I see Swift Tuttle only here, right? In these two sentences, 2 and 4. Let's read 2 and 4. Like any other comet, Swift Turtle follows a steep incline when compared to planets in the solar system, gathering a lot of speed as it dives down into the solar system to get close to the sun and out again. Okay, so it's like a meteor. Basically, it's a meteor. Sorry, it's a comet. When compared to other planets, it gains, so when it's going from one place to another in the universe, it gains a lot of speed. It dives down into the solar system, gets close to the sun, and then right, and then out again, like this, around the sun. It flows and then comes out again. So the spectacular, this meteor shower that is witnessed every August, peaking in mid-August, is in fact created by the dust and debris left by Swift Turtle. So basically it's because of what is this? We say it's a comet, and then we are saying just that meteor shower we see every August, it is the dust behind this particular comet. That's what we see. So despite the comet taking 130 years to pass by the earth, so it passes the earth once in 130 years. How come we see it every August? The meteor shower happens every year as a result of the earth moving through the trail of the. So we are giving explanation of this, that this link between comet and meteor shower was discovered within 3 years of the comet's discovery by Giovanni. That actually how it is happening, this link, that meteor shower happens every year because of the earth moving through the trail of the, because We are not exact. The comet passes once in 130, but its trail stays for longer, and the Earth is traveling or moving behind that trail, behind that dust. But dust is something we all keep seeing. Although proper comet is something we may see in once in 130 years, as in our next generation, of course. Right? So this was figured out by Giovanni this year. So 132413. Fine. So students, 90 questions. As I always give you homework after this, I'll be showing you question. You can pause and solve the questions. Question number 91. Right, write down your answer in the comments. Question number 92. Question number 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. See, when you have 5 sentences, they are generally that related questions, right? So I'm going to take some workshop on that as well. But right now, since we are focusing on CAT, I thought this is something I'll give as an assignment. 99, 100 and 101, right? So you have these 10 to 11 questions. You can check the answers later, but for the explanation, I'll just say that you should discuss with me. Also, if you want this PDF, just write para-jumble in the comment box once, and then I'll be sending you personally through the Telegram group if you're part of it, right? Like that. Otherwise, I'll share in the group directly after I get at least 15 or 20 comments that okay, you need it, isn't it, if you're solving it. So just type parajumble, and then right, I'll be sharing the PDF as well. Otherwise, I'll be sharing, you have the answers, you solve, and then let me know the explanation for the assignment I have given. Yeah, so thank you so much everyone for attending this throughout. I know you will do very well in life because working hard is absolutely important. No matter who says that hard work is important, hard work is not important. There's so many narratives, but I feel hard work is is not the only thing. There's more to your results, but hard work is one crucial thing which everyone should have. Yeah. So yes, thank you so much everyone for attending this session. See you soon with another 101 or 101 questions with another topic, maybe reading comprehension, maybe summary. We'll see that soon. Yeah. So have a nice day everyone. Bye bye.